Welcome at the Algae Summit. My name is Jan Boele. I'm Artistic Director of Atelier LUMA. Welcome in LUMA. Welcome in Atelier LUMA. Atelier LUMA is part of LUMA Arles and situated in Parc des Ateliers in the south of France. We are here for the LUMA Eco Days. And I introduce you to Caroline, co-director, Associate Director of Atelier LUMA.
Merci Yann. Nous sommes ravis de vous accueillir au cœur de l'Atelier LUMA, un programme de LUMA Arles initié par Maya Hoffman. Atelier LUMA est un centre de prototypage et d'expérimentation où vont converger initiatives locales et internationales comme durant ces 2 jours pour les LUMA Eco Days. Je laisse la parole à Maria, curatrice des LUMA Days.
Bonjour et bienvenue au 2e LUMA Eco Days. Je dois vous dire qu'en 2019, Maya Hoffman, fondatrice et présidente de la Fondation LUMA, a dit « Je suis impliquée depuis des années dans la protection de la nature et je porte un engagement continu à sa restauration chaque fois que cela est possible. J'ai donc conçu LUMA Arles au Parc des Ateliers comme un lieu de développement créatif et durable où chacun peut exprimer des idées, agir et contribuer aux questions de l'intérêt collectif. » Et ceci est vraiment le thématique de base toujours des LUMA Days et des LUMA Eco Days, c'est cette contribution aux questions d'intérêt collectif. Et je trouve que le Algae Summit, qui est en gestation depuis 2016, est vraiment quelque chose qui représente ce questionnement. Et ce questionnement collectif, ce n'est pas uniquement sur ce qu'on fait ici dans l'atelier, mais c'est un lien géographique des terres humides. C'est un lien géographique mondial qui nous a amené cette année, au début de l'année, à Davos. Donc, c'est quelque chose qui s'est prouvé comme lien. Et c'est pour ça qu'on est totalement ravis aujourd'hui d'introduire ce premier Algae Summit. LUMA Eco Days a demain un 2e programme sur bâtir avec la nature qui se fait d'une façon plus confidentielle. Mais ces 2 éléments, bâtir avec la nature est aussi bâtir dans le sens de la nature. Le sens de la nature veut dire avec la nature, pas seulement avec des matériaux éco-sourcés, mais en tenant compte de tous les donnants, transport, sourcing, etc. Et moi, je crois qu'aujourd'hui, on va voir dans tous les sens ces thématiques. Je te passe la parole, Johanna. Johanna, qui est évidemment le project leader de Algae Platform et qui est quand même, je dirais, le brainchild de toute cette expérience. Merci, Johanna, et merci l'équipe.
Merci, Joanna, and merci l'équipe indeed for organizing this. Atelier LUMA was founded in 2016 by Maya Hoffman as a project where design, culture, science and economy are connected in order to develop a bioregion. A bioregion not only to develop that, but also to think about what a bioregion is and how design can function in that. We are working around local resources from the Camargue and the region around Arles. We are trying to develop a model that can be applied in other regions around the world. We start from the soil, we researched unexplored resources and waste streams, and we are looking into salt, sunflower, rice, stones, wool, amongst others.
Atelier LUMA est un cercle de réflexion, un lieu de production et surtout un réseau d'apprentissage. Basé à Arles, on veut co-développer de nouveaux usages des ressources, une façon de dynamiser les activités de la biorégion en utilisant le design comme outil de transition. Autrement dit, comment créer des passerelles entre les mondes de la culture, des sciences et de l'industrie. Ici, les approches scientifiques Et les méthodes se sont mêlées autour du territoire et de sujets tels que le riz, les algues, les plantes invasives, le sel et bien sûr les algues comme aujourd'hui. En 4 ans, de nombreux partenariats se sont montés avec l'école des mines d'Alès, l'ENSIA7, la Tour du Vala et aussi de nombreux parcs naturels comme le parc de Calanque ou le parc de Camargue, mais aussi de nombreuses discussions avec les locaux et tous les passionnés qui nous accompagnent chaque jour à confronter les points de vue et à faire grandir les exigences.
Yes, we developed many local partnerships with local actors, universities, industries, citizens, in order to explore the territory, to do research and development on materials, but also to think how we could implement these findings in and with the local communities. We promote cross-pollination and work with artists and designers because they really give us a new perspective. We developed an international network, like Maria was saying. Last year, we presented our project in Davos, we presented it in Milano, in London, in order to confront it with different contexts and different perspectives, and to build a large network.
Nous avons participé déjà à plusieurs expositions internationales et les objets de l'Algae Platform ont intégré des collections de musées de grande renommée comme le MoMA, le Centre Pompidou ou Cooper Hewitt. L'impact international est vraiment fondamental ici pour activer les réseaux autour des projets initiés sur les territoires. Changer d'échelle et partager ses connaissances pour faire évoluer les pratiques. C'est ainsi qu'aujourd'hui, nous lançons le premier summit de l'atelier, l'Algae Summit. Et d'ailleurs, Johanna, rentrons déjà dans le vif du sujet. Pourquoi avons-nous commencé par les algues ?
Alors oui, bonne question. Pourquoi les algues ? Alors déjà parce que les algues sont omniprésentes sur notre planète et pourtant on les connaît encore que relativement peu. Donc jusqu'à récemment, on leur a accordé encore très peu d'importance et on commence seulement à connaître l'immense potentiel qu'elles représentent. Et non pas seulement le potentiel, mais leur rôle crucial dans l'environnement.
Yes, algae are everywhere, and they are in wetlands, ponds, rivers, and also here in the atelier. We start to map this amazing biodiversity, and there is really a kind of momentum now. A momentum where we are trying to see how it can be applied in pharmaceutics, cosmetics, and biosourced materials, energy, and so on. We find algae interest from every part of society, from research institutes, designers, industries, and the European Commission. And this raises new questions and new issues. How can we promote research and innovation around algae? And how can we avoid to make the same mistake with algae and not to have an intensive and not sustainable industry?
Donc oui, les algues sont pleines de promesses pour l'avenir dans de nombreux domaines, mais on ne devrait peut-être pas trop rapidement crier à la solution miracle. En effet, comment ne pas reproduire avec les algues les mêmes erreurs du passé qu'on a pu reproduire avec d'autres ressources ? Donc étudier les algues nous amène à nous questionner sur notre rapport à la nature et sur la manière dont on considère et dont on utilise les ressources. C'est pourquoi nous n'avons pas seulement dans notre réseau des biologistes, des écologistes, des experts de matériaux, etc. Mais nous avons aussi invité autour de la table philosophes, historiens, artistes qui questionnent nos manières d'utiliser les algues, nos manières de se positionner par rapport à des ressources, de questionner ce que sont des ressources, et non pas seulement d'utiliser les algues, mais on pourrait dire de cohabiter avec les algues. Donc, quel rôle ont les algues dans la transition écologique et culturelle au sein des territoires ? C'est la question qui nous occupe aujourd'hui pour ce Algae Summit.
Yeah. Today we really want to think how can we collaborate with algae to support the ecological and cultural transition within territories. That's the main question that we want to explore during the Algae Summit. We gather our partners and contacts and networks from science, design field, economy, the industry and the arts. And we thought it would make sense to bring for one time everybody together in one event because we need all these voices.
Okay, before we start, a few practical announcements. So we will have a full day of panel talks and interventions, but we also have a great satellite program that we warmly encourage you to explore on the website of LUMA. So normally on the page of the live stream, you have a sign, Explore the Satellite Program. Please go and check it. You have a video, a film, a workshop to grow algae at home, a bibliography, extensive bibliography on algae, and more info about how we design the sound and the visual identity of the Algae Summit. And please, we know that you are online and you cannot be part here in the atelier, but be part of the discussion and leave us comments and questions in the chat that is below in the live stream page. Jan?
Sorry.
Do you have announcements?
Je vous encourage à explorer le programme satellite sur le site de LUMA pour explorer l'univers des algues. Et n'hésitez pas à vous joindre aux discussions en posant des questions sur le chat. À partir de maintenant, toutes les conversations seront traduites en direct en français ou anglais. From now on, all conversations will be live translated.
So you can choose your language on the live stream on the webpage. Okay, so let's start the Algae Summit. A bit later today, we will, actually in about half an hour, we will give you a guided tour of the atelier here that you can see in the background, and explain you a bit more what we're doing here at the atelier and how the project started on the algae, who is working on it, and what we're doing with algae actually. But for now, we will start with our first panel talk of the day.
3 minutes.
So the first panel talk on blue economy and circular economy. Those are themes that are quite crucial for the atelier, right, Jan?
Yes, and I'm looking into my papers because it's a long program today, so you have to excuse me a little bit. I'm almost there. We have 2 speakers that will talk about blue economy and circular economy in relation to algae, specific, or I will challenge them on that. And we are interested how, on one hand, Europe is defining a roadmap towards a blue economy. I'm interested what that really means and how that could be seen. And we are talking about that with Isabelle Vialon from the European Commission and Suzanne Katner from ACATEC, which is an organization that is bringing many stakeholders together. And she is head of circular economy within ACATEC in Germany. So I would like to start with that program now, at this moment. I hope our guests are online and in the Zoom.
We're a bit ahead of time, and
yes, we are.
So that's very good.
Welcome.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello, Isabelle Vialon and Suzanne. Hello, welcome. Brussels and Munich. Is that correct?
That's right.
That's right. Okay. So I would like to start with Isabelle Vialon. You are from France. You studied in Strasbourg, worked for the Ministry of Environment and Sustainability here in France, and afterwards started to work for the European Commission, and you are responsible or head of the unit or the Directorat Général de which is called Mare, which I understand is really related, is a nice name, I find, for everything that is related to the sea. I want to hear a little bit more about your work, and that will be part of the presentation. Suzanne Katner, also based like me in Germany, and is dealing there with circular economy and bringing all these different stakeholders together. Not only that is very interesting, she also is a marine biologist, and so I think she can make a link to the sea and everything that relates these sustainable economies together. I give first the floor to Isabelle Vialon, and we start with a presentation of her. I will have a short question, and then we go on with Suzanne Katner. So, Isabelle.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this introduction. So indeed, I work for the European Commission and the Directorate General in charge of maritime affairs and fisheries. So today I will speak to you about the new approach on sustainable blue economy that the Commission is preparing. And so if you allow me, I will share my screen to present, to make the presentation. I hope it works. And wait, just that I launch the presentation, and then, yeah, I hope like that it's okay for you.
It looks really good. It looks really good,
okay.
Isabelle.
Perfect. So thank you very much. So just a few words, because I don't know if everybody is familiar with the concept of blue economy, but for the Commission, we consider that blue economy encompasses all economic activities related to ocean, seas, and coast. So of course, it covers a number of established sectors, but also some emerging sectors. And every year, since a couple of years, the Commission produces a blue economy report that gives the full picture of the evolution of blue economy in Europe. Why are we speaking about a new approach to sustainable blue economy? It's linked to the priorities of the new Commission that is shared by Madame van der Leyen. Clearly, our President has put what we call the European Green Deal at the center of our priorities, with the ambition to make EU a carbon neutral continent by 2050. And this goes with a number of transformations that are needed and a number of initiatives that are part of this big package that the Commission tabled last year, exactly 1 year ago, and that is called the European Green Deal. Of course, since then, we have faced this unforeseen, unexpected crisis linked to the COVID pandemic, but still the Commission and its member states consider that we should continue this transition towards the European Green Deal that will make also Europe more resilient to this type of shocks. So this remains a key priority for the Commission. And of course, it has implications for all economic sectors, and the blue economy makes no exception, in the sense that a number of traditional sectors need to become more sustainable. So it's the case, for example, for shipping, fisheries, aquaculture, that really need to integrate the different objectives of the European Green Deal that are about decarbonization, less pollution, and so on and so on. But what is interesting also is that we consider that the blue economy is also part of the solution, that to achieve those objectives, we really need to make full use of the potential of blue economy, including emerging sectors, like the marine renewable energy, for example, not only the wind farms, but many other type of energy that could emerge in coming decades, like the tidal energy and other type of marine renewable energy. And then why is it so important to mention algae? Because we consider that these are part of those emerging sectors of the blue economy that can really contribute to the European Green Deal objective. Why? Because we know that algae, for example, contribute to carbon sequestration. That is key. Some people propose to develop like algae forests that could contribute to the objective of the Paris Agreement. It's also an important source of protein that could be used for human human consumption, but also to feed other purposes. We know that algae are very important elements for biodiversity and habitats. In many places, I mean, the algae forests or habitats are key for nursery of fisheries, for example. There are more and more studies that show that algae can contribute to the pollution, not only to capture nutrients, but also maybe some chemical components. We know that algae can be useful for medicine and human health. We know that it could be also used as a source of biomass for different purposes, including energy. And just to mention a last example, we know that algae can be used to produce bioplastic and new materials, and I know that the LUMA Atelier is working on all those aspects. So that's, for us, a sector that is promising. Of course, there is a need for more research and development and innovation, but this is clearly part of the picture. This new approach to sustainable blue economy is also about doing things differently, in the sense that we need to change the way we are working at sea and look, for example, for more nature-based solution. We need also to think about integrated approach, not silos like it's traditionally done, that we have sectorial policies that ignore each other. We need to see how we can combine activities to reduce their external negative externalities, but also maybe to reduce, for example, the need for space and so on. We need also to push for more cross-sectoral partnership, because we know that, for example, a number of blue economy sectors face similar problems, and collective thinking would be part of the solutions. We need also to look for more value chain approaches to make sure that, for example, we increase circularity and reduce the impact of the production through the different steps in the value chain. And we need also to think how digitalization could contribute to this transition to sustainable blue economy. So that's elements that are part of the discussion. Of course, when we look at sustainability, we should not only focus on environmental sustainability, but look also at the social and economic sustainability, knowing that oceans not only provide revenue, but they are a source of food, they are part of livelihoods, for example, and also sustainability, economic sustainability is very important, as it has been shown with the impact of COVID on certain sectors. To look for this transition, of course, the European Union has to mobilize, will mobilize the different tools we have at our disposal, which are both policy tools, but also funding and in different aspects. I won't enter into the details of what is on this slide, but so the idea is clearly to see how we can mobilize all these different tools to contribute to this common goal. But of course, the EU is not the only player, and clearly we have to count and work together with all stakeholders at all different levels. The member states have a lot of competence when it's about planning at sea and things like that. The regions also have a key role to play, local actors. We know that if we want to push for example, partnership or involvement of citizens, we have to think local and experiment local solutions. So clearly this, with this communication that the Commission is proposing, we are not there to say, okay, that's the way we will go. No, the idea is to put and share with everybody our views and to see how we can collectively work towards this transition to sustainable blue economy. So we have launched a consultation over the last few months, and it was closed last Monday. On that basis, and on the basis of the result of the consultation, we will draft the communication Commission communication that should be adopted in March. But this document will then be shared with the member states, and we know that the Portugal presidency wants to make blue economy part of its priority for the beginning of 2021. This document will be also shared with the Economic Social Committee, the Committee of Regions, the Parliament, and the different stakeholders, so that we have a collective discussion about how we want to work together to ensure sustainability at sea. So this is not the end of the process. This communication is part of a process, and we hope it will be successful. Worth to mention also that the communication in parallel is working on a specific initiative on algae that will include an impact assessment, and I guess that many of the participants today may be interested to follow that closely. So that's a bit what we are doing for the moment, and I just stop my presentation here.
Thank you, Isabelle from Brussels. Thank you for this. I'm really thrilled to hear this, combining sectors, working together with local initiatives and players. That sounds very promising. I'm surely going to ask something later on the Algae initiative in our panel itself. But first, do you dare to say already something of the first conclusions of the roadmap, or is it too early? That closed 2 days ago.
No, I mean we have been working hard over the last few days to read all the contribution. Yes. It was really useful because we got also, for example, contribution from member states, from the different economic sectors. But also from NGOs, citizen research institutes, so a lot of useful contributions. That what is positive is that overall, I would say that the proposed approach is fully supported by most of the stakeholders. I mean, so they are not questioning the approach. I think there is a large consensus on the fact that's the way forward. Of course, the question is more about how to make it realistic and how to make it concrete and real. So that's more about this that now we need to discuss and see what are the best tools to support this transition. What are the different tools we have to combine to ensure that we can make it realistic and a reality.
Good. Thank you. I'm looking forward and I'm happy that Portugal will take it further together with you and for us all. We go to our second panelist, and that is Susanne Kattner from Munich, now from Acatech, who is head of circular economy. There we go. Susanne, I give you the floor.
Yeah, Jan, thank you very much. So let me just start sharing my screen. So can you see my slides?
Yes, perfectly. If you put them on full screen would be the best.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to start to talk to you today about how we can connect the themes of a blue and circular economy. I think they are already deeply connected, and so I'm going to introduce you first of all to the thinking of the circular economy and then look a bit more deeper into where those connections lie. What I'd like to start first with is showing you this picture though, because for me, it illustrates in such a perfect way of what is currently going wrong in our linear economic system. What you see here is it's a new type of rock that was discovered about 6 years ago by scientists on a beach of Hawaii. Those white bits in the rock are pieces of coral. It's black volcanic rock, it's sand, but the most important bit is those little blue line that you see on the right. And this blue line is basically molten and hardened plastic. And this shows the way we use our resources is we take them from the environment, we produce something out of it, and in the end we throw it away, and it ends up on the most remote parts of our world. And this is particularly wrong because if we needed the impacts this resource use has, this is quite astonishing, because about 50% of our global greenhouse gases go back to the use of resources and about 90% to biodiversity loss and water stress. And when we talk about resources here, this is not just fossil fuels, as you would assume, but it's also the use of biomass, of metals and non-metallic materials. And therefore, there's a great potential in using our resources and materials and products in a more circular way to actually reduce those associated impacts. There's a study from Material Economics which looked at exactly this, how the implementation of circular strategies can actually contribute to reducing greenhouse gases, for example. They looked at these 4 material streams, steel, plastic, aluminium, and cement. And they developed a baseline, or as we call it, business as usual scenario up to the year 2050. And then they developed an alternative scenario where they implemented different circular strategies. So they circulated the materials in better ways, they used them more efficiently, and they implemented circular business models, which means that they extended the use of those materials and prolonged their lifetime. And they could show that just by applying through those strategies, you could save about up to 56% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is startling, I think. And therefore, you've seen this picture before in the presentation by Isabel. It's no surprise that the circular economy is strongly implemented in the, or part of the priority themes that were identified in the European Green Deal. Under point 3, it's explicitly spelled out, mobilizing industry for a clean and circular economy, but it also runs through the different themes and priority areas. Number 4, for example, building and renovating in an energy and resource efficient way, or in number 7 for the farm to fork strategy. So, what is the circular economy about? Well, the real aim of it is that we need to decouple value creation and well-being from the impacts of resource use. And when we talk about decoupling, it needs to be an absolute decoupling, because what we've seen in the past is that while value creation and well-being have increased, the impacts that they create have leveled out. But if we really talk about a carbon neutral economy as it's been envisaged in the European Green Deal and as its target of the German climate program as well, we need to see a decrease of those impacts. So we need to see a decrease of carbon emissions, for example. And this decrease means we need an absolute decoupling. And this is where the circular economy and its strategies can contribute to. I briefly wanted to show you this almost iconic picture of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation as well. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I think there's 2 very fundamental and important things in it. One of it is that it differentiates between a biological cycle and a technical cycle. And when we look at the biological cycle, we just need to make sure that anything which really enters the environment, the natural environment, it needs to be compatible with it. So when we produce materials which we can't keep in a closed loop and they enter the environment, they need to be non-toxic. That's the most important part. The other thing is when we look at the technical cycle, there are different strategies how we can achieve our aim of keeping the value of materials and products at the highest level. So in the past, we've strongly focused on recycling, which you see on the right, on the outer cycle, but recycling is an end-of-life strategy. This means here the materials and products have already lost a lot of their value and they're being recycled, and most often at this moment in time, they are down cycled, so they lose a lot of their value. And the closer or the smaller the circles are, like sharing, maintain, prolong, reuse, redistribute, the higher is the value that you can retain with those products. And this is what we call the different circular strategies that we need to think and implement more broadly in the future. So where do these ideas and thoughts connect with the blue economy? Well, I think there's many parts, and I'm just sort of picking up those 2 here. Stopping land-based pollution is an obvious one. What we've seen also in our circular economy initiative in Germany, there's a great apprehension and the pressure is being felt by many businesses and companies who are part of the plastic value chain. They see that society demands from them solutions of how to combat this problem, and there are intense discussions of how, example, circular plastic packaging can be made more circular. So here the attention by society has really contributed to driving the momentum for finding solutions. We don't see this so much as has been identified by this report, Ocean Solutions from the Ocean Panel. We don't see this so much for the problem of nutrients and the problem of dead zones in coastal areas, for example, for pesticide runoff, industrial pollutions. So they have not reached the same level of attention and influence. And here the reform agenda needs to be accelerated really to get the necessary impact. when we look at the potentials of where the blue economy and the circular economy connect, it's obvious, and this is part of, or this is why we are here together for the Algae Summit. It's the sustainable use of algae. If used properly, they are the perfect regenerative system. No fresh water required, no fertilizer, no land requirements, and plus they can contribute to carbon sequestration. There's a whole range of applications, food additives, biopackaging, and so on. But what we need to emphasize here, and this is why I think it's important that we look at those circular strategies. Just because something is made out of bio-based materials, it doesn't mean it's compatible with the natural environment. So bioplastics might not be made for being biodegradable. And this is something that we need to be keeping in the back of our minds. Substitution, exploring the use of algae as replacements, again, is a perfect circular strategy that we can look into in the future as well. So to conclude, I think the potentials of using algae, of bringing the circular economy and the blue economy together are huge. And I'm really looking forward to the themes today over the course of the day. But we need a systemic and integrated view. And this is what Isabel has underlined as well, how we can tap into this potential and use this in the best way. So with this, I'm finishing. Thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Suzanne. I give very short the word to Johanna for a practical message.
I just have a very practical message because we have questions of people who cannot change the language. On the live stream, you have on the bottom of the screen, you have a music note, and there you can change and choose your language. I hope this is clear. Thank you.
So thank you, Susanna. It was great to hear also the relation. I think one of my first questions would have been, what is the relation between now the blue economy and the circular economy? I think that due to your presentation, I'm not going to jump in that part anymore. That was very clear. I'm also happy to hear all these ways of thinking are getting aligned and are getting really become part of bigger political agendas in order to make this shift and transition. Nevertheless, I'm interested, and I go back to Isabel and want to make then a jump back to Susanne, especially on the EU strategy initiative on algae. You were quite mysterious about that, and I like that, of course, to know a little bit more. But also somebody in the chat is asking, who is leading this, and is it possible? Is there already possible to find something online?
So that's the tricky issue with new innovative sectors, is that it's not really there is a gap. It's not very clear who is responsible, and it's difficult to put it in a box. You see, that's one of the, I think, the main concerns that have been expressed by the algae sectors, and they came to us in DG Mare with a list of problems they face. Very often there is no clear regulation in place, and they don't know if they have to be considered as plants, as I don't know, seafood or whatever. So it's a complex issue, and that's why, I mean, DG Mare, because we have this soft competence on doing trying to develop a maritime policy in Europe. So we are very keen to answer those needs and so on. But that's why it's not that we will. I won't today share with you what we will do, because there is a need to analyze things, and okay. Especially at EU level, we know we are very much criticized the Commission for imposing rules or whatever, and there is a long process before envisaging any, for example, form of regulation of whatever. So that's what the colleagues will do, is that the first step is that we need to have an impact assessment to identify exactly what are the gaps, what are the potential solutions, and what is the advantage and the cost, for example, of those different options. So this is the process we will launch next year. So there will be, it will be accompanied with different stakeholders, consultation, and things like that. So I think if people are interested, I think I really invite you to follow that closely. And there are a few colleagues in DG Mare that will be in charge of this. But it's not that today I will tell you from the like that this is what will happen in a few months' time. We have some ideas in mind, but we need to discuss that also, because we know also that at the end it will be the Commission, the Parliament, and all the different decision makers that will adopt any decision. So we need to see really if what's the best options are, what are the best options, and how we want to tackle this issue.
Yes, thank you. We also see every day here in the atelier and from the atelier that legislations, rules are sometimes blocking this circular economy in itself. So we are framed in our environment. We don't know sometimes if algae are food, if they are a material, if we can apply them in different environments itself. And how do you see, Susanna, this role of, for instance, an organization as Acatec to help organizations, initiatives, industries to bring them together and to make a set of rules that is smart and adaptive to changing environments?
Well, what we've seen in our I call it platform now, or in our initiative, is really the importance of, in particular with a view to the circular economy, bringing all participants or stakeholders of the value chain together. And this is how we've chosen our use cases as well. For example, plastic packaging was one of them, and it was really helpful just to have everybody sitting there, from providing the raw material, developing the plastics packaging, to the recyclers in the end. And to formulate, first of all, make sure we speak the same language, we use the same terminology, but then we also talk about the same aims and targets of what we want to work towards to. So I think these are the really most fundamental steps. That they can take a long time and they might be difficult, but I think the problems and challenges we are facing is so complex that we need this broad stakeholder overview on the different perspectives if we want to achieve momentum, and if we really want to come to integrated solutions that include everyone and provide benefits and incentives for all participants. Because if we have many losing out, those solutions might not be implemented in the end, and then we don't get anywhere. So I think this is some of the advantages a platform like you have in Atelier LUMA can contribute to as well, to bring in the different perspectives and stakeholders and start the discussions of where to move to.
I saw Johanna next to me doing a sign. That's probably for time itself. I'm happy to hear that you see the value of initiatives as an Atelier LUMA, though we are working on how can we connect the national and the European levels and the regional levels, because we can think local, that's good, but how are we able to connect all these levels together so that they enforce each other? Isabel, maybe, or Suzanne.
I think first Isabel, because we are a national initiative, so we have this link to regional initiatives as well. But I think this question should go to Isabel first.
Yeah, here again, I think at EU level, we work a lot like that. I mean, working and funding, for example, a number of projects that are local projects, and then sharing those experience, because I mean, it's a collective. We need to learn from each other. So I mean, a lot of things that are for example, funded by EU funds in terms of research or whatever, or also the regional funds, there are local projects. But what we try always to promote at Commission level is that those local projects exchange each other. So we have plenty of different platforms, forums, networks that exist at the EU level. And it's amazing to see those different communities working together, exchanging and so on. And that's on that basis that we can then propose to our decision makers what's the way forward and what is needed, and to promote new approaches, new strategies, new technologies, and so on. But it is bottom up at some point. Even if we are very much criticized for being top down, I think it's a wrong. I mean, it's misperception in many aspects. I think there is a lot of initiatives that are funded by the EU programs that are local initiatives, and what we are trying to do is to build on them to create indeed a legal framework that is useful for all of us. But this takes time.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how then impact is measured in these kind of very local initiatives. That's one of our problems. I'm sharing also we are doing these kind of things, bringing people together, and then how do we measure now this, and how can we contribute to that bigger picture that we have? I look maybe to Isabelle. No, not to Isabelle, but Suzanne, sorry.
Okay. Well, I think this is one of the most fundamentally complicated and challenging questions of how do you measure the impact of your work and that you're going in the right direction. In particular, when we talk about circularity, there are many metrics and indicators that don't even exist today, because we need about progress in, like you say, in networks. If you establish industrial ecosystems, how do you allocate the progress or the reduction in using materials how do you allocate this success over several companies, for example, so that they can use it in their own reporting as well. But I think well, first of all, we need momentum to look into those metrics and how we measure the progress. We should also build on the basis of what we already have. Carbon footprints, material footprints, of course, is something that is established and where you can show how impact is being made. But then, of course, I think we need to have we need to kickstart fundamental discussions about the value of things, about how we measure value, whether GDP in the future will be the sole indicator for measuring progress, or whether we don't need to look into broader issues of genuine progress indicator, for example. So I think this is sort of just touching on a few points of a huge discussion. This is what we need to contribute to in these kind of initiatives.
Thank you. I would like that we can bring in the cultural, economical, social value into the bigger picture, and society will surely change with algae, I'm sure. And therefore, we're gonna close this panel. Thank you for this very inspiring start and umbrella conversation of today. We take everybody on a guided tour in the atelier, and I would like to thank Suzanne Katner of Acatec and Isabelle Vialon of the European Commission. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne and Isabelle. So yeah, this really provides us with the notion we need for the rest of the day, and it lays the ground for all the talks that are coming. So thank you so much. So we move forward to our next panel, and about algae and LUMA. Let's go for it. Alors.
Oh, well.
On est de retour à l'atelier.
We're back to the workshop. Okay,
On va vous donc présenter rapidement l'équipe et les projets de la Algae
Platform.
Donc m'ont rejoint sur le plateau Henriette, directeur artistique et de la recherche de Atelier LUMA et designer. Adeline, biologiste et chargée de recherche.
Biologist and researcher, Adeline Webbe and Anne-Claire Hostekin, product designer and product manager at Atelier LUMA. Well, the project started back in 2017 through the implementation of the Algae lab with the Studio Claire and Ross. Back in 2017, in the space which was empty, hard to imagine. But anyway, that's empty. We set up the first equipment pieces for algae, first machinery, extruders, and 3D printers, a lab which was experimental, basic, but offering the whole chain of production to work from the algae down to the finished product. Testing very quickly a host of solutions and materials like plastics, for example. So we set up from day one in 2017 strong links with players in the region, stakeholders who worked on algae and biomaterials, École de Neil Tallis, research is ongoing, Infoset, Les Salins, saline marshes, and local producers and other participants which enrich our project and which are continuing apace. Anne Claire, as designer and project managers, could you tell us how the research is taking place on materials? The approach is to start from understanding of biology of microalgae and value them in terms of materials, allowing us to explore all the design possibilities. We're designers, and our purpose is to take the materials to manufacture finished products and to explore a lot of avenues. That's it. So this challenge here is to create materials which are customized, tweaked or adapted to each project, creating virtuous circles. Every project will allow us to explore microalgae and to deepen our knowledge of these resources. We're working a lot, as you said, on bioplastics, integrating microalgae. We want to adapt the type of microalgae we will use and the formulation based on the features mechanical and we want to get. We're going to be working on microalgae on granulometry. We will test strategies for protection purposes, incorporation rates, synergies between microalgae and extraction of some components. Some of our procedures are experimental, being tested. We've got small extruders and 3D printers at the workshop. Sometimes we are, doing laser cutting. It's handicraft. Thermocompression is used also, and one of the challenges we have is to mass produce at the end of extrusion on large machines and injection of plastic processes. So much for the challenges. We want to protect the microalgae from shearing stress, testing the materials. A lot of work on plastics, other ways to use the algae, reuse them. Yes, of course, we have textile designers, so we can explore also the fields of textiles. We're continuing with the first center of plasturgy doing extrusion, but at a small scale, to have textile filaments used for textile yarns. We're trying other procedures, coating, and we'll create a second skin around the yarn to modify its color, its texture, its shape, what have you. We tested induction and dyeing. Well, microalgae, is a vast domain. We started, addressing some issues, but we have a lot of opportunities out there. Yeah, it's a lot of workload out there. Okay, good. Now, Adeline Weppe is a biologist. You've been here for 4 years. How do you explore the opportunities of algae for materials? Well, one of our main work stream is to bring out diversity of algae into territory. We're discovering diversity of algae by carrying out sampling in the region on a regular basis. From the start, we're sampling different ecosystems in Camargue. This approach is interesting because to date we have very little knowledge of on microalgae in Camargue. They were not really studied, and inventories were carried out on algae in the saline marshes or colonizing the shell of tortoise. And we have a species which is algae responsible for the coloration of the pink waters in the summer. We have little data on other types of mediums, but for the last 4 years, and because of our field experience, we have algae in all the ecosystems, or nearly all, be they natural or artificial, if you have some water. Therefore, on our side, we collected and isolated from the samples 30 species of microalgae in different families, providing a first image of what is present in the Camargue, and which makes it possible for us to set up gradually a collection of algae, which we reuse in a stream library to enhance this diversity. This strain library. How do you use this? The work is to understand the potential of the algae and to imagine how they can become a resource, a raw material for a given application. We must grow it, and we have to look at different applications described by Anne-Claire. At the workshop, we carry out domestication of species which are wild, quote-unquote. Domestication is carried out by testing and adjusting different parameters of cropping to find the right settings to promote algal growth. Once we have growth, we have production of biomass. By analyzing the feature of the biomass, we are able to identify properties they can provide, justifying optimizing this production. The Labo Algae project took about 2 years, devoted to growing on a small scale at the workshop. We will move on to the pilot production phase in 2020 with the setting up in Camargue of a basin or dedicated to the culture of microalgae. Also, it must be an educational aid. We'll have training programs and different techniques of algae harvesting, and we'll look at new modes of production. Last point, which is important, this change in scale will allow us to test a case study to imagine through production of algae down to its use as biomass in a given design application, setting up a value chain on a territory in France. Thank you, Adeline Weppe. It's a great challenge, a lot of work on your platter. Yes, indeed. Now, Henriette Val.
We see all that happens here in Arles, but it happens also outside of Arles, and you've led various projects outside of Arles. So could you tell us about that?
Yeah, we switched to English because of our friends on the other side of the Mediterranean. I'm gonna wave at them. I know that they're watching. Yeah, so indeed, like after in 2016, beginning the atelier together with Jan and appointing potential in the region, like the atelier is growing as as we hear, but also we reached out to other wetlands in the Mediterranean region that have a common typology in terms of landscape, but other cultures. And I think in these times where we are in economical, environmental, and migration crisis, it's extremely relevant and interesting to have this Mediterranean design project. So I think it was about 2 years ago when we first took Algae as an ambassador, aiming to share knowledge between Southern European, Near Eastern and Northern African communities, scientists, designers, farmers, craftspeople. And yeah, I wondered how algae and algae expertise is embedded in those other cultures. So for instance, we went to Sardinia, where we collaborated with Metsi Foundation and a community of San Vero Milis, and it was about algae materials combined with the 7,000-year-old craft of weaving that you have there. So it was about restoring wetland nature, but also revitalizing a craft. And actually here, I don't know, where's the camera? Here, there's the very first piece, or one of the first pieces. It feels ancient already. It's an algae print made with the cyanotype technology. So on the spot, a print that was made with sunlight. Meanwhile, we can do this thanks to Adeline with and other people in the atelier, also with algae dyes. More recent pieces are on show currently in the Plant Fever exhibition in Belgium. But also, yeah, so this project is continuing. We hope to sustain this. But also we went to Turkey, for instance, where we had an exchange with different universities about ancient glasscraft and 3D printing with algae. In Egypt, we learned what the plastic problem is on the other side of the Mediterranean. It's really, I can tell you, much more in the face than it is here. And we introduced young female designers to alternative algae-based materials. This was an important start on which we also want to build further. So I think to conclude, we aim to create, also with you, Johanna, to this transdisciplinary science and design network. And also the Mediterranean ambition is to develop sustainable satellite projects in wetlands regions and really reinforce a truly diverse perspective on our design approach.
Okay, now, thank you. Donc voilà, ça montre de manière très rapide la diversité
des diversity of projects at LUMA, our ambitions for the future, we hope.
Pouvoir vous montrer tout ça
going forward,
le permettront,
when conditions allow it, in our workshop or elsewhere. Questions on the chat, we won't have time to answer all the questions, but why do we continue talking about plastics when these are debates which are ongoing, which we want to pursue? A lot of reasons trying to do bioplastic and getting rid of plastic. We have no pat answers. Right now, let's give you a tour, a guided tour of the workshop with Caroline. Let's have a guided tour of the LUMA workshop.
Vous accueillir à l'atelier, on a pensé qu'il pouvait être sympathique de vous faire découvrir le labo Algae in situ avec l'équipe au travail et de vous montrer un petit peu comment ça se passait ici. Évidemment, il y a plein de possibilités de découvrir cet atelier et de plein d'angles d'attaque, mais je me suis dit qu'aujourd'hui, on pouvait juste regarder de quelle manière nous, ont travaillé les algues et comment finalement toutes ces matières ont été créées. On va commencer par une première partie. Donc ici, on se trouve dans la chambre de culture. C'est ici que nos biologistes, designers, experts du territoire vont venir répertorier les différentes espèces et vont nous les amener à l'atelier. Donc là, par exemple, on a la spiruline de Camargue, l'Allobacterium, qui est cette algue très rose orangée qu'on retrouve dans les salins, mais également aussi d'autres espèces, des souches qu'on sait cultivables, qui vont nous permettre d'accompagner certaines des espèces du territoire, mais aussi certains projets dans le développement de matières avec des procédés différents. Une fois que ces espèces ont été amenées ici, l'intérêt c'est de voir si finalement on va pouvoir les exploiter en termes de culture. Puisque aujourd'hui il y a plein d'espèces d'algues qui vont finalement pas résister à la culture et qui sont très difficiles d'exploiter pour des matériaux. Une fois que certaines de ces algues ont été référencées, on va avoir à l'intérieur de cet élément la bibliothèque vivante. Donc c'est une bibliothèque de souches d'algues qui nous semblent être les plus pertinentes dans la création de nos projets. Après qu'on ait extrait ces différentes espèces qui nous ont semblé être intéressantes d'un point de vue de leur culture, on va commencer à pouvoir travailler la matière. À l'atelier, il est vrai qu'une grande partie des recherches ont été faites notamment sur tout ce qui est propriétés colorimétriques et de quelle manière ces algues pouvaient accompagner la création de nos matériaux et les différentes couleurs. On s'aperçoit, en fait, c'est assez bluffant. Quand on parle normalement d'éléments naturels, on pense toujours à des tonalités dans des jaunes, des verts, des marrons, mais on ne connaît pas en fait les propriétés de certaines algues qui ont des couleurs absolument incroyables qu'on pourrait penser absolument pas naturelles et qui sont bluffantes, des roses, des bleus, des orangés. Donc évidemment, ces différentes algues, elles vont être exploitées de plein de manières différentes. On va avoir tout un travail de séchage et d'extraction de ces pigments, comme par exemple ce qu'on peut voir ici. Des pigments qui ensuite vont pouvoir être ajoutés à cette matière plastique qu'on a imaginée. Mais également des pigments qui pourraient être utilisés pour des teintures et notamment pas mal de tests qui est fait à l'heure actuelle avec le laboratoire textile. Une fois que ces matériaux ont été élaborés, ou en tout cas qu'on a commencé en fait à extraire les bons ingrédients, c'est souvent là que démarre la collaboration avec l'ensemble de nos designers résidents. Donc ça peut être des designers, des jeunes designers, comme des designers plus confirmés, comme des entreprises en fait qui nous sollicitent. Et là l'idée c'est de voir comment éprouver cette matière. Quels pourraient être les procédés mécaniques, technologiques qui pourraient être exploités, comme là par exemple l'imprimante 3D, mais on peut aussi avoir tout un travail sur les procédés d'injection, la thermocompression, etc. Évidemment, ce qui plaît beaucoup aux designers, c'est de voir toute la palette de possibles qui peut être envisagée avec ces algues, avec des matières extrêmement transparentes comme des matières beaucoup plus mates, voire irisées, Et donc là, c'est une autre bibliothèque qui est la bibliothèque de matières déjà créées. Là, on a l'ensemble des algues, mais là réduites en poudre, qui vont pouvoir être mélangées aux billes de PLA. Une fois que tous ces tests ont été faits, on arrive bien sûr au projet, où là on a travaillé avec pas mal de designers jusqu'aujourd'hui, notamment les tout premiers, Marc Strauss et Eric Larenberg, qui ont travaillé sur tout un système de contenants issus de recherches qu'ils avaient fait avec le musée d'Arles antique. Donc il y a énormément de contenants qui ont été retrouvés lors de fouilles archéologiques. Et ce qui était assez bluffant, c'est que finalement ces contenants sont restés très longtemps dans la mer et ont été recouverts d'algues. Et finalement, les objets qui ont été créés à partir des algues retrouvées aujourd'hui sur le territoire comportaient les mêmes couleurs que ces objets anciens qui avaient été retrouvés. Donc ça nous a permis en fait de créer tout un système de carafes, de verres et de pots. Et puis également toute une série d'autres expérimentations, comme par exemple celle-ci, qui ont été faites, elles, à partir des déchets issus de cette première recherche. Donc bien sûr, quand on utilise l'imprimante 3D, on a pas mal de petits éléments qui restent et qui sont inexploités. Donc là, on a travaillé avec un système de thermocompression dans la création de plaques. Alors bien sûr, il y a plein de possibilités. C'est très aléatoire comme travail, mais ça donne des tests. Et des recherches également encore plus fines qui là sont faites avec d'autres laboratoires partenaires de l'atelier, notamment cette recherche sur un fil d'algues dans le même esprit qu'un textile comme de la viscose, où là on a travaillé la matière et les billes tellement finement qu'on est sur un fil qui est presque comme un cheveu qu'on va pouvoir par la suite tisser. Donc évidemment, je vous présente quelques projets comme ça, mais l'Algae Lab, c'est surtout un ensemble de collaborations, de discussions qui se sont faites avec des gens sur le territoire, des designers à l'étranger, différents experts de tous horizons, pas uniquement en fait dédiés sur l'univers des algues, et bon nombre de collaborations qui trouvent aujourd'hui des débouchés, notamment un partenariat avec Vitra sur cet élément-là qui a été dessiné il y a quelques années par les Bourroulec et qui s'appelle l'algue, qui est un élément de système de cloison et qu'on a aujourd'hui réussi à injecter avec la matière d'algue. Voilà. Et j'espère qu'au cours de la journée, vous allez découvrir bon nombre d'autres projets qui vont participer à la découverte de ce qu'il est possible de faire aujourd'hui avec l'Algae Lab.
Donc, après cette présentation du projet Algae.
So after having a presentation of the Algae Summit, we're going to carry on with our program. Now we're going to take algae in a more global perspective, and we're going to have a little video recorded by Sébastien Dutreuil, who's a science historian and researcher. He works for CNRS, and he works on the hypothesis called Gaia as Earth being an interconnected system that is alive. In his video, he wants to revisit the hypothesis by showing how algae showed a crucial role with this hypothesis, and allows us to question the separation between what is alive and what is organic or inorganic.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Le titre de ma présentation est « Les algues au centre d'une transformation de nos conceptions de la Terre, de la vie et de la nature, Margulis, Lovelock et Gaïa ». L'hypothèse Gaïa a été proposée par Lovelock et Margulis dans les années 60 et 70. Les auteurs partent du double constat suivant. Premièrement, la vie a une influence massive sur son environnement géologique. Et deuxièmement, l'environnement global est resté stable ou habitable pendant plus de 3 milliards d'années en dépit de perturbations externes comme l'augmentation continue de la luminosité du Soleil. C'est ces deux constats, pris ensemble, qui invitent les auteurs à suggérer l'hypothèse suivant laquelle c'est la vie qui régule l'environnement chimique et climatique de la Terre. Et donc qui rend compte de cette stabilité et habitabilité de l'environnement global. L'importance de l'idée d'une régulation a ensuite mené Lovelock à comparer la Terre ou Gaïa tantôt à un thermostat, tantôt à un organisme, puisque les organismes et les thermostats sont les deux exemples emblématiques de systèmes régulés. Je vais essayer de montrer dans cette présentation que Gaïa est à l'origine d'une nouvelle conception de la Terre et que les algues étaient au centre des travaux de Margulis et de Lovelock. Je repérerai ensuite les déplacements opérés par Lovelock et Margulis sur la manière dont nous pensons la vie et son rapport au milieu, avant de présenter la manière dont Lovelock s'est appuyé sur Gaïa pour faire des propositions politiques concrètes à propos de l'environnement global. Gaïa a souvent été caricaturée comme une hypothèse marginale et pseudo-scientifique. Cette caricature empêche de comprendre comment Gaïa a au contraire eu une influence sourde et profonde sur les sciences et représentations contemporaines de la Terre. Ainsi, lorsqu'Joachim Schellnhuber, un climatologue allemand extrêmement influent, défend l'objectif de limiter le réchauffement de la Terre à 2 degrés, il le fait à partir d'une comparaison de la Terre à un organisme directement hérité de Gaïa, et en comparant une hausse de 2 degrés à une fièvre qui pourrait être catastrophique pour le système Terre. Cette nouvelle conception de la Terre a pris de l'importance dans les années 80. À cette époque, de nombreux scientifiques, des climatologues, des géochimistes, des écologues, vont, au sein des agences qui structurent et financent la recherche à une échelle nationale et internationale, défendre l'idée qu'il faut lancer de nouveaux programmes de recherche en sciences de la Terre qui visent à étudier les changements globaux du système Terre. Deux arguments viennent légitimer l'idée qu'il faut fonder une nouvelle science de la Terre. Le premier, c'est l'urgence scientifique et politique constituée par les changements globaux, dont les deux exemples emblématiques au cœur des années 80 sont le changement climatique et le trou dans la couche d'ozone. Le second est d'ordre ontologique, c'est la reconnaissance d'une nouvelle entité, le système Terre et de ses nombreuses interconnexions, qui doit nous forcer à constituer une nouvelle science étudiant ce nouvel objet. La conception de la Terre, héritée de Gaïa, influence encore les sciences et politiques contemporaines de la Terre. Elle a nourri par exemple l'idée de tipping elements proposée récemment, c'est-à-dire l'idée que certains grands ensembles régionaux de la Terre, les organes de Gaïa, pourraient être déstabilisés de manière brutale et catastrophique suite à de petites perturbations. En s'appuyant sur cette idée, le même groupe de scientifiques a proposé d'identifier 9 limites planétaires, c'est-à-dire 9 variables environnementales globales qui doivent rester en dessous d'un certain seuil si nous voulons maintenir la Terre habitable. C'est sur cette idée de limite planétaire qu'a été inscrite la proposition d'écocide par la Convention citoyenne pour le climat en France. Je vais maintenant essayer de vous montrer que les algues étaient au cœur des réflexions de Margulis et de Lovelock lorsqu'ils élaborent l'hypothèse Gaïa. En bas à gauche, on voit Lynn Margulis qui tient dans ses mains un tapis de cyanobactéries, ces algues prokaryotes et unicellulaires qui ont inventé la photosynthèse oxygénique. Lynn Margulis est célèbre pour avoir proposé une théorie de l'endosymbiose dans les années 60 et 70. Elle a ainsi montré que de nombreux organismes présents à l'intérieur de cellules proviennent de l'ingestion de bactéries préexistantes et de la création d'une symbiose entre la bactérie ingérée et l'hôte. L'ensemble des plantes ont des chloroplastes dans leurs cellules, leur permettant de réaliser la photosynthèse, et ces chloroplastes sont d'anciennes cyanobactéries. Cette théorie a changé nos conceptions de l'individualité biologique, mais aussi de l'évolution du vivant, de la création des espèces et du célèbre arbre de la vie de Darwin. L'arbre ne doit plus être pensé comme une série d'embranchements avec des espèces qui descendent verticalement les unes des autres, car les événements de symbiose décrits par Margulis correspondent à des branches horizontales qui vont soudainement relier deux espèces très éloignées dans l'arbre du vivant. Le métabolisme des cyanobactéries, c'est-à-dire la photosynthèse, a changé de manière radicale la surface de la Terre. Ce changement constitue l'un des exemples les plus emblématiques de l'effet des vivants sur l'environnement global. L'ensemble de l'oxygène de l'atmosphère, c'est-à-dire 20% du poids total de l'atmosphère, a en effet été produit par ce métabolisme issu des algues. Et la présence d'oxygène dans l'atmosphère a ensuite permis la création de la couche d'ozone stratosphérique qui protège la surface de la Terre des ultraviolets. Au moment de l'oxygénation de l'atmosphère, il y a 2,2 milliards d'années, une grande crise écologique est déclenchée. L'ensemble des organismes qui ne tolèrent pas l'oxygène sont relégués au second plan. Cette crise est redoublée d'un bouleversement climatique, le premier épisode de Terre boule de neige, au cours duquel l'ensemble de la surface de la Terre, jusqu'à l'équateur, a été recouvert de glace. C'est l'oxygène qui, en détruisant le méthane de l'atmosphère, est responsable de cette glaciation. Dans les années 70, Lovelock s'intéresse au cycle du soufre. À l'époque, dans les bilans quantitatifs qui sont réalisés, le cycle du soufre ne boucle pas. Beaucoup plus de soufre passe des continents aux océans que des océans aux continents. Lovelock, avec des collègues, va montrer que c'est la production de diméthylsulfite par les algues et le phytoplancton qui permet au soufre de repasser dans l'atmosphère, puis vers les continents. 15 ans plus tard, avec d'autres collègues, il montre que ce diméthylsulfide ou DMS joue un rôle central pour la nucléation des nuages et donc le climat. Les auteurs suggèrent ainsi que des algues pourraient réguler le climat global. Une augmentation de température pourrait ainsi mener à une augmentation de la productivité du plancton et donc de DMS. Le DMS augmenterait ensuite la nébulosité et limiterait l'augmentation initiale de température. Plus récemment, des auteurs ont suggéré que les algues produisant des coquilles calcaires, comme les coccolithophores, pourraient stabiliser le cycle du carbone à long terme et empêcher des épisodes climatiques catastrophiques comme des terres boules de neige. Ces algues se répandent dans les océans il y a environ 200 millions d'années. Ce sont les coquilles de ces algues qui constituent entièrement les falaises de craie comme celles d'Étretat. À leur mort, les coquilles vont s'accumuler au fond des océans. Mais avant leur apparition, dans l'histoire de la vie, le calcaire était pour l'essentiel produit en eau peu profonde, comme dans les récifs coralliens. C'est cette accumulation de calcaire au fond des océans, stockant du CO2, qui stabilise le cycle du carbone à long terme. Je voudrais maintenant m'arrêter sur quelques déplacements qui ont été opérés par Gaïa sur la manière dont nous pensons les vivants et leur rapport au milieu. Un premier rapport important a été de souligner le fait que les vivants influencent massivement leur environnement géologique, de la composition chimique des océans et de l'atmosphère au climat. Ce point a notamment été mis en avant contre les récits dominants en biologie de l'évolution, suivant lesquels les vivants ne faisaient que s'adapter à un environnement extérieur et indépendant d'eux. Le deuxième apport a été de globaliser le concept de milieu ou d'environnement. L'échelle typique d'études en biologie et en écologie est une échelle locale. Les exemples emblématiques d'écosystèmes sont une mare, un lac, un bassin versant, une forêt. En s'intéressant aux algues et aux bactéries, Lovelock et Margulis ont été forcés de s'intéresser à une échelle globale, puisque les effets pertinents de ces organismes, à savoir le rejet de leurs déchets métaboliques, se situent au niveau des enveloppes fluides et globales que sont l'océan et l'atmosphère. C'est précisément cette globalisation de l'idée de milieu qui a mené Lovelock à considérer que Gaïa était vivante. Il y a deux lectures possibles de cette idée. La première est de la considérer comme une analogie ou une comparaison. L'idée est ici que le système comprenant l'atmosphère et les océans est analogue à un organisme ou à un thermostat puisqu'il possède des propriétés du même genre et ici des propriétés de régulation. La seconde lecture, que j'ai appelée extension vitale, considère que l'atmosphère et les océans sont directement des parties des vivants. Pour illustrer ce point, on peut repartir de l'idée suivant laquelle une termitière peut être considérée comme un organisme étendu. Si on s'intéresse à la physiologie des termites, on constatera que la régulation de certaines variables vitales, comme la concentration en CO2 ou la température, ne sont pas exercées seulement à l'intérieur des termites, mais aussi au sein de la termitière. Les termites ont construit la termitière avec une certaine orientation par rapport au soleil et modifient constamment son aération. On peut considérer que la termitière est un organisme ou est vivante pour deux raisons. Soit, si on suit l'idée d'une analogie, on dira qu'elle est un organisme parce qu'elle est régulée comme le sont les organismes. Soit on dira qu'elle est vivante parce que la termitière est une partie une extension matérielle des termites, et nous avions en fait eu tort d'arrêter ces frontières matérielles à l'exosquelette des termites. Dans le cas de Gaïa, l'atmosphère aussi est une partie vivante puisqu'elle a été en large partie directement construite par les vivants, comme la fourrure d'un écureuil ou la coquille d'un escargot, comme le dit Lovelock. Lovelock s'est souvent appuyé sur sa conception de la Terre et de la nature pour faire des prescriptions politiques et environnementales concrètes. On a souvent célébré Gaïa comme une conception de la nature alternative à celle de la modernité. Les humains ne sont plus extérieurs à la nature, mais situés dans Gaïa, au même titre que l'ensemble des autres vivants. Mais on n'a pas souvent remarqué que ce point était mobilisé par Lovelock pour diminuer l'importance des pollutions chimiques contemporaines sur lesquelles il travaillait. Il considérait que les pollutions chimiques ne sont pas une exception anthropologique et sont certainement triviales au regard de l'oxygénation de l'atmosphère il y a 2 milliards d'années. Lovelock est aussi connu pour avoir formulé des propositions de géo-ingénierie, c'est-à-dire de modification du climat à grande échelle. Il a ainsi proposé de mélanger artificiellement les océans en disposant des tuyaux géants en béton qui permettraient de faire remonter des nutriments en surface et de doper la productivité des algues et donc le stockage du CO2. Ces propositions s'insèrent dans une conception de la Terre et de la nature qui ne voit plus les humains comme des ingénieurs devant réparer une Terre conçue comme un vaisseau spatial en panne, mais qui voit les scientifiques comme des médecins au chevet d'une Terre organique mais malade.
Donc, bienvenue sur notre
Welcome back.
table ronde de la journée.
And this is going to be our second roundtable discussion for the day. It's entitled Algae, Resources and Territories. Now, talking about algae, before you talk about any possible applications, implementations, techniques, or uses, I think it's crucial that we look at what algae really are as living organisms and to understand how and where they can be found in nature, in which kind of ecosystems, but also in which kind of environment, whether natural, industrial, or whether they are found and used. So there's no one way of looking at algae, but different realities that are part and parcel of different contexts. For this panel, we have invited 4 researchers who work on 3 different projects. So I'd like to call them up here to the table and ask them to join me. I'm going to introduce them. We have Susana Fernandez. Hello, Susana, who is a researcher at the University of Pau in the southwest of France and in charge of a MANTA, chair in charge of marine materials. Then we have Florine Colbacchini. Hello, Florine, who's an agro-engineer in charge of the Technological Laboratory of Microalgae in New Caledonia. We have Thierry Geoffrey, marine biologist and researcher in physiology and algae ecology at Ifremer. And both Florine and Thierry work together on a research program in New Caledonia. They're going to tell us more about it later. And we have Maria Chiara Cantore, whom I cannot see, but I hope she's going to appear back on screen. He's a lecturer at Genoa University on restoration of algae.
Je vais vous demander de présenter chacun vos projets.
I'm going to ask each one of you to introduce your own projects, and we're going to start with Susanna. If you were kind enough to tell us what you do in the Basque Country.
Well, well,
est-ce que vous voyez ma présentation?
Can you see the screen? Yes. Yeah, full screen. Okay, right. Okay, perfect. Susanna. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking part in this workshop, which is very interesting. Thank you, Johanna, for this introduction of yours and for the opportunity to present my work for 2 years using different players, interested parties who are economical at the Basque Country, locally, and with local players to promote the red seaweed. We have different resources in the Basque Country. It's a marriage with organizers, and we want to improve and recycle this gold, red gold, using blue biotechnology related to a so-called circular economy. Now, to introduce red algae in the Basque Country, in the Cantabrian Sea called Gelidium corneum, which has been christened since 1913 thanks to the researchers Lamoureux. It is found not only in the Basque Country, but also in Portugal, Spain, and Morocco. In the Basque Country, you get the map of the Basque Country from Hendaye to Guattari. It is to be found at a depth of 30 meters, and of course on rocky crests. This is interesting, and we want to use it sustainably between August and December with the swell and the tidal waves of this algae will be found on the beaches or on high seas. Traditionally, at the Basque Country, we pick up the seaweed. This has been done since 1940 and since 1995. Because of its properties, which we will discuss, and what we can extract from this algae. Since 1915, it is a supplement for the fisheries. Therefore, as you can see on this slide, red algae can be fished and is ranking second in local fisheries, first being hake from the Basque Country, which is a well-known fish. We have 12 vessels fishing for the red algae between September down to February, March. As I said, these local players like fishermen are very busy and are betting on sustainable fishing. We're trying to, of course, capturing the detached seaweed. Tomorrow's fishermen are the Marine Cooperative, the fisheries committees of the Basque Country, and the Basque County communities. What are the today 100% of the red algae fished by the fishermen is sold. We got three Spanish companies having a monopoly on the purchase of red algae. The price is quite low, around 60, 70 cents per kilo. Today, we are enhancing this to extract agar-agar, which is a biopolymer which can be used as a food gelling agent or in cosmetics or microbiology. Therefore, what the local players are doing is they want to avoid the Spanish monopoly on the purchase of red algae. We want to really reuse French products and to get a higher selling price for our fishermen, but also we want to diversify this. That's why we combine with researchers, as I will see. There is a research chair, which I am the holder of. We want to improve this in other sectors, not only for extraction of agar-agar, but also in cosmetics, chemistries, chemicals, in agriculture and farming. Efforts are being made to optimize harvesting at sea, to upgrade the price, and to get in France an organization which can dry and sell the algae at a higher price, around 10 euros per kilo. It's a way to provide a label to the local algae. It is socially and chemically of importance. Now, how do we as academic researchers getting involved? We want to improve, upgrade the algae via extraction of polysaccharides and polymer, but also we want to improve other types of components which can be interesting for cosmetics and biomedical science. We want to extract all the components thereof which you can upgrade in the algae. Molecules which are very small, which have known properties for sun protection, used as antioxidants. We want to extract agar-agar, proteins, lipids, and flavonoid. Not only use one but several components, and the waste could be used as fertilizer in agriculture and farming. Therefore, the Menta chair that I'm the holder of is to develop materials which are better sourced and bio-sourced and biodegradable, having less impact on the marine ecosystems. We've got 4 types of applications for this material: cosmetics, biomedical sciences, packaging, and composites. Our research goes from bioresource down to the materials and what is the impact of it on the marine environment. If you're interested to know more about research we're doing, we can discuss this, and therefore one of our bioresources is this red algae, which is of interest, which is found in the Basque country, on the Basque coastline. So much for my contribution. I'm right on time, I guess. Thank you. Now, just to tell you and convey the message that oftentimes that type of combination of marriage with different sectors is an experiment in a way to upgrade and enhance local produce, research, and local economy. Thank you, Susanna. Quite interesting. We've not only got algae, and we forget in the Basque Country. One question: could you tell us about collaboration with the fishermen? I guess you're working with close to fishermen. How to avoid overfishing? This will be a manna, this algae. At the Basque Country, we're working with the fishermen to promote sustainable fishing. We pick up the algae, which is a rack, which became a rack. Algae are detached, naturally by the swell or when the weather is bad. We will not, as in other countries, we will not tear off the algae to use it. We will collect algae which is detached from the system. And fishermen do follow your recommendations, I guess, in what you're doing. Yes, they do, yes. Yeah, they expect a lot from us because you're picking up the algae at the Saint Louis port. We're expecting a lot from you. We want to get our cooperative going, they say. They expect a lot from us to enhance this type of raw material. Locally, to set up a cooperative where it can dry out and possibly, improve the price and extract locally the components of this algae.
Moving on to the next presentation now, that is going to be given to us by Florine Corbuccini, who is in New Caledonia. I hope she can hear us, yes? So it's the evening out there. Florine, can you tell us what you're doing in New Caledonia? Not with marine algae, but microalgae in New Caledonia. But we work with marine algae as well. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this seminar and for giving me the opportunity of telling you more about the AMICAL program. AMICAL stands for Aquaculture of Microalgae in New Caledonia. And the purpose of the program is to establish a production chain from microalgae all the way to the finished product in New Caledonia to diversify our production and by basing ourselves on different assets that New Caledonia can have. First of all, good climatic conditions that allow us to harvest algae all around the year, large surfaces for outdoor culture. Also a tradition of aquaculture that we already have here with shrimp in New Caledonia, and we have the Caledonian Lagoon, a hotspot for biodiversity. These conditions can make microalgae cultivation easier because we have a singular environment, and this allows to develop new strains with specific features, like, for example, we have a strong radiuses and strong UV rays that you can imagine that this allows us to protect the species, or you have high content of heavy metal in the water here. The objective, as I was saying, is to reuse that and valorize these sectors in all low added value or medium added value sectors, because sometimes production costs are very high in New Caledonia, so we want to use blue biotechnology like cosmetics, nutraceuticals, pharmaceuticals, and also functional ingredients for aquaculture. Aquaculture feed. The so-called AMICAL program is the result of close collaboration between IFREMER on the one hand, and that's Thierry who's going to tell you more about it. It's the French National Institute for Ocean Service, and ADICAL Technopole, a local structure with public funding for 90%. It is funded by the French government. The Caledonian government. It is conceived as a tool to use innovation as a lever for diversification of our economy, and specializing in blue economy and agriculture. The program has allowed us to build 2 labs in New Caledonia. The LIMA, the Laboratory for Microalgae, is in charge of isolating different strains and analyzing the different components, and the other lab, the LTMI, which is the production lab, in charge of assessing the feasibility of a production at a larger scale on the territory. The program was launched in 2013, and for the first 5 years there were campaigns of bioprospection carried out all over the island that allows us to isolate and identify 50 or so different strains, mostly marine ones. And right now they haven't all been identified. We are working on molecular taxonomy, but we've realized that some of them are not in our genomic banks. So this allows us to imagine they are probably adapted to the specific conditions in New Caledonia. As I was saying, what we're aiming at is sectors or low or medium value added. We're carrying out different types of research in collaboration with others, or using public and private labs as service providers, whether they be in New Caledonia and elsewhere. And we're researching possible application for cosmetics or anything else, and we're starting to get interesting results and allowing us to look at potential solutions with private players in the field. I forgot to mention one thing, is that we work in aquaculture to help the development of shrimp production in New Caledonia. We work to improve the survival capacity of larvae. These are possible applications, but also we look into all sorts of possibilities of potential evolutions on other markets and possibilities for reusing algae, and we're open to any other possibilities that we could develop with private parties. And of course, we're interested in developing PPPs to give us access to the market. So in addition to our research, the second lab, the one I'm working in now, is piloting the production at the north of the island. And we have ponds outside. This gives us a rough idea of productivity, potential harvest, the cost of entrance, and the cost of production that we could have in New Caledonia to increment the technical or economic analyses that allow us to project ourselves in the future on a larger commercial scale and see what could be cost productive. With NUMEA and the production sites, we work hand in hand, and we work together with mutual feedback. We saw this. The Amical project is based on reusing local resource that is typical of our territory with the given specificity, geoclimatic conditions, and biodiversity. The specificities can be a promise for finding strains that have specificities that are interesting for the biotechnologies market. We use a local microalgae, or we hope to be able to be a support for the local shrimp production. All of our strains have been taken and harvested according to the APA regulation. This is part of the Nagoya Protocol. That allows us to have access to biological material and sharing the benefits with the countries involved. The so-called APA regulations are specific to New Caledonia. Results of the program are valorized, first of all, in New Caledonia, and we try and go as far as possible in finding the product and producing a product with high added value for the benefit of New Caledonia. So I guess that's it. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you, Florine.
Donc oui, là, on voit que vous êtes vraiment en train de...
So we can see that what you're doing there is trying to explore the local biodiversity in the algae field. This is very different from the previous case because now we're talking about a biodiversity that is hardly known. You were saying that there was a tradition of aquaculture in New Caledonia, but not necessarily any tradition of harvesting algae or certainly not microalgae. No, the only thing we do traditionally is shrimp production. There's a fishery, fish culture and production line that is being developed. But as far as we're concerned, we have done nothing but shrimps, and nobody here has produced algae or microalgae in New Caledonia. So question, is this going to open up a new avenue or give way to new training sessions or new skills to be developed in New Caledonia? Of course, if you develop new ways of valorizing the product. Yes, of course, yeah. This is one of the problems that we have on the territory now, to hire people with the necessary skills in aquaculture, because there's no dedicated training session. But if we give or open up the panel of possibilities for people who want to work in aquaculture, I think this will provide additional opportunities in New Caledonia. Fine, okay. Well, we'll come back to other issues at the end of our session, but thank you very much for your presentation, Florine. And now I'm going to move on to the next speaker. And our next speaker and third project I would like to tell you about in this roundtable is going to be presented by Maria Chiara, who is working on restoring Cystocera.
I switch to English.
Thanks a lot, Joanna.
For Maria Chiara. So you're in Italy, right? In Genoa?
Exactly. I'm in Genova, yeah. From the University of Genova, yes. My department is the Department for Earth, Environment and Life Sciences in the University of Genova.
Okay.
And shall I move to my presentation?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
please.
Thanks. Okay, so we are now actually moving to endangered seaweeds, so not exploitable seaweeds at the present, indeed, but we talk about marine forests dominated by brown algae, which form 3D structure and habitat. They are extremely important in the environment because they are ecosystem engineers. They provide refuge for a large diversity of species and provide lots of ecosystem services, and are extremely important in the coastal food webs as well. They are unfortunately threatened by lots of global changes issues, so by rising temperatures, ocean acidification, and eutrophication. Which are particularly known to act on the coastal environments, and actually all these stressors interfere together. Also because these forests are endangered by local human stressors, so not only stressors which act at the global scale, but also locally, in particular coastal development, of course. And so when we lose algal forests, so okay, if we lose kelp forests, macroalgal forests, our ecosystem shift to turf, what we call turf reefs. So something much more two-dimensional, so less structured, and losing a lot of ecosystem services. Please, next.
So I think there is a lag, so just keep on talking.
Okay. So we talk about specifically the Schistosera genus. So it's a brown alga. It's a genus which has an hotspot in the Mediterranean. So we have around 40 species, different species which live from 0 to 40 meters depth. It's experiencing regression and loss due to coastal development, sedimentation, low water quality, grazing by sea urchins and mostly from fish. And it's subjected to different conservation measures. In fact, the European community, move please to the next slide, thanks, is already protecting this genus and some species in particular through different directives, so Natura 2000, Water Framework Directive, Marine Strategy. But the European community, as well as the researchers, of course, have understood that the conservation alone is not enough. We need to restore sometimes habitats and species when they get lost. And this is actually the aim of the biodiversity strategy to 2030. And next slide, please. And in fact, we have marine protected areas where, for instance, our Schistosera species are present. But in some of these species, actually, the most sensitive species were lost in the past decades, and they cannot move back. They cannot move back because of their reproductive strategy. So we need to restore these species. Next slide, please. So how can we restore these species? We can actually transplant adult specimens, but this is not really environmentally friendly because we need to go in a donor site and collect adults, collect species, specimens from the area. We can actually enhance recruitment, so we can, let's say, seed the environment, placing in the donor site fertile apices of coming from adult specimens in the donor site. Or we can outplant laboratory cultured embryos or juveniles, and this is called artificial recruitment. Next slide, please. And this is called, as I said, outplanting. And next, thanks. And this kind of approach is what we are applying to our Schistosera amentacea species, which is objective of our project. It's a life project. Its name is Rock Pop Life, as Joanna already pointed out. Next, thanks. We have two different areas, two different pilot areas in the Adriatic Sea and in the Ligurian Sea, but let's focus on the Ligurian sites. We have here two marine protected areas involved, Portofino as a donor site and Cinque Terre as receiving sites. So what we do next, please. We go in the field and we collect the fertile apices of the species in the donor site. So it's not invasive approach. We take these apices in the laboratory. Next, please. We clean these apices and then we put them overnight in dark and cold conditions. Then the next day we actually seed, you see, clay tiles. And after 24 hours, we remove the apices. Next, thanks. And so we have actually seeded these tiles with embryos, and we keep the cultures, of course, in controlled light and temperature condition. We change water 2-3 times per week, maintain a high level of nutrients. And after around 3 weeks, the juveniles are ready to be implanted at sea. Next, thanks. Next slide. Okay, so we need to get ready in the field. So we need to drill holes in the field. So we don't use epoxy putty, which is, well, let's say not really friendly in the environment, not really toxic, but it's, well, make very bad visible blue spots on the rocks. So we drill and we prepare the environment with the screws where we will fix the tiles. Next, please. And now you see in the left upper corner the juveniles when they are ready to be deployed at sea. The picture is taken in the lab. So the juveniles are, let's say, around 2 millimeters long. Then they are deployed at sea, and the next images come from the field. And you see that in 20 weeks, so around 5 months, we have fully grown juveniles on the tiles. Next, please. And these are juveniles really freshly deployed. You see the tiles with still very little spots on them. And then next to a tile which was deployed the year before. So you can see 2 different generations of Cisosera mentacea deployed in Cinque Terre NPA. Next slide, please. Okay, here we have a video if you want to click on it. Well, showing how actually harsh and really challenging the environment is for these tiles. Of course, we lose some of these tiles sometime, but okay, the system is working pretty well. So I really want the next slide, please, to thank you all for the attention, and well, again, I apologize for the technical issues, and okay, some papers, of course, already out from the experiments we did in the last 3 years. Final slide, thanks, and of course I need to thank and acknowledge all my colleagues doing the hard work in the field and in the lab, and the students as well. Thanks, and sorry indeed for the issues.
Thank you, Maria Carrara. It's fine with the technical issues. We need to have some technical issues during the day. So you're the first. Congratulations. I have here these little pieces that we made in the atelier. Maybe good to mention. So it's quite tiny,
Indeed.
so I'm not sure we can see it properly. But when we met, we were quite intrigued by those tiles. And we thought, oh, why not trying to improve the shape and the pattern also on it, to see if the small algae, the apices, can attach more easily on the tiles. And I think this is a work we should try to pursue, because
we definitely must pursue this work. We really think that the relationship with us and with the project and Atelier is really intriguing, and working on the material of the tiles, so the clay, and potentially also some bioplastics could be really very interesting from you. And again, indeed, the design on the tiles is really very relevant, because can help to attach the juveniles and to have them more evenly distributed on the tile.
Okay, so those were quite experimental, but we will try to go to the next level. We have only a few minutes left, so I'm jumping to the next question I wanted to ask you all, actually, if we can come back to all our 4 speakers. So this morning we started the day with a panel on blue economy with Isabelle Vialon from the European Commission presenting us the roadmap for blue economy. And here we see that you all working so really from local perspective on very different situations. So either trying to use in a sustainable way the algae in an economic way, or to protect them. How do you feel you relate to this European roadmap for blue economy, or do you feel something is maybe missing in it, so that we need to tell? So I don't know who wants to go first. Maria Chiara.
No, maybe thanks.
Short answers.
Yeah, very short. We didn't have too many details about how algae can actually get into the blue economy things. But I think that coupling restoration and exploitation could be something that could be very really interesting. So combining the two issues. And one thing that I feel, in Italy, for instance, is the need to develop facilities where to make some large-scale work on algae, micro or macro. It's still something that is quite missing, and hope that the new calls will help us to improve in this direction.
Okay.
I leave some space to others.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Thierry, because you work with Florine. Would you like to jump on this question?
Yes, it's more or less the same. The same in New Caledonia. We are trying to find some place to work together. Actually, it's not just a question of people working on microalgae or on macroalgae. It's to try to find a place where all people that are working on the blue biotechnology may work together. So there is actually two programs. One that is a program that is piloted by the ANR, which is called PIOM. It's about the innovation. And another one that is called Territoire d'Innovation. That is actually almost started. That is going to start next year. And the main objective is to try to build something for all people working on this blue biotechnology.
To build something?
Yeah.
In terms of facilities again, or?
Yeah, that's the first step in terms of facilities. Then, of course, we are in New Caledonia, and everything around the protocol of Nagoya, it's quite, it's not problematic, but it's we have to deal with it every day. And
so just to remind it, the Nagoya protocol is trying to protect local resource, so pertaining to a territory, right? And in your case, yeah, that's quite important because you could have very interesting strains. Florine was mentioning strains that could develop special protection because they're receiving UV radiation or something. So I guess this is your goal, maybe in the future. And you need to deal, yeah, with this protocol. So I don't know, like, is it working or does it need more protection for the strain library in New Caledonia, or is it just a complicated administration to deal with?
Yeah, it's a lot of administration. I don't know how it is in Europe. Actually, I think it's much more easier in France, for example. But here. If we are just looking at research, it's quite okay. But when we are going to start to build some collaboration for valorization, and when we are starting to speak about money, it starts to be much more complicated. And we have our juridic services that start to work with the juridic services from the different provinces and the government, and takes a lot of time, and even for a researcher it's quite long.
Yeah, okay, so this legal aspect, they're needed, I guess, to protect the resource?
Yes, it's really important to take it into account. It's very important for New Caledonia, for the different provinces.
Yeah.
But
at the same time, it seems to be an obstacle. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Susanna, would you like to react on how your project is related to this blue economy topic?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm very proud to work on this project. That it's completely in circular economy and blue economy, everything. So on blue biotechnology. So this project is a half of this project. So just a little bit before. So it's fantastic, and it's really a nice experience to work on this project that is a half funded by European community, and the other half is from the local authorities. And it's very funny actually to work directly with the fishermen and also with the local authorities and the local committee, fishery committees. And so from a point of view of fundamental research, that is what we are doing now, because the project started 2 years ago. So everything it's going well. And but for instance, where I think that we will need maybe help from the European Union is after, so in two things. One is the transfer of our research to have the way to do big scale production and extraction of the molecules of interest that we are expecting to extract. And the other is that we are expecting to extract molecules for cosmetic applications and biomedical applications. But as we know, it's to validate the function of these molecules. We can prove it scientifically, but then to transfer it from the lab to a commercial way or for to use in clinics or cosmetic.
So in terms of regulation, in that case,
yes, it's very long, and this is one of the things that, for instance, the industrial ask me. They ask me to validate these molecules, but it's not my work and my job. I can't do it, and it's true that it's very complicated. For instance, I'm thinking of some of our molecules that we already proved in using it in materials because. It was done by other colleagues before, but we proved that some of the molecules that we extract, they have UV absorbing properties. And we want to give these properties to a material. And we already proved that we are able to do it. But as these molecules are not, for the moment, are not validated as UV,
you cannot use them yet.
We can't use them. We can't tell to our
I think that's a problem.
That collaborators, okay, you can use and you can put it in your product that is UV protecting. No, we can't. We can't do it.
Yeah, so I'm really sure that's an issue that will face also Florine and Thierry, for example, in their in their project in the future. So yeah, that's something that comes back. Yeah. Okay, well, that's very interesting to have your feedback on this question. So unfortunately, we have to stop here because it's time. But many thanks for inviting us to explore your locations. So we were all over the world now. So thank you so much, and we hope to continue the conversations later. Thank you.
For sure.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
We're moving to our next module. So after having visited those different regions, we invite you to discover a new territory with its own algae, seaweed in that case. So we're heading to the shores of Zeeland in the Netherlands, and where in the early morning, when the tide is low, the seaweed becomes accessible and visible to humans. And with Philippe van Dingede, a Brussels-based artist, we're experiencing this encounter with seaweed. Ellen Schoenmakers, a seaweed harvester from Holland, guides us and indicates us what the seaweed is good for, as food, etc. It's a very poetic moment, but also a very pragmatic one, reflecting on the role of seaweed in our societies. So let's watch the video now.
But it's quite dark. We can have a look at the weeds here. I'll make the connection between 2C. and seaweed. And I'm quite concerned at that point because do we see really good enough who they are?
Yeah. The kelp forest or seaweed forests were down below the water. We don't see them.
No.
We don't see them visually, and it's like really something. Yeah. Not directly visible, and it's also not that attractive. And in Ireland, some people from the seaweed lobby, they told me directly, like, we have a problem with the linguistic signification of seaweed. A weed means a weed is an onkruid.
Yeah.
So actually, it's a sea plant, and the whole perception and the accessibility of weed. A weed is a plant actually.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I'd never do that. What are you doing?
I just say hello to the sea.
That's nice. I always tell people, if you're with flowers, you should smell them, but if you meet seaweed, you should touch them.
Yes.
Because seaweed doesn't have a voice.
No.
And the sea neither.
No.
So you need good listeners to translate that. And it seems to me that you're doing that in a way?
Yes,
or?
I try to do this as well. Like to include that kind of voice that, of course, our voice is so dominant.
Yeah.
And maybe we should shut down a little bit more as a human and listen also a little bit more to this non-human voices. Or like in Connemara, there was a very old harvester, and he was like, we should take care of the ocean because the ocean takes care of us. And it's a very beautiful Connemara spell that he had.
There's not enough sun yet, but with a little bit of sun you can see if there's still a little sun. You can see if there's still a little bit of red seeds. They're a bit sandy, yeah?
They are too sandy.
And very. I'm Ellen. We stand at the shores of Holland, which is the place where we collect seaweeds for our cooks, and also we collect seaweeds together with people who are interested in doing a workshop and excursion, which is a really nice thing to do because our heart of our small company lies within making people aware of the seaweeds and what they might mean in our society and in the problems we have. So it's a really nice thing to show people around here at the coast. Our company is called Wildwier, and it means wild weeds. And that's because we harvest weeds in the wild, because for us that's the most sustainable way, very small scale, and we can choose the weeds. We can, at any time, we can consider which are the weeds we can harvest now. So that's the way we do it. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, it's not in there.
But yeah, me, I don't know neither how much you can think of these.
Well, we don't know because we are not told by our grandparents how to walk around here and how to harvest. So what we always do is we take off one plant, we take 1/3.
Yeah.
And so of this plant we take 1/3, and of 1/3 we take 1/3. And we come quite often in these areas and we see that they regenerate, but the fucus regenerate really, really slowly.
Yeah.
So, well, that's the way we do it. You recognize this one, these red fellas?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, in Dutch, they've got a really funny name because they're called. How do I translate that? They're called slimy dragon's tongue.
I didn't know this. The Dutch names or I don't know.
No, but I think it's quite
It's like a name from a fairy tale, slimy dragon's tongue.
And what do you cook with it? Or you make like a base for soups?
I put, because it's a really a weed from the summertime. When there are a lot of tomatoes, I make really nice fresh tomato soup. And just before I take it off the fire, I put a lot of devil's tongue in it. And because there's a lot of binding agents in this seaweed, if you mix it, you get a creamy soup, which is really nice. Okay. But it's also, you can chop it and put it in fresh dishes as well. As with because in Holland they say seaweeds, you can't eat seaweeds, they're not nice to eat.
Yeah, but that's
the lab,
that's the perception
food lab.
That's the perception of a lot of places.
We also harvest for the cooks, and they can order the seaweeds they need weekly. And so with the orders, we go down at sea and we cut their seaweed. We've got about 12 kinds of seaweeds, but that's, of course, it's year-round. So the winter seaweeds are different from the summer seaweeds. And we also have got some good chefs. So now and then we started picking things which are quite new, and we bring it to them and they say, okay, let's get me more of that. So it's quite a dynamic way for cooks to cook with.
La mer d'Arles, it's the sea along the Finistère. So you have small islands. It's in front of Brest, and it was the first national marine park in France.
Yeah.
And they have the biggest champ, the biggest fields, seaweed fields. I met the mayor of that place, of the small island, and he was like, "Yeah, but we don't eat seaweed. We don't, même le mouton, even the sheep, they don't eat seaweed here." Then I met other people on the island, and they were like, "Yeah, but we have a tradition, and like le petit gourmand." As a young kid, we just collected all the rest pieces of the seaweed, and our mothers, they were cooking and boiling it with the milk, and so we made a pudding out of it. This flan gourmand that I was telling. I'm Philippe van Dingenen. I live in Brussels, and I'm a visual artist who prefer actually to be on the shore instead of in a studio space somewhere. And one of my main projects is like to create a platform for algae diplomacy to include seaweed rights and seaweed spirits as well. So from different perspectives to see and to include seaweed voices as well. I did a lot of projects in tropical forests and Central Africa, and when I went with people to the forest, I saw the magic of forests as well. People entering the forest. We have kelp forests or seaweed forests as well. And so this kind of relation with the ocean is for me an important issue. There are no regulations on a European level, and that's where cowboys see a free market, and that free market is like they see a source or a resource, and we shift our problems on land, we shift them to the ocean.
In that part, often we feel a bit alone in the seaweed business here, because they're all so busy with making seaweed big, making it the answer for our solutions, and it got into the economic cycle, and it shouldn't be there only. In Holland, I hear that often. Seaweeds don't need fresh water, they don't need fertilizers, and they don't need pesticides. Hooray! Let's get started. But all these three are from the crops on the land. If we start growing seaweed on a very big scale, we're gonna use fertilizers because the nutrient uptake will be far too big. So, yeah. Stand still and really think very well what our input is and our output in the seaweed world. Do some more scientific research in what we're actually doing at sea. 12,000 years ago we started farming the land, and now we're going to farm the sea. We should think very well if we're going to make a good start. Basically, that's it.
The work is very much inspired by Isabella Abbott, and she was the first marine biologist, Hawaiian native marine biologist, also being professor on University in California. It's a quote from Giovanna Di Cirio, learning from her mother and aunties about how to identify, collect and cook native Hawaiian seaweed from Maui's intertidal zone. Abbott grew up loving local species such as Limu kala, Sargassum echinacarpum. Lima kala, Abbott would explain, is probably the most important seaweed in Hawaii. People eat it, turtles eat it, and kala means to forgive. It is used in purification ceremonies like Ho'oponopono, the Hawaiian reconciliation process. And so what interests me on her work is that she really, from a native perspective, learned really about a lot of species and plants on the tidal zone, but that she also learned this whole scientific classification system, the Linnaeus system, which is used in our Western context, and that she could merge these two worlds and explain and to understand this in a kind of connection, which we sometimes also forget. I did it for another project in Greece on a small island with a distillery who was creating etheric oils. Yeah. And he went to harvest or to cut seeds, Greek sage, salvia. Yeah. And he makes the oils with it. So he learned us, if you cut something, you have to cut with intentions. So you put intentions in the plant. So for him, it was very important, like, okay, we're gonna harvest. It was in a valley, very dry, and the old plants of salvia there. And so together we did a meditation, and we put like an intention in that plant. And he say, like, you create with your scissors really this connection as well. And for him, it was like, okay, we put this intention in the plant because the batch that he make in this distillery after of the etheric oil would be much more powerful if you harvest with intention than that you just harvest like n'importe quoi.
Yeah.
Donc, this was very interesting to learn from me, and so I always wanted to have that discussion as well with seaweed harvesters, because it is something
they will say,
but it is kind of big scale harvesting, because everybody uses it each morning in their toothpaste or in the cosmetic industry or in the food industry. But how do we deal with it? How do we have that connection with it?
The magic. You get the magic as soon as you stand on the beach and go into the water and just watch them. And if someone tells you who these seaweeds are, then this magic comes over you, because and then if you hear what it can do for you, I mean, they're quite some plants, they are. But in the first place, seaweeds are a very primitive species that has been around for a long time, and they've got a really important role in our oceans, and we tend to forget that part because that's the most important part. So they're magical.
Donc un beau moment
Wonderful video of a lovely moment in Zeeland, Netherlands, and I hope this will serve as an inspiration to all of us to listen to what algae can tell us and teach us. So these are voices of other elements. And this brings us to our third panel discussion for this morning. Here we go. Our third panel discussion is entitled Algae Producers Sharing Experiences. Here, in the region of the south of France, we don't necessarily have a tradition or well-anchored tradition of cultivating algae like they have in Brittany, for example. But we still have a certain number of local producers of algae and algae byproducts for different uses. For food, for pharmaceuticals, for cosmetics, for entrance or other materials. So it seemed interesting to us to bring together different algae producers, local algae producers, to try and understand the ecosystem of players in the region. I'm going to give the floor to Adeline right now, who's a biologist at the Labo Algae, who joined us again, and who's going to introduce our two guests. Thank you, Johanna. So we have the great pleasure of having with us here Lilian Ducci and Julien Letellier, who are spirulina producers and co-owners and managers of Spirulis culturae, and you're part of the Atelier LUMA project. So we decided to start this roundtable discussion with a little reminder of what you do at Solis Culturae, how you put the project together. I'm going to give the floor to you two first, and with a short interview. Can you first tell us how you had the idea of launching the project and how you started running it? We started in 2012. Julien and I are childhood friends. We've known each other since the age of 3. I followed in agricultural training courses in agriculture with Julien was an industrial engineer. That's what I started the project 10 or so years ago. So I was in engineering, and our idea was to create some kind of business in the area where we lived and where we were happy to stay. And when we thought about spirulina, well, we just launched it. It was something innovative. And it all happened as it seemed like it was all hunky-dory. He was in aquaculture and I was an engineer. We were really complementary, if I may say so. We were both young and we were ready to go. So we went for it. In the beginning, it was seemed like an exciting challenge, and we understood that spirulina could offer interesting prospects in different fields. That's how the project was born. So we're not spirulina farmers by training. Did you have to add to your knowledge and training? Yes, because it didn't exist at the time. Well, there was some kind of training provided by IER on the coast, and I had to set up or to try and find a way of fine-tuning my training in aquaculture. So there was no long-term kind of training. It didn't exist because the business didn't exist. Everybody very soon understood that we needed to work together. There was a federation that existed when we arrived. It was in its first years, and the federation brought together producers. We got some kind of training from the others. I took an internship with another producer. Of course, I took a few courses in agriculture. So there was some kind of cross-fertilization from the different producers. Since it was a really new sector, there was no institution 10 years ago to provide any kind of training. So we train each other mutually. So if I understand what you said correctly, it's through the federation that you got training from spirulina producers, and you actually learn in the doing. Yeah, we started with a federation, and right now we moved on to other things. We train each other. Of course, we're members of the federation. This allowed us to help each other as producers. And in 2012, when we started, there was, not much was known about how to cultivate spirulina. So this is something we learned as we went along. So you set up a production unit in Château-Renard, I believe. Can you tell us about the system you set up? We decided to have ponds in circuit with the water moved around. In Château-Renard, it's, in the region, so it's hot. So we started with 900 square meters, raceway pond of 900 square meters. That was in 2012, the first year we did the production. Then we increased the production space, and we had larger basins to just kept sure everything was still okay. And then we moved on to a larger structure, slightly, but it's still, local production. When you say 900 square meters, tell us how this size compares to other farms. Well, 900 square meters can produce 1 or 1.5 ton of dry product. And how much does that mean in terms of final product that is sold? Well, I'd say 15,000 bags. The farm in France, spirulina farm in France, according to the figures we have, would produce 500 kilogram per farm. It's easier to talk about kilograms of finished product because it's easier to understand than just the surface we have. It can vary, of course. So you have one basin, one raceway pond, which is a system that you use for the production. So which strains do you use? Because there are different ones, of course. You know that you have wild ones, namely in Camargue. We have the typically local, the Camargue spirulina. How do you choose a strain? And what constraints must you abide by? Well, the producers would provide us with the strains as they did usually, so this allowed us to move faster. We had a strain that was already cultivated, that farmers knew about, knew how it works, so we went for the Paracas, which was a big strain that produced a lot and was easy to infiltrate. But we think that there has been some kind of degeneration of the strain into 2016, so we move on to a combination of strains. Léonard has another strain of spirulina. Léonard, like in India. Now, how do you give a name to a strain? Oh, what's the local name? Where it was found in Paracas is in Peru, and Léonard is in India. In Morocco, there's Tulear from Madagascar. So strains are named after their origin. And the one in Camargue, we know whether it came from anywhere else, but anyway. Well, one travels the world with spirulina, doesn't one? So anyway, to step out of the strictly practical framework of your business, of course, you need funds to set up a project like this one. Which are the existing organizations or institutions that can support you, whether local, regional, or European? When we think about how we started, the culture of spirulina allowed us to set up shop with 50,000 or 100,000 euro. And then we put in our own money, we got loans from the bank. And then as we went along and we managed to show that we were productive, that the market was open to the product, we borrowed more and more money, and we had a major share of investment that allowed, in 2018, I think, that allowed us to grow the production. We benefited from funds, from a European fund in terms of subsidies from the region and the state, and this allowed to finance 50% of the production too. And how does one apply for that? I'm going to give the floor to Julien because he's the man who knows. How does one set up the application? Well, it's not very difficult because you have to turn to your regional authorities. For us, it was in Marseille, and they help you move up the ladder. You have to justify your financial needs, why you want money, what would it be invested in, etc. So it's the result of an understanding between the region, the country, and Europe. But the region is where applications are managed. And then they turn to the Fonds Maritime de la Pêche. And the funds are used to buy new or second-hand equipment. Then that's for the investment. Then we put in our own money as well. From the beginning, we always invested a lot of what we had. We preferred to keep it in between the two of us, and we turned to the bank when we needed additional credit, and we wanted to grow. So that's the story. Okay, so what you do is produce biomass, and then you sell it. How or who do you sell it to? How do you create a local network? And is it possible to imagine your business with a local distribution of your products? Well, that's what many producers do. When you said we were small production units, so Julien talked or mentioned 500 kilos. This supplies a network as large as the département. Producers generally sell on marketplaces, and so because this was something new, we try and be as transparent as possible to try and get people interested in our product. What we did in the beginning, we started with the idea, and then we had quite a bit of a demand for bulk product, bulk spirulina, so we sold it in bulk. I think at the time we were the only ones to do that. Well, this allowed us to move faster. And then we developed our own brand, and we were sold in stores. I mean, it's a long-winded process, and you need to go step by step, of course. What made us want to develop another kind of trade and selling through stores, our own brand, or selling to wholesalers is that in our region, in the PACA region, in the Bouches du Rhône, I mean, we weren't the first ones to do that, and certainly not the only ones. There were all sorts of farms around us cultivating the spirulina. So the idea wasn't to take the business from anybody else. We just want to do our own thing, and spirulina, we can sell it to other regions where it is not produced or little produced. So for the 2 minutes that are left, can you tell us more about the elements that were essential in the evolution of your project, or what allowed you to change the scale of your production after the initial launch phase? It took us 3 years to get going, to define the project, to get it rolling, and then when the market responded and we managed to produce things well, it grew little by little. And I think the major turning point was in 2018, 2019, when we could buy a new tool as a result of the investment. So we have the new production, 4 hectares with a large raceway pond. And this is, I mean, the market was there. And so we wanted to do things, we wanted to change, we wanted to grow. When you have larger volumes of production, then you can start developing R&D. That was the idea, at least in the medium term. Well, in a nutshell, the key stages in our business would be the same ones as other producers or farmers. So you find a small plot. It's difficult to get land because you have to have the right structures. So 3 or 5 years to set up the business. Then you buy additional land, grow the farm with a real agricultural production. All that takes time, and you're not working alone or on your own. You need to have people to beef up the team with their own skills, and this is what allowed us to move to the next step of our production. How many are you now? Oh, 10 or so. This year there will be 10 people working on the team. Can you show us what you have? Can you show us what you produce? Can you show us the product? Yeah, yes, okay. This is the dry product. I mean, it's sold in bags or in bulk. Raw product is made in powder. So we dry it at a low temperature before. First of all, it is extruded, and then we have what we call spirulina spaghetti that are dried, and then they're crushed and chipped. Then it's turned into powder, and then you package them as tablets. For the purpose of conservation, we are working on fresh biomass that can be sold to the agri-food industry. Okay, super. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving on to the next speaker, I think we should have in video conference our next speaker, Vincent Usage from Microfit and Philippe Lavoisier, Terra Nova.
Oui, bonjour à tous.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour Philippe. Bonjour Vincent, bonjour Philippe. Bienvenue.
Hi Vincent, hi Philip.
Merci.
Welcome. Thank you. We presented the activity of Solis. Now let's move on. Vincent, would you share your screen and present what you're doing in Microfit?
Oui, pas de souci.
No problem. Microfit, it's my company.
Il faut juste que je retrouve la présentation.
Let me get the slideshow. Where is it?
Qui était là, évidemment qui est disparu.
Ça, c'est les ordinateurs qui sont fourbes.
Ouais, c'est ça. C'est toujours au dernier moment.
Trying to find, sorry,
Alors,
last minute edge here. Trying to share my screen. Please bear with me.
Je vais présenter, je pense. J'ai un petit souci de présentation. Est-ce que vous voyez la présentation là?
Can you see our presentation here? Can you see the slides? Yes.
Okay.
Can you kindly enlarge it to full screen? And then that's the last page. Sorry. This is the end of my presentation. The last slide. No, here. Let's backtrack here to the
Depuis le
beginning.
départ, donc écoutez,
From
voilà.
the beginning.
Merci à tous en tout cas
Thank
pour
you
l'invitation et très
for inviting
intéressé
me to this panel discussion.
au sujet de l'intervention d'avant et du parcours
I found very interesting the
de
presentation
production,
we just
donc,
heard and
des deux intervenants
the
précédents.
production
Je trouve qu'il y a
and the
des
projects
parallèles
of the
assez
two
intéressants.
speakers. I think
Et
there are interesting
effectivement,
parallels
nous aussi,
between
on
ours and theirs.
est positionné sur une approche différente,
We
mais
have a
sur les
different positioning,
fondamentaux,
but the
c'est
fundamentals
assez
of the
similaire.
production are
On est
relatively
également
similar.
des agriculteurs ou des
Farmers
aquaculteurs
or
et des producteurs.
aquacultures,
En tout cas, on est très
agricultures
fiers de
and
pouvoir
producers, and as producers,
essayer
we're
de
very
promouvoir
proud
cette
to be able
production des
to
microalgues ou des
promote
des
the
algues, mais
production
des
of
microalgues en ce qui nous
microalgae,
concerne,
or algae in general, but microalgae for us,
sérieuse, de façon efficace,
and
de
to
façon durable.
do it in a professional way and
Donc, en tout cas,
sustainable
voilà,
way.
on est sur cette thématique aussi. Donc nous, notre approche, elle est
Our
un peu
approach is
différente.
slightly different.
On est spécialisé sur tout un tas d'espèces de
And we
microalgues
specialize in
qui
different
sont
microalgae.
produites dans un système
And
de
these are
production
produced
particulier
in a
que
very
l'on
specific
a développé
type of
en
production or
interne et que l'on a
system of
breveté.
production that we
Et
developed
c'est
internally and
en
that
fait
we
une
actually
société
had
qui
patented.
dans
It's a
patrimoine
company
technique et vient plutôt de la recherche
whose
académique.
technical
Le
know-how is
fondateur de la
derived
société, Arnaud
from
Müller-Feuger,
academic research because
a fait
Arnaud
toute sa carrière au sein de différents
Feuger, the
instituts
founding
académiques,
partner of the
notamment
company,
l'Ifremer,
worked
et a,
at Ifremer.
par ce fait, acquis une grosse expertise au niveau
And
recherche académique.
they have quite a bit of expertise
après
at Ifremer in terms of academic research.
De pur chercheur, il a décidé de créer sa société.
From
C'est
his
comme ça que la société a
experience
démarré
of a
en
researcher,
2007 déjà. Donc
he
ça fait
decided to
déjà
create a company, and this company was created in
bonne dizaine d'années que l'on est
2007.
sur cette
We've
thématique,
been
avec une
working
vision,
on this
je pense, qui est partagée
particular
par pas
topic
mal de nos
for
confrères,
over 10 years.
qui est de
The vision that
considérer
is
que les
shared by
microalgues font
many
partie des
other
meilleures
producers is that
ressources naturelles pour
microalgae are
soutenir le
part of
changement
natural
global
resources that can
vers le
support a
naturel.
global change
towards
Donc, dans ce
more natural
contexte-là, la
products.
mission de microfit, c'est de
And with that in
rendre
mind,
disponible
the purpose of
une
microfit
grande diversité d'activités
is
biologiques de ces
to serve a
microalgues à
great
travers notre plateforme de
variety
production.
of businesses
Et
through
ceci de façon
microalgae that we
à
produce.
adresser des problématiques autour de la nutrition et du bien-être
And
de
this
façon
to
générale. Donc ici, on a quelques exemples
provide
de
to
thématiques
the
sur lesquelles on
fields of
travaille. Une
nutrition
des premières d'entre elles, c'est le bien vieillir. On a plusieurs produits qui sont
aging. Well, aging is something
commercialisés ou
important.
en cours de développement
We have several products
autour
that are being developed
du bien vieillir et en particulier du
for the
domaine de la
purpose of
cognition, la
aging
prévention
well,
du déclin cognitif lié à l'âge.
and in particular for
On a des produits
preventing
également en
cognitive
développement
decay.
ou commercialisés sur la partie
We
gestion du
also
poids, les problématiques autour du
commercialized
métabolisme,
developed
autour de
also
la nutrition
for
sportive également, et puis
controlling
également autour de la
obesity and
cosmétique
overweight.
avec tous les
Then we
ingrédients
work
actifs
with the
que l'on peut
cosmetic
extraire
industry with
des
all sorts of
microalgues
active
pour
ingredients that
préserver la
can be
peau face au
extracted
stress
from
environnementaux.
microalgae for the skin
Voilà, ça,
and
c'est
for
quelques exemples.
fighting the
En fait, la thématique,
consequences
elle
of
est
stress.
associée en fait,
So that's the idea.
à des tendances de fond, à des changements
The
sociétaux
general
très
theme
importants qui concernent évidemment le consommateur et ça,
is in line with common concerns of consumers, generally
des
speaking.
problématiques environnementales, des problématiques de santé,
Environmental problems, health
population
problems,
vieillissante au niveau
aging
mondial et puis
population
des besoins de
worldwide,
plus en plus forts de transparence,
and
de
an
relocalisation des chaînes
increased
de
need
valeur
for
et puis
transparency and
évidemment aussi de pouvoir
relocating
s'intégrer
value chains and
dans
production
un
chains.
champ réglementaire qui devient de
And
plus
of
en
course,
plus
we
strict
need to
dans
abide
toutes les
by the
zones du monde.
increasingly strict
Donc tout ça, ça y
regulations that are
accompagné
found
effectivement d'un
worldwide.
changement global des produits d'origine synthétique
And all of
vers du
this
naturel
goes
et en
along with the
particulier vers du
general
végétal.
transition from synthetic to
Donc,
more
comme je le disais, en
natural
fait,
and
on
green
pense qu'au sein des microalgues, il y a
products.
énormément de bienfaits, il y a énormément de
We think there
bénéfices
are many
qui
benefits
sont
to
en
be
fait
derived from
réellement
microalgae,
très peu exploités
and
aujourd'hui.
they're hardly
Donc il y a
exploited.
quelques espèces très connues,
Today,
dont
there are
notamment
a
la
few
spiruline
well-known
dont on parlait à
species,
l'instant, ou la
spirulina
dope ou
we
la
mentioned
chlorelle.
a second
Mais
ago,
finalement,
but
c'est
there's
assez peu
also
limité, c'est assez
chlorine,
peu.
but
C'est
they're
relativement
not that
limité
very
et
many, and it's all very limited compared to what
limité
it could be.
principalement pour des raisons de production.
The limitations
Donc
are
ça rejoint
due
le
to
sujet
the
du jour.
scale of production.
En fait, quelques espèces peuvent être
A
produites
few
dans des systèmes
species can
traditionnels.
be
Et on voit que même
produced
si on considère que par exemple la spiruline est une
in
espèce
traditional ways,
facile
even
à produire,
spirulina, which
ça
is
n'est-
easy to
il n'en
produce,
est rien.
well,
C'est
can
aussi
seem easy to produce.
quelque chose
It's
qu'il
not.
faut maîtriser, qui
This
est
is something
difficile
that you need to
à gérer,
understand
donc c'est
and
un vrai
master, and the
savoir-faire.
production
Et
process is
lorsqu'on
not
évidemment on
necessarily
essaye
easy.
de s'intéresser
So
aux
when we
autres
try and
espèces,
look into other
il y a
species,
encore des challenges, c'est encore
microalgae,
beaucoup
it's
de
yet another
complexité.
challenge, and there's more
L'objectif de
complexity.
la société, c'était de créer un
The
système
purpose
de
of the company
production
was to
qui pouvait
create a
potentiellement
production process
produire
which
à
could
large échelle
potentially
n'importe quelle espèce de microalgue qui
provide
était
large-scale
produite au
production
laboratoire pouvait être
of
amplifiée
microalgae
avec
that
ces
were
systèmes et donc
created in
pouvoir
lab or produced in
exploiter
lab conditions.
ces actifs biologiques
The idea
importants, ces
was
principes
to
actifs biologiques qui
use
sont
the
présents
active
dans la diversité des
principles that could be
microalgues.
found in the different
Donc
microalgae.
ça,
So,
c'est la technologie qu'on a mis au point.
so much
Donc
for
via
our technology. This is something
l'invention d'Arnaud en
that
2007. Le premier
we
photobioréacteur a
developed
été
on the
mis
first
en œuvre en
photobioreactor
2009
that
sur notre
Arno
site de production à côté de Montpellier. Et la
launched in
technologie s'appelle Camargue,
2009 on
donc
our
c'est un
production site near
photobioréacteur,
Montpellier. And it's called
photobioréacteur
Camargue. It's a
tubulaire avec un écoulement
PB
particulier
tubular
qui s'appelle
photobioreactor
diphasique.
with a
Et c'est cet écoulement diphasique qui nous permet
diphasal
justement de produire
flow. This is what allows
cette
us
très grande
to
diversité
produce this
d'espèces
great diversity of
aujourd'hui
species
à une
today.
échelle, à large échelle.
And on a large
Donc
scale, of
l'écoulement
course.
permet d'optimiser le
The
transfert
flow
de gaz
allows
entre le
us
liquide et
to
l'environnement
enhance
gazeux, donc
the
augmenter en fait
exchange
la
between
réaction
the
de
gaseous phase and
photosynthèse.
liquid phase and
Ça
increase the
permet d'avoir un
photosynthesis.
environnement
It allows us
assez fluide,
to have a
assez
relatively
zen, on
fluid
peut dire,
environment, quite zen, quote
comme ça
unquote.
de pouvoir donc réduire le stress mécanique
And this
associé
allows to
à la
reduce the
production de ce
mechanical
type de
stress
système
of this type of
classiquement.
production.
Donc là, comme
more
ça, on
traditional
arrive à
production.
travailler des espèces qui sont beaucoup plus
This allows us to process microalgae species that are more delicate and that can be produced on a larger scale.
Associé au savoir-faire de l'équipe. Donc évidemment, c'est breveté.
This is relevant because it's the result of the know-how of our team. It's a system that has been patented now.
Ça repose aussi beaucoup sur le savoir-faire de l'équipe et le côté, je dirais, horticulture.
So this is more linked to our knowledge, our team's knowledge in horticulture.
Voilà, donc ça c'est pour la partie technique, on pourra y revenir. L'avantage de cette technologie, comme je disais, de produire des espèces qui sont très difficilement accessibles
microalgae species that are very difficult to produce traditionally.
Des bassins ou
with technology like ponds or raceway ponds or flat panels.
On peut également améliorer la qualité des biomasses qui sont produites.
The quality of the biomass produced can be improved with this kind of system.
Avec des teneurs en principe actifs qui sont pour le moment
because we have active ingredients.
Enfin, en tout cas, non atteintes par des systèmes traditionnels.
That traditional production systems can't use or include or take the greater benefit from. So this opens up new avenues and allows us to improve the intrinsic quality of the biomass produced.
Validé d'un point de vue technique.
That has been validated scientifically.
Par pas mal de clients et notamment dans le domaine de la
and also understood by several customers in the field of cosmetics. These customers or these clients have trusted us for many years, and we produce these species for them. For a year now, we started a new line of our business, and we launched our own marketing campaign of our own ingredients, our own products, based on microalgae.
Donc, on a réalisé une levée de fonds importante de 28,5 millions d'euros.
We raised 28.5 million euros from investors last June. These are well-known investors like BPS, IXO Private Equity.
Parmi les derniers entrées.
These are
et donc, on avait
the ones who joined us more recently. In 2013, we had a first capital raise of 2 million euro that allowed us to start our production site with investors that were seed capital investors, Supernova Invest, Sophie Mac, and locally IRD Soridec.
Ça a été lancement l'an dernier du développement de notre
This is what allowed us to launch the phase, actually operational phase of our business and the development of our ingredients.
Dans le domaine environnemental,
the company works also in the field of the environment. We labeled Envol. This is something we did locally with the CCE, the Chamber of Commerce. They validate the action plans of different SMEs, whether they be innovative or not. But they validate the business plan of companies that work for in the field of environmental matters. And this is a certificate we obtained in 2017 and has
également l'an dernier, on a eu donc au niveau américain la reconnaissance par la FDA. En fait,
and then we have the FDA label. We have the regulatory status of new dietary ingredients issued by the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, for our first product, BrainFit, to fight cognitive decay. This is a nutritional food supplement to fight cognitive decay.
En septembre 2019,
we marketed it in September. We got the approval from the FDA in 2019, and it started to be sold now in the food supplement department. Then the French Tech, the French Tech said our company was innovative and that they gave us an award for all of the ingredients that are safe and produced in a sustainable way in Maillargues, next to Montpellier. I think that's it for the presentation of our business. We have 30 people in the company.
sachant qu'il y a encore 18 mois ou un an, on
And
était
only a year
on était une
ago,
dizaine,
we
donc
were
c'est une croissance
only 10 or so.
intéressante de ce point de vue-là.
So it seems like
Je sais pas
it's
si vous avez
worth
des
mentioning.
Questions? We understand you're specialized in extraction of high added value molecules, but also in production of biomass. Can you go back to the photobioreactor at Camargue? We got a nice video to show you. Yep. Let's screen the video showing how the system works.
Oui, voilà, donc effectivement, là, on a le photobioréacteur, donc là, ça c'est de nuit. Vous voyez qu'on a certains photobioréacteurs qui sont éclairés, d'autres qui ne le sont pas. C'est donc des systèmes qui sont photobioréacteurs tubulaires que vous pouvez rencontrer par ailleurs sur d'autres sites en France, mais celui-ci a vraiment la caractéristique particulière d'avoir ce typement biphasique mis en œuvre
biphase flow in the system to produce the species.
Vous avez raison de dire qu'effectivement, nous, on travaille
sur les
ingrédients, on internalise également l'extraction
in-source extraction of the active ingredients along with natural solvents on our site.
Mais je pense qu'aujourd'hui,
but I guess today, 80% of our activity is dedicated to farming. We're quite proud of this. And we want to maintain this at all costs.
Parce que non seulement je pense que c'est parce que c'est déjà ce sur quoi on croit,
what we believe in, but also vis-à-vis our customer base, our consumers, it's taking off.
Le consommateur, j'en
the
parlais
consumer,
tout à l'heure.
as I said,
Je pense que c'est intéressant de leur montrer comment on produit, comment on fait, quels sont les procédés naturels qu'on met en place, comment on essaie de les rendre le plus durable possible.
Sustainable as
Tout n'est
possible.
pas parfait
It's not all
encore,
perfect, but I guess we're working on it day and night. We want to show where we start from, what we want to do going forward. It's a new process being implemented, and it's time consuming. Yes, indeed, sir. Interesting. Thank you, Vincent. Now we got online Philippe Lavoisier. You're still there, Philippe? Philippe, are you there? Yes, here I come.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your invitation. We want to share with you another universe, another world. Eranova is a biotech company focused on sustainable development, providing solutions to the challenges. I want to share with you the concerns, the talk I'm about to give. Here it is, right, blow up the screen.
Donc, Eranova,
Eranova is a startup set up back in 2016 using biomass. Philippe, we cannot see your slides. Oh gosh.
Bouge pas.
Wait a sec.
Revenir sur écran partagé.
Can you share the screen?
Bien sûr.
Of course I can.
Écran.
Okay.
Voilà. Vous y êtes? Partagé.
Okay. Working. Yep.
Ok. Je vous le.
Coming to a screen near you.
Voilà. C'est visuel.
Voilà. Et donc en grand écran.
Blow up the screen. Okay, perfect. Yes.
Super.
Okay, great. Philippe.
Donc, on utilise la biomasse
algal biomass,
pour en faire une nouvelle génération de polymères. On a été financé par l'ADEME, programme d'investissement d'avenir.
Program. We are labeled Solar Impulse, and we got the awards Méditerranée du futur. Basically, we're defining some priorities for humanity as seen on the left, action on climate, preservation, CO2 capture, and this can be translated in different themes, which are the expectations of citizens, of local authorities, and from governments. So we're using waste to recycle it. Everybody talks about sea, ocean pollution by plastics. This must be met. Maintaining clean water, preserving land for food production will be 9 billion people in 2030, and capturing CO2 and being part of the circular economy. We're addressing all these points at Iranova, and we set up this company to meet the challenges. We developed technology, obviously, and we are in the process of building our pre-industrial pilot line. This pre-industrial pilot line, we've got different steps we set up to get down to building this pre-industrial pilot line. We got the study phase, phase 1. In this phase, we want to look at the impact on the environment. We got two organizations in France in charge of the impact on the environment of all that is being built or developed, especially the impact on fauna and flora. How we got to impact the fauna and the flora by setting up something on a territory. Next, of course, you got the funding phase, which our two previous speakers talked about, funding, raising, building permit, and operating license. It takes about 18 months because the study takes 12 months. We got to face up to the 4 seasons. Financing, funding is, of course, important. It all depends on the importance of the scope of the project. We had investors, private investors, which are industrialists in the field of energy production or in the field of algae or in other fields of endeavor. You got the BPI, Metropole, we're based in Marseille. The Marseille Province Metropolis helped us for funding. The PACA region helped us in funding. And it takes about 2 years. Phase 1 and phase 2 are, generally speaking, concomitant. They're happening at the same time. The construction, engineering, control authorities, engineering, once again, authorities control what we're doing, keeping tabs on us, employment, if you don't have internally the skills. If you don't have the skills, all the skills, we can get them abroad. We found some people who were skilled abroad in Australia, down under, who have got skills in this. In the last phases, of course, rollout, a global rollout, beefing up the teams, checking on quality and preparing the follow-up. What are we doing now at Port Saint-Louis-du-Rhône, next to the Med, on the shores? We're using macroalgae, the large algae, which are found everywhere. These are algae polluting the beaches and being toxic when they degrade. They're found in Brittany, in the estuaries, in the lagoon in Venice. So we're building this plant, pre-industrial plants that were made up of some basins, as you can see here. The raceways we talked about, it's open sky, and the 3 basins on the left. You grow the algae, they're taken to basins and they grow naturally. 3 basins, 6 basins On the right are basins where they are being put on a diet to change their metabolism of kelp. Now, we separate different components of the algae. That's our technology, which is patented. And we're interested in the algae. Oh, that is of no interest to our preceding speakers. Proteins are a market for us, which is a sideshow. We're basically focusing on carbohydrates and glucose, all the sugars, as well as the fibers, obviously, to respect the impact before putting them back in the water. We don't want to pollute. We have lagooning basins to use as a filter. Can you see on the right some basins which are dedicated to microalgae, because we're interested, of course, in the macroalgae, that's for industrial phase, but also in microalgae. We're working with the Cadarache organization, where some strains were defined. We want to look what's happening in the raceway. 0.3 hectare in Marseille, 3.4 million euros invested, global cost of 6 million euros because there are a lot of developments to be had and wages to be paid. We're going to have 13 employees at the end of 2021. We're members of the Algae Producer Consortium. You've got some partners, Greenpeace, CA, Olmic, Civo, Adapt. We're members of Seaweed for Europe. Recently, we joined this organization to develop European technology and algae-based products in any sector, biomaterials, but also for nutraceuticcs. What we're going to do is, that's a vision of the future. We want to have a lot of basins, not on land, but in so-called revitalized land. Petrochemicals are changing their tech, and we want to have green tech producing biomaterials in a circular economy, which are biodegradable, having no impact on the environment. Impacts are such that we will collect and use 3,000 tons of algae waste in the Étang de Berre. We're going to reduce by 10,000 tons the plastics pollution. Algae, as you know, grow with the nitrates and other nutriments. The water we're pumping will be the nitrate will be removed from the water. By using farm landing, we're going to preserve the farming land for food and not for plastics production. Algae capture CO2 a lot on the basin we're going to build. In the industrial phase, we'll capture about 7,000 tons of CO2, and recycling all this into biomaterials which can be composted or biosourced, which are recyclable. We can therefore recycle 20,000 tons of products. So much for my talk. End of our presentation. If you want to look at a small video, look at this video, which concerns a project with Australia on home dwellings using algae waste. Thank you, Philippe. Question, Philippe. That's another field of endeavor. We want to, produce such cups, glasses from recyclable algae. Let me go back to the production of algae. We talked about the fact that we're farmers, basically.
est-ce que vous, pour la partie production, vous considérez comme agriculteur?
Are you a farmer? What does it change in terms of skills and expertise if you're a farmer?
Alors, comme tous, on est des agriculteurs.
We're all farmers
on fait croître
because we grow algae in basins. We're farmers, basically. As to extraction, we're dividing up the algae into some components. These are procedures which are industrial, like producing starch from wheat or gluten-free starch. We're mixing, farming, fish farming. We're using salt water growing algae, but also we are extracting. The same skills are required, exactly. We have people who are specialized in biochemistry. Anyway, same skills required. Same people. Great. Thank you, Philippe. Thank you. Thank you all. I guess we got some time for Q&A. You got different production systems, different applications, food, cosmetic, biomaterials, what have you, but you're all in the southwest of France. You want to relocate the value chain, you said. To what extent do you feel that your positioning in Southeast could be an asset for your business, and how could you beef it up or reorganize it differently? Yeah, as far as we're concerned, the sun is very important. Quality of water is very important. Indispensable to have good spiritual line coming from the underground and the water from the Durance River. We've got great water quality. Not everywhere do we have water. To respond, we talked about fish farming, aquaculture, whatever. But anyway, same line of business. They're complementary. You're right. It should not always oppose them. They must work together. And there must be, for production of food, it's quite specific. We're interested in a lot of other microalgae. But we are sharing something. We want to preserve the environment. That's very important. That's the driving force of this dynamism. We want to change the environmental deal. That's our job every day. In industry, we got to avoid gaps or what have you. We got to use your common sense. Yes, indeed. Vincent, Philippe, you want to respond to the importance of having a local network which is organized in the importance of our region in particular. Well, as you said, obviously, climate, you need sunlight. For macroalgae, at least, natural light is required. Marseille is ideal as a site. We wanted to set up shop in Brittany. I've nothing against the Bretons, but anyway, climate is something very important to grow algae. We got a lot of available resources, be it algae or other materials in LUMA, which may be used and be a supplement to production of biomaterials, green biomaterials, and you've got skills and expertise. Microfit has expertise in microalgae. Ciotech has skills on them. Volume on LUMA, you are working on this. You're rolling out the application. So there's a real ecosystem being set up in the south of France, which you must keep. And it's a med area where people are interested in the other side of the Med. We can drive the countries on the other side of the Med to increase capacities, but also meeting the needs of people living down there around the Med basin. Vincent, you want to respond?
voyez aussi cet intérêt
Is there an interest
ce réseau qui se renforce en
of having a network in the region?
Est-ce que vous êtes bien là? J'ai l'impression que vous êtes figé.
There?
Problème de connexion.
Well, apparently the yolk of the skin is frozen anyway.
On n'aura pas l'avis de Vincent.
Okay, we want to get your opinion, Vincent, to respond to the network and to the research aspect. We talked about the importance of R&D, innovation, to offer new products. You've got out there a network of research and academe transfer centers or skills hub. Do you interact with the networks? What are the contacts you have? Well, it's quite limited for our part. We hope to do this very quickly, midterm. We're aware that there is a lot of dynamism, a lot of, it's a small territory. France is okay to develop new activities that you shouldn't forget the rest of the world. The Med Basin first, it's our first border. We're in Marseille. In Africa, you've got water, you've got sun, and everybody needs to develop. But we got to start with France because we got a lot of assets here.
Vincent, vous êtes de retour?
You're back, Vincent. You're back, Vincent. Sorry. No.
Oui, donc j'avais pas grand-chose à ajouter.
I don't want to add much more. I was aligned with the comments by Philippe and by the previous speakers. We're quite lucky in the region. We've got between Montpellier and Marseille, we got great sun, and beyond this we have academic networks and job basins because they require qualified jobs, people who are trained. You've got a lot of resources in Montpellier and Marseille in academia. And I am in agreement with the fact that international coverage is important. We should be rooted in our territory with a vision exceeding the French borders. As to the local network, you're not in contact, I guess, with Solis Culture. You don't know this company, Renova. I don't know. What is missing for the initiatives to be brought together? We know one another because there is a strong link in jobs. With our colleagues who are spirulina producers with Philippe, we got synergies to be had because we're working with the CEA and you've got an academic network, then we're not on the same jobs. I guess Philippe in the morning will not think about microfit and we're geared to the development of our own business. I guess that it's important to have the connections with the LUMA workshop where we share experiences, where you can say there's nothing to be had. I guess there's a lot of connection between the three players, and in particular, to communicate to public authorities, to our local partners, to indeed, on and off, help out, although we're help, but sometimes you need some nudge. It does take time. If local authorities are listening more to our issues, this would be very interesting, and I guess events like today's could do this. I guess we have a shared vision with our two speakers. Let's have a last question. Your business is framed by regulations, be it the labeling activity. Do you feel that you're sometimes restricted by too stringent regulations, that are not consistent with the reality of the production system? Great question. Regulations are changing apace. Let's look first at the customer expectations. Local authorities must regulate. Of course, when you talk about plastics, regulations are not only one-way plastics, but regulations are changing in the right way because regulation, we must adapt to the regulations and not vice versa. And possibly recommend new regulations. For bioplastics, everybody talks about biodegradability, talks about recyclability, what have you. We forget something which is important, namely ecotoxicity. Products should have no ecotoxicity whatsoever. A lot must be discovered. Ecotoxicity in the sea, with the sea environment, or on land is a large domain. What is acceptable and not acceptable? There's a lot of stuff to discover, but also academics must develop testing methods which make it possible in cosmetics, pharmaceuticals to change to more healthier products. Exactly, you're right. The purpose is really protecting the consumer. As citizens, we're aware of this, and when you develop a company like ours, we are really aware of this. We cannot do otherwise. Therefore, as Philippe said, it is to us an opportunity to, I said earlier that regulations will be beefed up, because in Europe, in France, possibly in every domain of activity, that's fine. It's up to us to adapt, to try to turn it into an opportunity, a competitive edge, as it were. Now, the issue now to be addressed is, are we able to be all subject to the same regulations? I have no concern in respecting, we're promoting the regulations at Microfit in new food products. You got to make sure that public authorities do not authorize products exported from other territories which don't have the same rules and regulations. Otherwise, we're having problems. Yesterday, I had a phone call with the Ministry of Industry, which talked about the difficulties of companies like ours to market a new product under the new directive called Novel Food in America for files which are the same in terms of toxicological and safety regulations, and we have long deadlines, a few months compared to a few years to get an approval. We understand that, again, we're not aligned with the approaches, although the purpose is to protect the consumer, which again is the main objective of everyone, I guess. To respond to what you said about food, we're fighting on this score. The main issue is competition from Asian countries like China and India. We want to harmonize the different legislation. Right now, that's the main market. The organic market is a problem. We're working with the trades. We're trying to find resources to find nitrogen-based inputs. to overcome this issue. There's something to be had from retailers. 90% of the production of spirulina comes from outside France, which is organically satisfied. I'm not into spirulina, so I can talk about on behalf of my colleagues, but I guess it's aberrant that people get that kind of certification in Germany using different specifications from those of France. In organic spirulina, people could not expand as they would have. They had to stop producing. You should be aware of this. Again, there is a responsibility on the part of the retailers to look. It's not just putting an organic logo on a paper to mislead the consumer. We want to know where it comes from and how it's made. That's very important. You're right. You're right, exactly. Exactly what we're trying to do with our producers, but it's time-consuming. European legislation on organic food. With the COVID, it was postponed to January 2022. We want to, make headway on this. You're right. Things are on the move, but I guess it's an uphill struggle. For 5 years, the market has a lot of organic foods from India and China with no transparency whatsoever. That's a real issue in the field of spirulina, but not only spirulina. Europe must really get its act together. That's an essential point we want to share with the different participants to see how we can make headway. Now let's stop right here. We got a break now. It's exciting, but we got to stop right here. Thank you all, Philippe, Vincent, for your reports. Thank you for taking time. We hope to continue discussing with you. We want to move headway and discuss beyond the Algae Summit and see how everyone can contribute to evolution. Great. Have a great day, all of you. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you, Julien, for coming. Quite interesting. Thank you. Let's conclude this first module. First round tables in the morning, and let's stop right here and now let's have a lunch break and be back here at 2 p.m. for the new roundtable on design, science, and economics. Thank you.
Hey.
Okay. So, hey. So we're back in the atelier for the first panel talk of the afternoon. Before we start, I just would like to mention again that we have a great satellite program on the website. So I would like to encourage everyone to go and explore it. So if you look just under the screen with the window with the live screen, you will see Explore the satellite program. So go and check it, please. There are recepts and workshops and films, so it's great. We had already an intense morning with panel talks about blue economy, about resources, about algae production. And now we move towards the application.
Yes.
With this panel talk, so-called Design, Science and Bioeconomy. And Jan, artistic director of Atelier LUMA, is back here also to lead this talk.
Yeah, I will lead the talk. The structure is as follows. We have first 2 presentations of 2 designers, and then 2 researchers, you could say, that will complement the first 2 presentations. And I would like and invite the public also to participate in questions. If you go to the website of LUMA and you go under the live stream, there you find a chat box and you can always ask questions. And the first 20-25 minutes will be mainly about the presentations, and then we go in a conversation. And I want to invite the public to participate. The first studio that I want to present is Erik Klarenbeek and Maartje Dross. They are home at Atelier LUMA, and they founded with us together the Algae Lab, the Algae Platform, and everything what is here is really also a little bit their heritage that they left here and where we are building further on. Maartje and Erik developed many biopolymers and are really home in the world of new materials, but do that by thinking about local economies and production chains and durable design objects. Second speaker is Violaine Buet. She has a background in humanities and design. She is currently in Brittany in her studio, and her research and her work focus more on microalgae itself. She is surrounded by a network of experts, researchers, and craftsmen with whom she collaborated. And Violaine is also, and that's very interesting, part and member of the Department of Seaweed, a European transdisciplinary platform that is exploring algae as a sustainable resource, that is founded by artist and designer Julia Lohmann. The third person, Jean-François Sassy, not that far from here. Hello, Jean-François. Is manager of the algae processes and technologies at the Alternative Energies and Atomic Energy Commission, CEA. Jean-François regularly mentioned in lectures Atelier LUMA, but here we want to hear him a little bit about his expertise in plants and algae biomass in the fields of chemistry, applications, purification and transformation of psychochemical and biotechnological routes that can be developed. And last but not least, we have Frederick Grondal, head of the Department for Sustainable Development, Environmental Science and Engineering, SEED, at the Royal Institute of Technology in the KTH in Stockholm, Sweden. His research focuses on sustainable use of marine resources for food, feed, chemicals and energy. Since 2013, he is coordinating Sea Farm, a research project on the use of seaweed as a renewable resource in a future bio-based Swedish society. And I think we all want to become part of that society. So let's make it into a global society. Builders of that global society and builders of the unexpected is certainly Klarenbeek and Dross, and I give them the floor to start. Erik and Maartje.
Thank you, Jan. Great to be here. I'll have to share my screen. Can you shortly let me know whether you see
Perfect. It goes to, it's a black slide down now here.
Yeah.
And their colors are coming up. I think something is blooming. Yeah?
Okay. Thanks for having us. It's fantastic to have this opportunity. unfortunately, we cannot be with you. That's a real pity. We would love to be with you, you know, to see each other again, hug each other and dance. That would be the best. But I'll try to introduce you in our work, what we've done and how it led to the Algae lab, also at Atelier LUMA. So we have a design studio where we are now at this moment in Zaandam, next to Amsterdam, and we are teaching teachers at the Design Academy in Eindhoven, and previously at the Artes Academies, where we set up the Artec Lab, which was primarily technology-driven and material-driven in order to get to new ways of making and new material developments. That started roughly in 2012. In the last years, that shifted towards biomaking. At the BioLab, at the Design Academy, initiated with Jan Boele, and many biodesigners, where students now have the ability to grow materials, understand biotechnological processes, and also understand the relation to the environment. So how can we set up closed-loop production systems? And here you see some snapshots of students cloning materials and a lab which is focused merely on material fabrication. So you can think of algae, kombucha, but also mycelium networks. So that comes from our history, first in reusing materials and now to restoration of restorative materials in our environment. All from a kind of ambition to set up closed loop networks of social design production, which has a kind of background what we know previously from kind of potteries in the village. How can we bridge that with new technologies and with global design? And from a design perspective, in order to have local fabrication on spot with the elimination of, for instance, transport and all side effects of current ways of fabrication. So that started roughly on the island of Texel, where we set up this mobile factory where we could harvest plastics on the shore and then convert them into products. And in this case, we made these lids for these bottles, reusable bottles, where we fabricated around 1,000 of these lids in order to process the local harvested plastics. And that's what we also do on a more on a larger scale in public space, where we use robots in order to create furniture and public space furniture and public space parks, such as these ones. This is 1 out of 8, where all the pavement, furniture, plant pots are recycled out of local waste streams and brought back to the environment. And that's also what we try to do for companies such as Swarovski, where we, on one side, awareness about the Arctic, declining Arctic ice caps, and showing that more poetically from how it shifted from the past into the current state, showing this timeline through 3D printing. So every line is, as you could say, a layer in a year, which represents a year. But it also it's merely about this production system. So a company such as Swarovski, which acts globally, how can they set up local production, small facilities where they could produce crystal glass, for instance, or other sustainable durable materials in order to get to new ways of production. Another ambition what we have is not only the production setup, but also the material. So, and that started roughly in 2010, where we developed 3D printers for mycelium, which you can see here. Mycelium printers, which we developed ourselves, and many over the past years. And more recent, the chair for Centre Pompidou, which is in their collection now. So it's about making this showing that it's possible, but also scaling, which we find relevant. Also, in order to have ecological impact, that's almost impossible with a one-off. So you have to set up a whole infrastructure for production, which you could see here at the Milan Design Week 2 years ago for Calarotti, and here at the Floriade in Almere, and at the Dutch Design Week, where we scaled this technology from mycelium to architectural scale. And then we could calculate also the ecological impact. And these technologies we also use for other applications, and not only using renewable and fully circular materials, but also have living structures, such as these with living mosses, that they can breathe. They continue absorbing fine dust, particles from the air, nitrogen, but also CO2, where you can see that roughly every meter of the structure absorbs roughly 30,000 kilometers of car kilometers. And that also, then you have to work together with local biologists who explore the potential of local organisms. And it's a lot about failures and a lot about fails, and trying to get a design that can survive, that can live. And that's still an exploration we're working on these modular tiles, which eliminate growth and ecological benefits for the longer term. And that brings us to the algae. So very briefly, it started roughly 2015, where in the Netherlands they started to explore cultivation of seaweed in the North Sea by cultivating seaweed and not using native species from the wild. That led to the circular supply chain for the city, where we explored with biologists such as Salga and Wageningen, the university, where we set up fish tanks where we could cultivate seaweed in the city of Amsterdam and use these materials as a new material to replace, for instance, plastics. So this is the lab at Wageningen, where we work with these fantastic scientists, and simultaneously on our lab at our studio, where we produce these materials and tested them on, for instance, 3D printability. But also thinking about the bigger picture, about setting up a network of production, which is a 3D bakery we're still developing, where we could set up local production through internet, for instance. And there we got the ability also in order to set it up at Atelier LUMA, with Jan, with the team, Henriette Waal, and fantastic ability to set this up, to try it out in a delta, to explore local algae in order to convert them into materials, but also explore these potentials with Adeline, for instance, the growing speed of several algae, but also the components, how they could be applied, for instance, as a biopolymer or a plasticizer, or maybe colors, pigments. So there we started to explore to set up this local production system from cell to end product. And this is what we are currently developing in the Netherlands. So also bringing it to scale, what you can see here, this is from LUMA, where we injection molded the material from microalgae. And the ecological benefits of setting up such a network can be huge. So, and that's also which become more apparent in these times of, for instance, COVID. There appears to be many more microplastics in the seas, or than we even imagined. We already know the side effects of, for instance, CO2 emissions or nitrogen, especially where we cope with in the Netherlands. And how can we shift that to a new way, to a new paradigm, where we have no more microplastics, where we make bio-contributing materials which are fully home and marine compostable in line with our ecology, and drop production below zero. So, and that would save roughly around 10 kilos of CO2 in comparison to regular nowadays applied plastic. And that's the seaweed circle we're currently developing further, where we go from source, so cultivation, propagation of macroalgae in this case, bringing it to a string, seed it into the ocean, into the North Sea, I have to say, where you can see here our friends and partners, the seaweed farmers, and eventually our factory, our pilot factory, where we can ferment and process these algae into biopolymers. And the juice is used on land as a fertilizer, and the material is used as a biopolymer, which captures the CO2. And we are currently at pressing the material, making facades, going towards architecture. but also making plant pots, which can be, which are fully compostable. So they're just dug in the ground, in the soil with the plant, and are eventually decaying. So these are a few of the stages where we are now, and we're happy to discuss this further with you. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Erik. Thank you for this inspiring presentation. I would like to jump though to Maartje and ask Maartje that she was showing some super nice objects that were from pressed algae, if I'm correct, and flower pots that can be by. Can you tell a little bit about it? How did they come together? How did you develop them? Just as a teaser for the talk later.
Yeah, since where you saw that we exploring always all the ways of production internally in-house, we also made a great effort to link and to collaborate together with bigger companies that can do injection molding, that have more traditional ways of fabrication, and really integrate biomaterials and discuss this possibility with them. So therefore we tested, for instance, injection molding, but also this set was the first single-use object of the Dutch air company, the KLM, to be used in aircraft and had to drink their coffee. So it's a sort of first single off, and it was for us really a typical object to see the historical, to put it in a historical context what we do and when it all started. And so we recuperated the molds, and now we really try to analyze what can be the potential of using biomaterials again in this kind of situation and ways of fabrication.
Thank you. From micro algae, we go to macro algae from Violaine Buet. Thank you, Erik and Maartje, and we come back later to you.
Thank you.
We go to Brittany. We zoom.
And we launch the video of Violaine, please.
Cette aventure a commencé par une intuition. Apprivoiser un matériau naturel et vivant, les algues. Ce végétal marin, paysage de mon enfance bretonne, rassemble des éléments majeurs de ma propre relation au monde. La créativité, comme outil, l'estran comme lieu et matière, vivre avec la nature comme direction. Ensemble, ils composent le milieu d'une pratique qui s'invente. À la croisée du design, de l'artisanat, de la recherche, je développe avec l'aide d'un réseau précieux un savoir-faire multidisciplinaire, une rencontre entre les macro-algues et les techniques textiles, entre la nature et la manufacture. L'identité de ces matières biodégradables prometteuses, ces algues tissées, soulève une série de questions et réflexions autour de notre lien à la nature et de nos attentes envers les matières et les objets. La réconciliation avec la notion d'impermanence, inhérente à tout cycle de vie, nous invite à dessiner de nouvelles façons de concevoir notre relation à notre milieu. D'abord, à l'échelle du fil et des micro-algues, je me suis vite tournée vers les macro-algues. J'avais ce désir d'approche artisane, de gestualité, et surtout cet intérêt d'explorer l'esthétique d'une algue entière. Ce sont classiquement des extraits d'algues qui sont utilisés dans l'industrie, et le lien avec l'entité algue n'est plus tangible au bout de la chaîne pour le consommateur. Dès que j'ai commencé à travailler cette matière, j'en ai réalisé la noblesse parfois subjugante, et j'ai fait le choix de développer des échantillons ambassadeurs de ce végétal marin. Travailler une algue entière apporte son large lot de contraintes, mais aussi une grande force, celle de véhiculer l'émotion de l'histoire de ce végétal millénaire parvenu jusqu'à nous. Et c'est avec cet appui, celui de provoquer l'émotion par une rencontre avec le vivant, qu'à ma minuscule manière, je m'engage à en faire partie. Dialoguer avec les algues signifie récolte, saisonnalité, espèce. Je vis dans le Morbihan, mais la biomasse des macroalgues est principalement répartie entre le Finistère et les Côtes d'Armor, et c'est donc là que je passe du temps sur les rochers. Je fais des petites récoltes sauvages d'observation, puis quand vient le besoin de quantité, j'achète mes algues aux algoculteurs et aux récoltants. J'ai aussi maintenant déposé ma demande de licence de récoltante. Mes algues de prédilection pour le tissage sont les laminaires, pour leur surface et leur longueur, mais je fais des essais avec toutes les espèces qui au fur et à mesure se présentent à moi. J'utilise de la saccharina, de la saccharosa, de l'Immentalia, des gracilaires, des ulves. J'aime comprendre assez intuitivement et petit à petit leur personnalité matérielle et leurs affinités avec certaines techniques ou pas. Dès le début de ma recherche, en 2016, j'ai appliqué des techniques d'ennoblissement textile variées aux algues. Elles se sont laissées tisser, tuffeter, former, colorer, découper, graver, coller, coudre, réserver, tresser, crocheter, gaufrer, broder, tricoter, natter, imprimer. Je continue à essayer des nouveaux outils, puisant aussi dans la palette de domaines voisins, comme la maroquinerie, la vannerie, et il y aurait encore plein de pistes à explorer. J'ai mis au point mon protocole de travail en tâtonnant, et je me suis entourée d'un réseau multidisciplinaire. Chercheurs en biopolymères, experts en couleurs végétales, algoculteurs, biologistes, designers, artisans, artistes, philosophes, scénographes, experts des tendances, industriels, fabricants, architectes. J'ai avancé en lien avec certains d'entre eux sur des questions clés comme la stabilité et la coloration végétale. Il y a plusieurs points pour lesquels j'aimerais trouver des cadres de collaboration, notamment avec des biochimistes. Et c'est malheureusement rare en France de trouver des créneaux de recherche associant créatifs et scientifiques. Chaque avancée et défrichage soulève davantage de questions. Et par exemple, lorsqu'en 2016, je me suis penchée sur la coloration végétale des algues par les plantes, sous la consultation d'un expert, c'est tout un champ vierge et sans aucune littérature existante qui s'ouvrait. L'état réversible de ce matériau, avec cette capacité de passer infiniment et au rythme des marées à l'état humide et sec, nous met face à des challenges au niveau stabilité et en même temps se présente comme un moteur au fort potentiel. Pour l'instant, je peux dire que je garde les algues souples en les empêchant de sécher, puisque la piste textile requiert une matière flexible. On pourrait aussi bien sûr explorer des axes où on irait avec la versatilité d'état du matériau. Les propriétés de cette matière, une fois stabilisée, souplesse, imperméabilité, fraîcheur, antibactériologie, associées aux techniques d'ennoblissement textile et à la méthodologie du design, ouvrent un large spectre d'applications complémentaires de celles des macroalgues aujourd'hui, comme les arts vivants, la scénographie, la haute couture, l'objet, l'accessoire, la décoration, le merchandising. J'avance pour l'instant en répondant à des commandes de pièces uniques, en assemblant petit à petit les pièces nécessaires à la mise en place d'un atelier et outillage adapté à ce savoir-faire inédit qui s'invente encore. De ma formation originale de créateur industriel, je garde la joie d'être consultée autour de ce végétal marin sur des univers et cahiers des charges externes, du packaging, scénographie, mobilier, prospective, tendance. Et de mon avancée d'artisane, j'aiguille ma production de textiles algués plutôt vers l'univers de l'accessoire, du costume. Depuis le début, j'ai accepté de ne pas savoir où m'entraînait cette aventure, de ne pas viser un objectif extérieur à la matière elle-même, pour tenter d'écrire un autre modèle d'histoire. J'oscille entre une approche artistique et un désir d'hybridation de cette énergie avec celle d'un rythme plus industriel. Je crois que les deux peuvent s'apporter. Et j'espère que les ponts qui s'esquissent avec certains acteurs trouveront leur juste voie. Développer un nouveau savoir-faire ne revient pas seulement à délimiter les contours de nouvelles matières ou objets techniques, mais bien aussi d'aligner son geste avec une pensée, dans un mouvement d'ajustement infini, d'explorer l'ombre portée de ces découvertes, leur rayonnement visible, jusqu'aux choses qu'elles nous dévoilent sur nous-mêmes. La force de ce projet que je mène est pour moi dans l'histoire qui s'écrit. Et elle s'écrit parce qu'il y a une co-transformation. Je transforme les algues et j'accepte qu'elles me transforment. D'ailleurs, je réalise que les algues ont beaucoup plus d'impact sur moi que moi sur elles. Cette histoire algae fait son chemin depuis 4 ans, lentement, mais avec un passionnant système racinaire qui se construit. Nous avons formé, sous l'impulsion de Julia Lohmann, My Seaweed Sister, donc Julia qui est artiste et designer allemande, on a fondé le Department of Seaweed, une plateforme transdisciplinaire d'exploration des algues en tant que ressources durables. Nous avons pu exposer ensemble sur ces 2 années dans des lieux majeurs. Nous manquons actuellement de cadres de travail rassemblant nos géographies dissémées, mais chacun avance dans sa pratique respective et nous sommes impatients de pouvoir joindre nos forces sur des projets transversaux mettant les algues à l'honneur. En avançant sur ma recherche, je me suis questionnée sur le champ d'appartenance de ce travail. Le milieu de la mer, de la mode, du textile, de la recherche. J'ai réalisé que j'avais besoin de trouver une terre d'ancrage pour ce projet, une terre de la pensée. J'ai eu la chance de rencontrer puis correspondre avec Augustin Berck, philosophe et géographe, prix Cosmos 2018, et commencer à découvrir à travers ses écrits la mésologie qui porte son attention sur les liens que nous tissons avec nos milieux dans une dynamique relationnelle. Produire lentement une pièce impermanente, ce qui pourrait paraître insensé face au rythme effréné de nos sociétés, est paradoxalement une recherche de sens. S'affranchir d'un paradigme trop connu, ressources, épuisement, pour provoquer de nouvelles portes d'entrée. Aller avec la matière pour s'accorder au cycle régénératif. Questionner les circuits existants. Sortir d'une relation binaire avec la nature, exploitation ou sanctuarisation, et s'ajuster au fait d'être vivant parmi les vivants.
Thank you, Violaine. I'm silent after this beautiful presentation. And I know that in pre-COVID times, we were dreaming, Johanna and me, of sitting under an installation of you and organizing the Algae Summit and having there a kind of immersive experience with us all together. Due to time, I jump further, but we come back to you, Violaine. I'm still impressed by the movie. I go to what really looks, and what also Violaine was mentioning, reaching out to almost like antagonistic partners in this world, where Atomic Energy Commission Jean-François C. is our third speaker of the panel today, and will give a short speech presentation of what he is doing. He is reaching out, though, to different disciplines, and I would like to hear and have Jean-François on the screen. I don't see him popping up. Yes, there he is sharing his screen. Yeah, Jean-François, je suis curieux. How that microalgae bioprocesses and biotechnologies can be innovative for industry.
Okay, thanks for giving me the opportunity to be here today. It's, as you say, we may appear antagonistic, but actually we are very complementary. So first I would like to tell you a few words about my organization, which is quite a big research organization in France. It's a public organization, and actually it has several roles, and it's rather unique. First, it's a player in research and innovation, but not only, it's also assisting the state, industries, and the society, and it is also an open and engaged with decision makers and citizens. So there are 4 main pillars. Historically, CES started with defense and security, then diverted into energies, first nuclear, but since many years now, we are also involved in renewables, and especially solar energy, either photovoltaics or concentrated solar power. We have a fundamental knowledge and fundamental research, which is also developed internally. And then we have technological research, which is devoted to the industry. And basically, the idea is to bridge the gap between science and industry. So usually, the way things go is through pushing technologies. So you increase the TR levels of technologies, and you have a gap to bridge between science, what is developed at the university, and the real world, I mean the industrial world. But sometimes also things happen the other way. And actually the private sectors, and especially the designers, the people who think about products, they come to us and they say, well, maybe there is something inside your organization that may be useful for us. Can you help us in maturing our idea, find knowledge that is useful for bringing something to the market? So we do this with many technologies, but my field is only algae and mainly microalgae. I come from the seaweed world, but since 7 years, I'm 100% devoted to microalgae processes. And we have developed in the south of France a platform close to Aix-en-Provence, so it's not very far from Arles, which is totally devoted to developing new processes. So we start from seeds, microalgae, and we can process all the way down through lab experiments, pilot scale experiments, and finally push projects to demonstration scale. And you had, for example, this morning a presentation by Eranova, which illustrates actually this process from the idea to the realization of products. So a few words about the state of the industry. The seaweed industry, the macroalgae industry, we can consider it as a mature industry. It's well developed, especially in Asia, but it's also getting pace in Europe. If you compare the microalgae industry, the phytoplankton industry, it's a very nascent industry. The quantities that are produced in the world are 3 orders of magnitude lower than the seaweed industry. So actually, you have to think of maturity levels. Currently, the microalgae market is focused mainly on high-value applications. Nutraceuticals, spirulina, for instance, cosmetics. It's a good way also to valorize microalgae. We have internally ideas to use microalgae for biofuels, for instance. But there is a very big gap between the cosmetic and nutraceutical industries and the biofuel industries. And actually, there are some intermediate levels of development that are quite interesting. And especially all the field related to bio-based use of microalgae for the bioeconomy and biomaterials and bioplastics. This is a very interesting area where we can develop technologies in order to increase the state of the industry. This is why maybe some weird idea coming from designers have a clear positive echo in our labs. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Jean-François. Very clear message for the designers, and I will come back on that later. And I jump to Frédéric Grondal, who is now currently, I think, in Sweden. Frédéric?
Can you hear us, Frédéric?
The light is out.
Well, I hear you, I see you, I will share my screen, and I'm in Sweden, that's for sure.
Super.
A nice shirt.
A nice shirt.
Very nice.
Then I hope that you see something there. Do you see anything?
Yes, we see that.
Yeah, I will have a short presentation. My name is Fredrik Gröndal, and I work at the Royal Institute of Technology, KTH, in Stockholm.
Can you put it full screen, maybe?
Yeah, I will try that and see what happens.
If you go down on the PowerPoint presentation.
Oh,
otherwise, don't bother.
No, I think I have to do it this way.
It's fine.
Very good. Okay, we go.
Anyway, I work at the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden. It's the biggest technical university in Northern Europe, actually. And we have worked for quite many years now with algae, both microalgae and macroalgae. But today I will focus a bit on the macroalgae. And what we are working with is to actually promote blue growth. I mean, our planet Earth should be called sea or something like that instead. And it's a blue planet, and there is very much space on this blue planet, and there is an untapped resource. And in order to utilize this in a sustainable way, we are working with, for example, aquaculture, putting out energy systems at sea, etc. In my case, I've been leading several projects on algae and the cultivation of algae on the Swedish Atlantic side. We are not doing, as in Brittany, for example, we heard, collecting wild algae. We have all this algae in our seas, but it's not allowed to go and collect it for the uses. So cultivation is the alternative to us. We want to preserve these very nice forests that we have underwater. So what we are doing actually is that we are cultivating, as they did in Wageningen or in Holland, the previous talker, and we are cultivating Saccharina latissima, Laminaria digitata, and different green algae on ropes out in the ocean or in the archipelago here. And we are also cultivating in tanks indoors to provide biomass, especially for food. So here you could see Saccharina latissima on ropes, and here we have some ulva green algae on ropes that is working very well also. And eventually you could see the archipelago here on the Atlantic side of Sweden. It's full of small islands, and you could see one of our farms here. This farm you see here, we call it the sea farm. And it's about 2 hectares in size, this sea farm, and produce about 50 tons of algae. We are now exploiting more than 25 hectares of farming that will be developed during the autumn or the coming spring and autumn. So this is developing very fast now in Sweden on a commercial basis, the cultivating of algae for different uses. We are working in a biorefinery concept, so we are working with the algae biomass as a food, as a bio-based material for different kind of products, green materials. We are working with it as a fertilizer. We are extracting energy from the algae, and we are food and feed, as I already mentioned. And it's a fantastic biomass here because you could use it for so many things, and we have like an integrated biorefinery. So the biomass comes into the biorefinery that we just now have at the university, but eventually this will be outside the universities. Here we are working with different extraction methods and very much with green chemistry to extract the valuable chemicals in the seaweeds in a sustainable way without having too strong chemicals involved here. Today I will mention a little bit on food, but also on we are using the polymers here, and we are taking off green materials that we are testing, but we are not commercially producing these green materials. It's on a research level. But for example, we have been working with bricks, and this is what we have been trying to do. We are now working with concrete, incorporating algae. We have a new project. The other one here is just from Denmark, where they use the beach cast as an insulation for houses. So just showing what could be done. So we are doing this type of testing of material that we are using beach cast and cultivated algae also. We are also cooperating with Julia Lohman on the Department of Seaweed that was mentioned before. And this is from an exhibition at the Helsinki Design Museum 2 years ago. And we have now every year, now except hopefully the coming year, also a creative workshop at a marine station on the Swedish west coast called Kristineberg, where the designers are meeting the chemists and the biologists and the chefs doing food, the material polymer experts working in a creative workshop, you could say. We are doing food, we are doing art, and we are learning about the marine environment. So this is things that have been produced. And the algae hanging on the wall there is actually algae that have been cultivated here in Sweden, that we have been used the algae that is produced here. We also have a project together with the Swedish dental industry, because in Sweden we are using about 50 million plastic disposable cups when you go to the dentist. And we are trying now to create alginate cups to replace them with something that is degradable and that is compostable and without having the problems that plastics have. And this is really interesting. They will be more expensive, of course, than the cups that are used now at the dental industry, but a dental visit is still very expensive. So even if the cups become quite much more expensive, they will be, you will not notice that price when you go to the dental industry. So this is a cooperation with the Union of Dentists, you could say, in Sweden, and our work at KTH. So it's an interesting thing, I think. And then we are finally, I will tell you, and we are doing a lot on that, and that is developing food, because the majority of the biomass we are cultivating here in the Sea Farm project are now going for food. And this was just a talk we have where we looked at insects and algae. And of course, you could make your choice yourself if you like insects or you want to eat algae. I myself prefer the algae. And we are doing experiments with chefs around quite a little restaurants and famous chefs around Sweden, creating different new types of food that could be served. And we actually had our algae on the Nobel dinner a couple of years ago. So it's really getting into the Swedish way. So we are adapting the cuisine, you could say, for Swedish, not just copying the way they are eating algae in Asia
Great.
or in France and so on. With that, I would like to say thank you for inviting me here, and this was a fast little...
Thank you, Fredrik. I'm also preferring algae above the insects, so there we agree. I see, and I want to jump to the conversation. I'm curious, like now from your perspective, me myself as a designer, I see reaching out to scientists that is working, but you as a scientist, working in seed and working in the sea farm, setting up these creative workshops. What is coming back from this creative field? What helps you to put to put so many effort in the middle?
Yeah, as for me, I mean, this has been extremely valuable. I love this type of research where you mix different disciplines, because I'm a marine biologist and an engineer, oceanography. We have our world and we are doing what we are doing in the laboratory. But when we meet the designers, we also have architects and we have these chefs and the students are involved. It's very creative. I mean, new ideas pops up and it gives inspiration to everyone, I would say. And this has been very, very successful, I would say. And Julie Lohman have been here also from Alto during this workshop. So very appreciated by the students.
Yeah, I jump to Violaine. Violaine, you are a designer from background. Nevertheless, you merged in other fields of knowledge. And that I'm curious. How do you do that? What is a strategy for you as designer working in these different fields? What was like one of the most, let's say, inspiring or meaningful encounters in your in the work that you're doing?
I don't know if it's a strategy. I think it's really intuitive also the way I work. So naturally, I really felt the need of, feeding myself from different angles also. And I find it always really interesting to, when I also confront my project with other discipline, I really feel I also get a part of their view and enrich my approach. It's true that I think I had some major encounter, and one of them was really also when I started working with vegetal colors, and to really have the honor to work with some experts, and it's also really where I felt I could add some really different kind of I could really enrich my project.
Okay.
And it's also when I could work with a researcher in biopolymer. But it's also true that all these encounter I've made were really quite informal. So for the moment, I would say it's why now I'm really dreaming of finding a more stable framework. And for me, when I also look at the experience of...
Oops. The sound of Violaine dropped. I don't know if she is coming back, but I'm going to maybe Jean-François till I find this breaking of the walls something you mentioned also in your conversation and your talk where you try to look over the walls of the different disciplines as a way out, maybe another approach that could work to build these systems to go really from harvesting to production in itself. That is a kind of other way of looking to, and doing it also different than older industries and older production centers. Is that a good reading of what you're telling us today?
Yeah, actually, I believe a lot in interfaces. This is where you innovate the more efficient way. So take one idea from a given sector of industry and try to apply it to another sector. And this is actually even the story behind CEA, for instance. Consider that CEA starting with a nuclear weapon and then diverted into medical research and using X-ray in order to image the inside of the people. So this is a way to illustrate that different technologies can be applied to different fields of industry. This is a basic concept, there is a European word for this. These are key generate technologies, building blocks that you aggregate in order to innovate.
How could Violaine, because you promoted a little bit the work you are doing in the end, how could somebody like Violaine or the Atelier could tap into the resources that you have? I see her; she has like an enormous, rich and sophisticated palette of knowledge, but probably also bounds to certain boundaries. How could she collaborate with you?
Actually, it starts in a very informal manner. The way we started with Eric and Marge, for instance, it was just speaking and giving some advice. And finally, they managed to set up a full algae lab in the LUMA Foundation in Arles.
Yes.
And use very, I would say, practical manners in order to grow microalgae and seaweeds and this type of thing. So it starts like this usually. It's an encounter, that's all.
Yeah. Erik, Maartje encounters, designing encounters that is maybe like, and then designing unexpected or unusual encounters. That is what you are doing. So you're more acting, strangely enough, not maybe as material designers, but maybe really as social designers, making new connections and systems. And somebody is working on the background in the studio, I see.
Yes.
The work goes on. The world goes on.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So for us, these contacts and being able to go to Jean-François Sassy, to his lab, to see how they work, that's especially for visual people, that's super valuable. And in order to understand how this process works. So yeah, for us, during all our years of exploration of algae, it's very relevant to work together, to be in this, to have these networks, and to be in France there physically also for this time, like 2 years, was super relevant in order to work together very closely with the partners, École de Minales, or the other partners where we worked with on injection molding and studying on every field, from material fermentation, for instance, towards compounding, towards extrusion, towards designing, or going to the museum to 3D scan to understand the identity of the local context. Yeah, that was super good.
I want to add, if it's short, in the presentation where you see this huge gap between the cosmetic side and going to fuel, is that what we see in Holland, we learn a lot from farming now again, because then we have to really go down and use basic instruments, methods. We work with kilos, so we get more dirty than what we learned on this more clean and lab environment. So then again, we see that this encounters again shifts our view and vision and feeds us with a radical different idea of manufacturing, for instance.
Yeah,
so.
and that also makes clear like what the borders are for cultivation in the Netherlands, for instance, because like nutrients are limited. You have to see what the edges are for cultivation, not only harvest. So, and therefore you need to work together with scientists.
But yeah, to jump on what you said and on these new ways of manufacturing, I'd like to address the last question to Jean-François and Frédéric about, because they're from the scientific side and they're quite open and already involved in those collaborations. But what about the rest of the scientific side? Like I've been involved in working group with Jean-François, with the rest, with people from the algae sector. And it's about upscaling, it's about bringing the industry to another level. And we have maybe another idea of what bioeconomy is, maybe the industry also, but we think, we use the same word, but with different meanings probably, because for us it's not about mass production and about, it's about new patterns of manufacturing. So how, like, is the industry aware of that and start to be open for this kind of provocating? It's not provocating maybe, but
can we not make the same mistake again? Is that possible? Can we start sea farms that are not just like, again, very extractive and again creating monocultures? So that are questions that I have the last years, like by doing these projects, we don't create again the same problem that is a so-called solution? Frédéric?
Yeah, I could just answer that, because now it's a Swedish perspective, but we have a lot of forests in Sweden. I mean, forest industry is big, and you want to turn into a bio-based economy instead of a fossil-based economy. And then everybody is sort of grabbing the forest, and the forest will not be enough. We don't have enough forest. We have super much forest, but it will not cover the demand. So we have to look into for example, seaweeds. And the forests of the sea, they are fast growing and there is a huge potential. And especially Europe have a very good possibilities, because the North Atlantic area of Northern Europe is very big. So we have a lot of maritime space that we could use, and we could also combine it together with wind farms, multi-use of marine space and so on. So we have to think in a clever way. So it's not just having monoculture very aggregated as they have in Asia, for example, because then it turns into an environmental problem eventually. So there are ways, and we are fortunate enough if we could do this.
Thank you, Frederic.
I would like to have a very short reaction on that of Violaine, who is working really small scale and very, very with a lens looking to algae itself. What do you think of these developments? Are you critical to it, or are you should we embrace them?
I think we will have to embrace them, but I find also I'm also really happy to work at this small scale, and also not to forget about the small scale, because I think it could also bring that vision about the larger scale. Mm-hmm. And I always say, yesterday I was talking to students, and I always say it's so important to be able, even when I harvest seaweed, to know really in one, when there's a big tide, to know what I can, for example, find and carry myself, and to have a reference with my own physical limits, to start with that, and I really find it's an important experience.
Ourself as the reference. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We have to stop it. We are already over time, but we thought it was important to have this discussion. Thank you so much for being here, and
Thank you.
Talk to you soon, because we can go on for hours, I'm sure. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
So in the next video, we will be looking at algae from very close. We have an interview with Jacob Kutz Stayson, who is a Danish artist and who did a residency at LUMA this year. And he explored the Camargue by getting immersed in the landscape, and especially in the microscopic world. So he tell us about his work and teach us how to look differently at the landscape with changes of scale and perspective. So let's watch Jacob's interview.
Hi, Jacob. Thank you very much for joining me in this short conversation about your residency here in Arles at the LUMA Foundation. I have a few questions for you about your experience, especially on the field, in the saline, these salted wetlands that characterize the region of the Camargue so much. And I would like to start with the presence, a very recurring presence in your narrative about the idea of reading and sensing the landscape. So would you mind telling us about that a little bit in relation to the Saline and the Camargue?
Yeah, of course. So for the past year, I've been artist in residence with LUMA in Arles, and all my artworks are based on kind of field expeditions that I do to different landscapes. So in Arles, I went to the Camargue, and in particular, Salon de Giraud, because this is a landscape that during the winter months, it kind of crystallizes. There are these forces across the landscape of algae, salt, water, and wind, and the sun. It's like 5 very basic components that are very visibly controlling all life. So it's like very primordial forces. These are forces that influence all life on the planet. They're very old forces, much older than we can kind of normally perceive as humans. Mm-hmm. So I spent a year documenting how these elements influence life at really small scales across this entire landscape. So I went out with a field biologist and a collaborator working with sound, and we kind of really dug into the ground, into the mud, and documented the changes of the color and the changes of the mud, the soil, bacteria, wood, and plants as they go from being kind of liquid and familiar to us and becoming more crystallized. So through this project and all my projects, I use technology like cameras, virtual reality, sound, video as a way of moving through a landscape. So it's very important that I move with my body over a very long period of time through a natural environment, very slowly and very intuitively. So if you go with a scientific purpose or very like utilitarian perspective, you usually look for one specific thing and you have this final aim. But when I go as an artist, I go with a certain perspective in mind. Here the perspective is how algae, salt, water, wind, and the sun just influences all life. But there's not much more than that. I just have this in my mind and then slowly weave and move through the landscape with different technologies and then register how these elements influences life. And when you do this very slowly over a very long period of time, you kind of open up a new way of sensing an environment, looking at it, listening to it, understanding like speed in relation to how fast you move through an environment, how fast do other species and elements move, and at what scale. So I spend a year like using technology to sense an environment in a new way. And I do this in particular with an emphasis on like slow media. So I try to move very slowly through an environment and there will be over very long periods of time, because I work a lot with technology. And I create these virtual simulations from the materials that I digitally collect. So in Salon des Giraud, I've been creating a whole simulation of the landscape in this big multiplayer virtual reality project that we will open next summer at LUMA.
That's very exciting.
Slowly in a new way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this goes hand in hand with something you mentioned to me in a previous conversation about adopting the point of view of algae. It is very fascinating. It feels like sort of moving beyond a very anthropocentric view of the world. So how does that work for you? How do you see that? How do you embody this through the use of technology, by the way? You embody the point of view of something so tiny.
Yeah, I think it's easiest for me just to show a little image.
Yeah.
So this is a screenshot from this virtual environment I've created. So after spending a year moving through this landscape with like these camera lenses, sound equipment, and different technologies, I started noticing that there were certain hues of color, in like orange and pink and green and blue and different tones. And these tones of color is the algae. So the water turns pink, a flamingo turns pink, shrimp turns pink, a rock turns pink because of the algae. So you can see that algae is an organism, a life force, that travels across multiple species in an environment, from a rock to the feathers of a bird. And it's really moving through all the species. And when you look really carefully, you can then, with the eye or through camera lenses, really see this multiplicity of life, and that the different organisms are not isolated elements. Everything is interwoven, and it becomes very visible in the environment. So this image here on the screen, for example, it's a constellation of many individual elements that I've been 3D scanning in the environment. So I've been going out and then with a photo camera, documenting like many different individual objects, rocks, twigs, leaves, water, a multiplicity of things. And then I take like hundreds of photos of one object. And then in the studio, it becomes a 3D model.
Yeah.
And then virtually, I take individual objects and I put them together in new ways to create these kind of big landscapes that feels holistic and individual at the same time. And what really connects everything is the hue, it's the color of different algae. This one is this kind of orangey green color that's seen throughout this whole virtual landscape. And then inside our virtual reality and the artwork, 4 people enter this landscape together. And as they move around, the environment starts reacting to them. So I'm kind of connecting the algae of the wetland to the technology across rocks, feathers, trees, and different elements in the water. and back to a human body who's experiencing the environment through virtual reality. So you really get to see like how life is forming itself. Like here's a footprint that I went in December last year, and I was recording in the landscape, and I put my boot into the mud. And in that boot print, I came back in March, and they had grown all these different environments inside of it. So this is like in March, I 3D scanned this landscape that formed inside of my boot print 3 months later. And it's really the bacteria and the algae that's taken over and forming this complexity of life.
Yeah.
So algae is it's a powerful way of understanding how life interconnects across the landscape. So it's a very like poetic and beautiful thing. And for me as an artist, it's really been a lot of play with like color, because it's very visible once you look at a really micro scale. You really see that algae is a life form that connects everything in Salon de Jour.
Yeah. This brings up another element of your work that it's quite striking, is this flip of perspective, not only from our point of view as human towards nature, but also in scale. So you have a way of looking at something that is extremely small, possibly barely visible, and then actually complete the role and put the human in, transfer the human into something extremely small, while these tiny elements of nature become huge and almost imposing. That is a very interesting perspective to take, especially using technology to do it. Sort of using the means developed by men to place men in the weaker position, or could even say. No?
Yes, exactly. Again, I'm just going to share a little photo because it's easier for me to talk with an image to illustrate. Like what we've seen in this image is, I'm only sharing like a very few images from this project until we open it in the summer. But to the left, for example, there's this crystal to the left of this image. And in the landscape, it's this big. But virtually, when you use like these very magnifying lenses and you take 1,000 photos of this crystal from all angles, you can then put that into the computer, working with algorithms, AI, and different software. And it then allows you to compile all that information and look at the object from an angle, a point of view that has never been possible before. You gain almost like infinite magnifying capabilities of like 1,000 times, but in full 3D, so you can really move around it. And in VR, you can start simulating. You can like kind of create life and pulses and rhythms in the virtual landscape. So something that I think a lot about, especially with virtual reality and technology, is how it can allow us to see, hear, and move through elements in ways that really go beyond the sensory perception of just like a naked human body. It can really kind of augment us, and it can teach us to pay attention to complexities in environments that we might otherwise overlook. You just see this landscape, and it kind of looks the same all over the place. But once you look into the detail, and this is something that this landscape really taught me, you start finding so much complexity in things that at first seem really barren, dead, or simple. And I think that's because we've become adjusted in our habit of looking at things. Normally in our life, we move very quickly through a landscape, or we see it in a film or in a video game or in an app or something, and things change in front of us at a rapid speed. So we are kind of losing our ability to find a lot of complexity in poetry and kind of curiosity for the world in a single place, and it's something that looks barren at first. But once you really look into the detail of a landscape like this, there's just an incredible amount of life visible through these, like especially the algae and bacteria across the landscape. So I've really been trying to use technology and camera, sound, and everything to pay attention to one single location and find something really new there. Something that feels like it's science fiction, it's otherworldly, it's appealing, it's like emotional. You evoke curiosity, but really every single object you're looking at here is all three-dimensional photography from a landscape. I just put the photographs together in a new way. I take individual things and I put them together, and I put them together based on that color scheme. And the color scheme is defined by the conditions of the weather, which impact the different algae. And then I take my 3D photography, I tell the computer, I use like a video game software to create like a simulation of the landscape. So for example, when the algae turns kind of green, I tell the computer to take the green hues of these 3D models and then connect them to sounds that we've also recorded in the environment.
It's a sort of synesthesia. That is very fascinating. One last quick question is, from your experience in the Camargue, in the Salin, in this very we could say extreme environment, what do you think that we can learn from algae, from the relationship with algae, which is an extremely varied species that is just out there and we simply forget it exists sometimes?
Yeah, I think there are two things that has inspired my thinking a lot as an artist from algae. One is the more like basic evolutionary perspective, that after cyanobacteria, it was one of the first organisms to photosynthesize. And they account for a massive amount of the photosynthesis we have on the planet. Yet normally when we think about it, we think of large trees. But really we have these microorganisms in extreme environments all over the world helping us to survive and do photosynthesis on the planet. So it's kind of like this early evolution on the planet for many million of years ago still exists. And it's ever present. And I think this is like a new perspective. It's a relatively new perspective on the world that first kind of came around in the 1800, maybe 1700, with the invention of the more like modern microscopes, which then allows scientists to look at the world at a new scale. And by looking at it at a new scale, you kind of learn about it and think about it in a new way. But the other thing about algae that's really kind of influential in my thinking is about symbiosis. And it's that it's really something that connects multiple species in a landscape. And it can have so many different forms. I think it's kind of infinite possibilities, the ways that algae can look and feel and live in different environments. And it also forms symbiosis with fungi to create something like lichen. So like actively together with another organism, it creates like a third organism, lichen, which is infinitely more complicated again. And it's really just a proof that everything connects, and I think we've become these isolated beings today. And it's important to remember, and especially within the context of technology.
It's a very big lesson to learn, and that is still, there's a long way to go. Hopefully not that long. Thank you very, very much. And we are very much looking forward to finally seeing your exhibition here at LUMA Arles in better times.
Yes, me too.
Thank you very much, Echo.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So after this immersion into the Camargue, we now move to our next panel talk. So we just looked at applications and the implications of working with designers and scientists in the previous panel talk, and we now move to the topic of architecture. So what can be the role of algae in architecture? That's what we're going to explore now. And Daniel Bell has joined us here. And Daniel is an architect at Atelier LUMA. And among other things, he's leading the renovation of the new building that will become the new Atelier LUMA with the workshops and labs and we plan to move somewhere next year.
Yeah, a new experimental building. So for this talk, we called it a new ally for architecture. So really looking at the link between algae and within architectural systems. We've invited both Lucy Novoveska and Jan Verm. Lucy is a senior researcher at SAMS, the Scottish Association for Marine Sciences. She's also worked in the private industry in the algae sector for 6 years in both the United States and in the United Kingdom. Jan Verm is the leader of research and innovation for Arup in Europe. He led the project BioBuild Facade and the project Solar Leaf in the early noughties. Both projects have garnered lots of international awards. So they both join us now to talk about these topics, and they're going to have 2 presentations from each.
Yeah, so we would like to welcome them now on the talk. And we will start with Jan, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Hi everyone, how are you doing?
Hello.
Hi Jan.
Is my connection all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you good.
Excellent.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope you had a good day so far. I couldn't join the earlier sessions, unfortunately.
Okay. You can catch up with the replay, of course.
I will.
So I think, yeah, I don't know if Lucy is also in the Zoom. I don't hear her.
We don't see her.
But
yes,
maybe.
Yes.
Ah, she's there.
Okay. Hi, Lucy.
Hello from Scotland.
Hi. Hi, Scotland.
So we thought Jan could present first, and then Lucy, you can go after.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, okay, I kick off. So I prepared a couple of slides looking into the built environment, looking at architecture, building scale and city scale, and why I think things diverge towards a bioeconomy. I want to give a couple of lenses to that topic of bioeconomy and then present the project, the BAQ project. I think, Daniel, you mentioned while introducing me, as some of the lessons we've learned, and then a little outlook how to extend working with nature and microorganisms in that architectural and urban scale. Maybe as a word of introduction, I'm a director in Arup as a global consultant, engineer, designer for the built environment. We are probably in most parts of the world, but we really build on our independence, which means Arup is a trust. It's owned by the employees and not by any other private entities, which gives us really some headspace to think long term and to focus on research innovation. And the project I'm talking about is for sure a result of that culture, I think. We like to cooperate and to collaborate. We are part of, I think, 2 powerful networks and frameworks, one with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, where we are a strategic partner for the built environment, and another one is with the C40 Cities Network. Here you see one of the emblematic, let's say, projects of Arup around in this sort of post-war, the Sydney Opera, and of course you see the Sydney Bay and the city in the background. And I think we recognize that probably cities are, or is the place where the sort of the battle, as Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, calls it, the battle for climate will be won or lost. That will be in cities as they grow, as the complexity grows, as challenges grow, whether they are on a technical, on the social level, on the economic level. So really we need to start understanding cities and urban scales and how the different aspects go together. Another lens I want to quickly touch on is the STEEP framework. So looking at the trends and drivers for the built environment, just plotting through that spectrum and categories on ecological level. For sure, the push and need and urgency for decarbonization as we go to zero carbon by 2050 as a commitment from the European Union. On the economical level, I think it's widely understood that it has to be backed up, this transition, by new business models, and most of them refer to the opportunity a circular economy brings for everyone along the stakeholder chain. On the social level, there's an increased focus on the health and well-being of users and communities. We look into the technological advances in the field of digitization, and the build sector is very much catching up. But it's a huge opportunity for collecting data, processing data, and gaining insights. And increasingly, I think we also learn from other sectors like the life science sector and some of the opportunities that are there. And everything of what I've here described is backed up by policies and funding programs by the Green Deal. But I think the circular bioeconomy is really a potential to bridge and connect these drivers. So looking at the framework from this Ellen MacArthur Foundation, where I think the term bioeconomy will become clearer, is this butterfly diagram where you see all resource streams in the technical cycle of man-made materials, and on the left cycle, the biological processes. And increasingly, I think we see the potential to use technical processes within natural bio-based materials and products to not just focus on timber as, of course, one resource which is a key to enable urban, multi-story, zero-carbon construction, but also understand the full economy or bioeconomy around waste materials, agricultural waste materials, feedstock, and how they could also link to the construction sector. And finally, it's this lens that I want to offer as a way to understand what's happening in architecture and construction, is where we go through a constant shift, I think, where we look at, as originally looking at buildings as a polluter, as a consumer of materials and resources, as a challenge in terms of the environmental impact. Now there's discussion, of course, of zero carbon, of reducing impacts, but fundamentally we want buildings to contribute positively to the environment and the ecosystems. We want buildings to be part of positive, to contribute to an ecological gain and to contribute to a regenerative design, meaning that the built and natural environment should support each other and not have to compete with each other for resources or for habitat. Now, looking into a concrete example after talking through these three frameworks, it's a BRQ building in Hamburg, which we completed 2013. It was an opportunity to experiment on a real project, on a case study, where we, together with architects, Splitterberg, developed a team, concluding an algae expert, SSC. We partnered up with a facade company, with some other building services companies to not just develop and test, but also implement this first real-scale integrated bioenergy facade, as we call it. You see these bioreactors exposed to the outer surface, southeast, southwest, where they contain the algae fluid that circulates through the building, where we harvest the daylight, we absorb the carbon, and in that way generate in an effective way on those facades that don't have any other function and purpose. We create microalgae. And there are multiple benefits for the building itself. So one of them is we create heat through the solar thermal effect. We absorb some waste stream, for example, the carbon emissions, whether they are from the building or the district. We could also use nutrients from gray or yellow water from the district. And we create a valuable biomass. And either as a source of bioenergy, which probably is not the most sensible approach, but really to look at it as a more valuable resource for the nutrition and food industry. Some close-ups of that external system. We developed a quick video where you see the system in operation. For those who haven't seen it, we see these panels. They are 2.40 meters tall. They are driven by an uplift technology. So the rising air bubbles cause these turbulences to boost the metabolism, the uptake of carbon and nutrients. And yeah, you see that dynamic interface between nature, humans, and the building. That's the panel we developed very quickly, maybe to the system. So every story is connected to the central plant room, where we take out the heat. So we keep the heat in the system at around 40 degrees or 38, which is according to the, let's say, needs of the green chlorella algae. We harvest the algae by flotation in batches and take out the heat. We can store the heat. We can use the heat through a heat pump to provide that gain back into the building and the users. This would be the daily harvest on a good day. It's like say a bucket full or 6 kilos of algae, and that represents a productive surface of 200 square meters. You see on the right hand just a glimpse into that central plant room, which I have to say is quite an effort. It's intense in the way of components to be installed and monitored and work together. And I think it's something which makes more sense to look at on an urban level, rather than a single building trying to close these loops. It's really trying to create synergies within a district. And this is an image on the left of the site of the International Building Exhibition site in Hamburg. And you see the green building in the middle, which is the BRQ building. You see lots of other buildings with other profiles of demand and need, of a different profile of users. You have a public building, you have a swimming pool, you have a hotel. All of them are in need of heat. All of them are, let's say, an emitter of carbon emissions. I think really trying now to compose districts in a complementary way to make these loops effective is I think, an interesting outlook to look at a district rather than a building scale. In the matter of time, I just quickly show the further development we've done since then. So it's now an integrated system into a proprietary curtain walling system, not an external element, but really an integral part of a unitized curtain walling system. So it's really matured since then on the technical level. And we also matured the business model, meaning we have a contracting model keeping away the risk from the developer or the owner of the asset. It brings me to the outlook, where I want to look at microorganisms as a way to cooperate with and to fabricate with on an architectural scale. And next to algae, we are now more intensely looking at mycelium as a way to turn agricultural waste into building products. We work with some of the designers like Jonas Edward to look into the potential of shaping and components on architecture scale, and also look into the loops of, for example, seaweed here off the shores of Denmark and timber waste of the local furniture factories in Copenhagen, to use that as a substrate to make architectural panels. And I would be interested to explore further not just the cooperation, let's say co-design with nature, but also between different organisms like algae and fungi. And that's all from my side. And of course, the vision I would have is a biopolis where it's driven by the cohabitation of life and different life in the city. Not sure whether you want to go to answers or we save them for the panel.
Well, I wanted just to ask one question on the solar leaf building and the biofacade. It's obviously the first, I think it's a world first in terms of creating a full functioning biofacade that also works as a heat pump and creates a biomass as an output. But I wanted to ask about the kind of post-analysis after the building is creation. I think it's been in use now for a number of years. In terms of sort of achieving some of those goals, let's say within regenerative buildings, is it getting to the levels that it needs to in order to be a sort of, let's say, a game changer for a facade becoming a regenerative element in architecture?
Yeah, so we looked at the building and the performance of the facade for around 2 years, but mainly with the focus to look at the technical feasibility to get the system running smoothly. I think the next step isn't taken yet to really integrate it in a bigger scale and also to demonstrate the commercial feasibility. And we need to tuck it into also another value chain, which isn't established in, let's say, on the scale of a building or even a district, of what to do with the algae biomass. So we need to work much more closely, I think, with that industry and to look at local ways of generating value with the harvested biomass. And that's not yet the case, I think. So I think as a concept, it's strong. I think we've proven the feasibility of it. I think we can prove the commercial feasibility of it. But also it's a systematic change where we look at more at the urban scale and we look at, let's say, work between different industry and different sectors. And architecture and construction is so fragmented that it's quite, it takes a bit of energy and more time to embed it in a wider context.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Should we move to the next presentation? Lucy?
Yes.
Yeah, we see your presentation.
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant. Yes, so comparing to Jan, I am very much an algae nerd. So my presentation is very algae focused. And just that you know, I'm sitting right here in this corner office right now. So I want to connect microalgae back to bioremediation, and it sort of ties to one of the uses we can use algae for. And algae are very good at removing all the traditional contaminants like nitrogen and phosphorus, but they're actually extremely good at removing some of the unwanted compounds as well, like heavy metals and possibly some emerging contaminants like pharmaceutical compounds. And I want to bring back again the beautiful diversity we have in algae. There are hundreds of thousands of species, and scientifically described, in these big German books, is only 44,000. And out of that, we keep only 3,000 in the culture collections. And on the industrial sort of use, growing, cultivating algae for specific compounds, we use only about 50 strains. So the diversity and the potential is huge, and it's very sort of under-discovered area of science. So sort of following what Jan was discussing, the value, what can we get out of algae? This pyramid was published in 2013 by UK government, and it sort of highlights sort of the basic premise we all know. We can grow algae in sort of large amounts, but for relatively low value. And this would be sort of the bulk uses where we use algae maybe for fuels, for energy, and some of the algae we produce as we treat wastewater. But as you go up the pyramid, the value increases tremendously. And one of the examples I like to give my students is that astaxanthin, which is this blood red pigment, a pure kilogram of astaxanthin can sell for $10,000 per kilogram. So you can have really high value compounds out of algae. I am really into pigments these days. It's really such a beautiful thing to look at all the different colors that algae can produce. And not only these colors can be used as ink or dyes, but they have very valuable antioxidant and medical properties as well. So how do you grow algae? well, this looks like a caveman way to do it, comparing to Jan's elegant panels. But when we grow microalgae, we always look for the high surface to volume ratio. So algae can get their light, hopefully from sun or from lights, and there's this sort of nutrient exposure, and they're mixed well. So as you can imagine, any bioreactor, how would it look like? They can be tubular, they can be horizontal, they can grow in plastic. We have a kiddie pool. This is from a company I worked in the United States, where we literally dug a hole in the ground and created our own pond. Jeff, who constructed the pond, just used regular petals from a canoe to actually mix the culture around. Then here, this is more sophisticated system in Hawaii, where I worked at a company called Solana, where they have a hybrid system of these long tubular bioreactors. They're kind of like human intestines. Again, taking advantage of the surface to volume ratio. And then we would finish the culture out in the pond. In Czech Republic, they have these cascading thin layers bioreactors. And the layer of algae is extremely thin, but also extremely dense. So there are multiple different ways how you can cultivate microalgae, but it's important to know what species and for what application you're cultivating them. Microalgae made it in space. It made me so happy. So this is a picture from International Space Station. And algae usually make it to space for kind of 3 reasons: oxygen production, wastewater treatment, and food item. I love sci-fi movies where they grow algae to survive on Mars. But yeah, so in this scenario, it was just to sort of look at the preliminary results of using algae for oxygen production. Also, if you're using algae for wastewater treatment, you probably wouldn't consume the algae afterwards. So some of the uses are sort of mutually exclusive. So going back to why we use microalgae to treat wastewater, and wastewater is such an issue, and we produce it more and more in the world. It's $57 billion business globally, and there will be more wastewater with more people. It is causing damage to the environment. And on the other hand, we have these ponds. Again, we're back in Hawaii, where I was adding fertilizer in these ponds to feed my algae. So on one hand, we have a lot of nutrient pollution that is causing too much of algae growth, which is causing damage to the environment. And on the other hand, we're trying to grow algae on a large scale, and we don't have enough nutrients, and we don't have enough algae, and we don't have enough water to do it. So combining these two is such an attractive solution. So I'm going to top that and talk to you just very quickly about pharmaceutical compounds in wastewater. And as you can imagine, as humans, we consume a lot of medication and drugs, and all of that ends up in wastewater as well. And algae are very good at consuming it. I don't know if you have a favorite medication here on the list, but what I'm showing you is the removal of these compounds from the wastewater, specifically due to algae treatment. So algae removed. There are heart medication, antibiotics, antidepressants. I have to say that this data set originated when I worked for industrial phycology, so that data belongs to them. But sort of quickly, the way algae remove these contaminants, they can do it either via adsorption, where the pharmaceutical compound sticks on them. And for this, the algae can be dead or alive, which is very handy, and it will then, of course, impact how you design your PBR or your treatment. So if the material can be dead, and it can be, yes, algae, but it can be wood, biochar, anything, it's much easier to incorporate in the existing structures and easier to retrofit. If you're trying to keep the algae alive, it will cost you more money, and I'm sure Jan can talk to you about all the issues going with it as well. But it can be more effective because the algae, not only that the pharmaceutical compound sticks on them, but they also actively pull it in. So by definition, they remove more of it. And also, algae can degrade pharmaceutical compounds, sort of to break them down, to pre-chew them for bacteria. So there are a variety of different ways how algae can do it. We usually don't care how exactly they do it, as long as it gets done, but it will determine how you physically construct your system. So I want to kind of finish up with this example of bioremediation at algae systems, which was in the United States, in the Gulf of Mexico. Florida would be sort of around the corner, where we looked at municipal wastewater and we tried to treat it in these large floating bioreactors. And we would harvest it right there and process it for biofuel. And this is just here I'm literally just showing off how well the system worked. And in the solid bars, you can see the incoming wastewater, and then the stripy bars right next to them are the effluent. So, for example, for total nitrogen, the incoming untreated water would be 35 milligrams per liter, but after algae treatment, we reduced it to about 5, which complied with the regulatory standards. So you can see that algae absolutely can do the job, and they can be grown for a variety of purposes, but also for wastewater remediation. Some of the challenges, and Jan again touched on it, some of these systems are economic only at very large scale. And even if you think how much nitrogen is human urine, it can be 9 grams per liter, and how much algae you would need that to treat that. It's a lot of material you need to remove the nitrogen from human wastewater. Again, the ratio of nutrients, nitrogen to phosphorus, and that there are no other prohibitive compounds in the wastewater that would prevent the algae from growing. Of course, dewatering. If you're using microalgae, by definition, they're tiny microscopic plants, so very difficult to remove them from the water. There are beautiful existing technologies out there, but they can be energy expensive, and even the systems are expensive to purchase. So the operating and capital cost can be quite high to get it going and to actually create value, not just sort of provide a service. Biofouling, yeah, this is the last, it's sort of a funny story. We constructed this beautiful field of large photobioreactors with algae to treat human wastewater. But what happened, we attracted so many birds. There were birds on every piling, on every photobioreactor, and the birds, of course, came with their own waste there. So yeah, the irony of us trying to treat wastewater while bringing this wildlife onto the site that created a whole issue of other wastewater issues was quite ironic. So always keeping in mind what the wildlife wants to do on the side of it. So this is where I would leave you, and I think we can open the discussion.
Lucy, I just want to say before Daniel takes over that we love algae nerds, so you shouldn't excuse yourself. It's and I like the fact that when we install systems, like animals are hacking it, and yeah, beautiful lesson.
Mm. Hi, Lucy. Thanks. I wanted to pick up on one thing before maybe having a more open discussion. I mean, it's always this issue that if you use algae for wastewater treatment, you're stuck at the kind of end of the cycle, because then you've sort of drastically reduced its afterlife uses. So I just maybe thought that you could maybe go into a bit more detail about that, the kind of after uses of the biomass.
Yeah, I disagree with it to some point, because you can, if you're extracting anything valuable, omega-3 fatty acids or pigments out of algae, you are so harsh to the biomass anyways that any pathogens usually go with it. But the policies and the regulation in place are very strict in the way that the second something is exposed to human waste, the applications are reduced dramatically. But yeah, as I said, if you're using solvents to extract omega-3s, you really are so mean, and you rip the cells apart and suck the valuable compounds out, that there is really no chance for anything like pathogen surviving. But yeah, the regulations are sort of need to catch up and be more customized to specific application.
Yeah, and I guess it also depends on which, because you said there's only 50 strains currently in use, so each strain would have a different outcome. Not necessarily the same, or?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. So again, the diversity, absolutely beautiful. And you can have algae that produce 75% lipids, unbelievable, just oozing out. And then you have sort of algae that are used for wastewater treatment that barely produce 10% lipids. So there are a lot of variation between species. For the wastewater, I have to say I'm a big fan of polycultures of algae and bacteria and fungi all working together as a team, because there is a lot of sort of niche availability and they can help each other. The more, the merrier.
And to maybe bring also Jan back into it, I wanted to take a couple of steps back. Because obviously we're talking about algae and its potential uses within architecture or urban systems, but I think it's important also to point out that I guess as the months and months go on, governments sort of let's say make new promises to sort of reduce the carbon, to become carbon neutral by 2035 or 2040, to electric cars by 2030. So all the time setting the bar very, very high. And if you go by studies, architecture in its use, also in its construction, accounts for about 40% of carbon that's sort of produced in the world. So I wanted to just get your some comments or feedback from that. What do you see the potential of sort of creating buildings that have a greater role to play? Because I mean, if buildings are going to sort of try to get down that sort of very carbon negative impact they have, they sort of have a lot of catching up to do. So I guess maybe Jan, you could give some feedback on that. Where do you see the industry going and taking these types of technology a little bit further?
Yeah, I think I mentioned in the introduction on the trends and drivers in the industry. And circular economy being one of them. So that's looking to reduce the waste of that industry. So it's an extremely wasteful industry. I think it's billions of tons every year, and only a percentage of that is fed back into a valuable cycle, which continues to be valuable, whether it's in the sector or in another sector. I think that's the one side where we need to design differently or operate buildings differently, procure differently, and that opens the discussion on replacing technical materials with bio-based materials. And here we have the big challenge on performance and replicability, fire safety, and so on, durability. So I think it's not one size fits all. It's such a fragmented, wide field construction. So lots of different applications, different building typologies, different regulations, different user needs. And we just need to create a palette and be creative more creative than we are at the moment, of bringing in bio-based materials on the material scale and bio-based solutions more on the overall urban scale into the palette of options and solutions that we apply as designers. There's for sure a clarity now that things are changing, and over the last years, it's not just talk on the high level, and from ambitious designers, it's really hit the mainstream, I think. Also the business. So real estate developers, investors, they are now forced to reinvestigate their portfolio through the new taxonomy, which has a number of criteria. One of them is carbon, the other is circular economy and biodiversity. So all these things now become, and they receive indicators that change the way we do business. And I think that's a big step. That it's not just a niche. And I think exploring these options, they can be inspiring, but we always want to look into scaling them up and bring them into the market. I think for sure that's part of my ambition, to think about scalable solutions.
Yeah, one of the issues is also, let's say, a sort of cultural change. We're working on a new renovation at the minute, and within that, we're trying to obviously build with biomaterials, rammed earth or non-cooked earth brick and things like this. But also one of the strategies is to try and use algae in the direct remediation of the building's waste, sort of on site, but something a bit lo-fi than your facade system. But some of the reactions we got from also the engineers working on that was that sometimes, you know, laughing at it or not understanding the system, or there's almost, as soon as you go to a sort of non-standardized procedure, you're almost having to fight little small battles just to win a kind of certain argument to say, well, no, we can do it this different way, which might be better or more sort of sustainable or regenerative.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the risk of appetite for innovation and do things differently is very low, I think, just because risk is quite high. Because every building is different, everything is designed differently, everyone has a specific role and scope and warranty attached to it. I think what's happening at universities is really promising. You see now much more multidisciplinary research programs where architects, designers, engineers, economists, ecologists, they work together. And I think that's part of your mission as well. I think also science will hopefully become a major player of that we do things differently as a driver for showcasing how things can be done, demonstrating, evaluating, providing evidence and in that way reducing also the risk of applying at scale.
Yeah, and also maybe to bring Lucy in. I mean, as you said, there's so many different varieties of algae that can be used. So at the intersection between architecture and science, how do you see that developing? Because obviously you need a kind of you need quite a lot of knowledge on individual species also of algae to sort of try and use the correct species for what process, for what application. Is it in wastewater treatment, or is it to produce food? Is it on the facade, or is it through other uses? So there's also a role for scientists to play in it, Lucy?
Oh yeah, I mean, you set me up here. Of course there is, especially phycologists, but I do feel like it needs sort of collective community effort, and you sort of touched on it earlier. It needs, the scientists to help with the science and the mechanisms of what's the best. We need engineers, we need architects, we need policymakers, and we need the public to get on board. And as you said, we're also excited about, zero net carbon, but how do we actually do it? So I think it literally takes a village. So I wouldn't put it just on the scientist. And even summits like this, when we bring everyone together and actually see, okay, where are the gaps? Where should we sort of focus now?
Yeah, I guess it needs kind of all parties to play their bit, but it's almost the task of the next kind of 15 or 20 years to sort of, and it's what I was sort of touched on earlier was that it really needs this sort of large scale community effort in order to sort of make these things a reality. I wanted to check with Joanna if we had any questions from the audience.
Yeah, we got two questions. Regarding the use of algae in architecture, so one is about whether Jan Worm, you already worked on the macroalgae like sargassum, although I'm not sure that we're meaning here living algae. I guess it's maybe about materials, so I'm not sure about that, but I'll let you answer. And the other one is about and we mentioned it, I think, in a presentation, maybe by Lucy, that when we use algae, we have all the system to sustain the algae that will need a lot of electricity and energy. So this counts in the final, accountability of the building. And what about that?
Not sure I understood the question correctly, but so I haven't worked with macroalgae as a living system. When we look at macroalgae, we looked at it as a substrate for these fungi panels, or a substrate to grow mycelium. So we haven't looked into cultivating macroalgae as a living system.
But in terms of was it more of a question about the use of dead algae in driving down energy?
No, these were two separate questions. Maybe I was confusing. So yeah, you answered the macroalgae, and the other one was about microalgae and sustain. So I think Lucy wants to say something about that, and the energy that is needed to sustain all these systems.
Yes, definitely, and I think that should not be underestimated, and it should be accounted for. When the case I was showing from Alabama, where we were trying to take advantage of free light, right, sun, we used the wave energy for mixing. So you think, okay, we're winning here, like the two very sort of energy expensive processes we have covered. But we were still spending so much energy on pumping the water back and forth, for example, which is something you would not necessarily consider. So there are definitely a lot of costs associated with keeping algae alive. Yes, I think it is improving more and more. And now there are different ways how you can get this energy. You know, we have renewable sources, so there are ways around it. But I would not underestimate that it can be quite intensive process.
Yeah, so I imagine it's not only about the system that you could implement in various locations, but you need to find the good combination with the sun, the weather, the pumping system, and adapt it. Yeah,
absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Are we still good for time?
We're going to have a last question and then we end.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe, because I was fascinated by the point about this use of dead algae within the system. I mean, I'd never heard this before. I just assumed that it had to be alive to be useful. But did you mean that the dead algae can process materials that sort of stick to it, or how does that? If you maybe explain that a little bit more. Yeah, Lucy. Yeah.
Yes. So this is it's actually much more common than you would think. It's like any kind of material that things literally stick to it. So if you use sort of, if you filter your water before you drink it, it's a similar kind of system. You just have a carbon activated filling of it, and the contaminants are attracted to it and they complex with it. So it's a similar system where you don't use the living components of the algae. You just reduce it to a material that is adsorbent.
Yeah, I think I found it interesting because when you see the system of Jan, it's obviously quite complex. So I was wondering, is there some middle ground where you do something a bit more lo-fi in order that more people can maybe take part in the technology or do it themselves? You know, is there some middle ground that? Or does it all have to be part of a complex system?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. So I just want to specify. So for this dead algae, they will not absorb carbon dioxide because they're not incorporating it in the new biomass. They're literally just whatever is sticky will get stuck on them. So if you're growing live algae, you have much bigger potential for removal of contaminants. But combining the two different ways, and also because seaweed, there's a lot of dead seaweed out there. So combining these, I'm a big fan of sort of multi-pronged approaches. You know, there's not going to be just a single answer, but combining different techniques as well.
Okay, and very last question. So Lucy, you're on the research side and trying different systems and water system, etc. Jan on the end side with the finished building. Are you we're a bit in the middle because we are trying to implement system which are still experimental on a kind of middle size scale. So not the lab, not the big building, like quite in the middle. What could that add? Could that serve your research? Could that be useful? Is it something missing, or I don't know, open question?
So for me, I'm so excited about this. I think we need more demonstration and heroes and show public what can be done. And yes, it may not be economic at that scale at that moment, but it's pushing the boundaries, and I'm a big fan of it. Yes.
Maybe also just establishing common languages, terminology between science and designers, engineers, that apply. I think that everything, you could be a translator, a leveler of bringing these things together and formulating common challenges, of sharing knowledge, of bringing things into different spaces where they can be picked up by other teams. I do see a need for that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, interesting. And I think we will leave it here for now. So thank you so much, Lucy and Jan.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hope to welcome you one day here in the atelier.
It looks fantastic. It looks like a great space. I definitely want to be there one day.
Wonderful. Yeah.
And also in Scotland, next to that lake, Lucy.
There you go.
Looks wonderful.
You're always welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Ciao. So that was it for now. Thank you, Danielle. And now we talk about books. So the next video is about bibliography and how we can build a bibliography on a specific theme, algae in this case, of course. What would be the topic? So Jean-François Raffaelli is in charge of the Aufprint library in Arles, which is a library supporting independent and experimental publishers. And Jean-François guides us in the library, and he tells us how he worked and built this bibliography on algae. And then we will meet for the next panel. So let's watch the visit by Jean-François now. Thank you.
Bonjour, je suis Jean-François Raffaelli, j'ai la responsabilité de la librairie de la Fondation LUMA, Arles, Aufprint. Et je vais vous présenter aujourd'hui une sélection qui a été faite spécifiquement pour l'Algae Summit de cette année. Je vous invite à découvrir ces livres sur cette table physiquement. Ces livres ont une particularité qui est commune à nos choix éditoriaux et notre sélection éditoriale à la librairie, qui est de fonctionner sur un rapport forme et contenu bien particulier, c'est-à-dire que la conception même des livres amène à révéler vraiment le sens du matériau d'origine, images, textes, et surtout développer une pensée par l'objet, en fait, on pourrait dire. Parmi ces livres, qui ne sont pas tous sur l'algue en particulier, mais sur la philosophie d'Atelier LUMA dans son ensemble, dans le contexte, bien évidemment, de la Fondation, certains donc sont plus particulièrement, ont retenu plus particulièrement mon attention pour la présentation d'aujourd'hui. Mare Nostrum, qui est publié par un éditeur marseillais, ce qui est intéressant aussi, c'est une ville qui est en relation évidemment avec la mer. Sa conception est particulièrement intéressante puisqu'on voit qu'il est séparé complètement en deux parties, une partie image qui renvoie par cette codification en numéro à la partie texte. Donc ça amène une expérience bien particulière de lecture et de réflexion. On a un second livre ici, toujours sur le thème de l'eau, qui se présente comme un nuancier des couleurs de l'eau. Et sa particularité est que la partie texte est insérée dans le nuancier avec un contenu scientifique qui est particulièrement intéressant. C'est initialement une approche d'artiste, mais qui apprend beaucoup de choses sur ces sujets-là. Le troisième est vraiment un livre d'artiste. Donc celui-ci, c'était Irène Koppelman, Indexing Water, de chez Roma. Et celui-ci, vous voyez ici, When What Disappears. Pourquoi? Parce que en fait, ce sont des tableaux. Ça se compose comme une série de tableaux de fonds sous-marins. Et on voit des couleurs qui sont normalement invisibles. D'ailleurs, ici, il y a une mise en abîme du procédé, puisqu'on voit l'éclairage artificiel qui permet la découverte de ces couleurs. Donc c'est un livre d'artiste qui a une consonance humaniste par sa référence à l'histoire de l'art. Et pour terminer, je présenterai les légumes de mer, qui est une curiosité dans le sens où c'est un livre qu'on ne repère pas forcément, puisque c'est un livre d'occasion qui est dans justement une approche éditoriale qui aujourd'hui est assez dépassée, on pourrait dire, mais qui a le privilège d'avoir été le premier livre en français sur ces sujets-là. Donc ce n'est pas simplement un livre de recettes, mais c'est aussi un livre scientifique, puisque ces auteurs sont en réalité 2 scientifiques japonais. Donc la première édition, c'était 1977 au Japon, et celle-ci, c'est l'édition française de 1985. Manière d'indiquer une particularité également de la librairie, qui est de cette recherche justement de livres anciens, et qu'on va présenter avec les livres contemporains dont je vous ai parlé. Voilà, donc tout ceci indique bien, j'espère, la proximité du travail de recherche de la librairie dans sa relation avec Atelier LUMA, avec qui on a des échanges permanents et à venir. Tous ces livres sont repris en bibliographie sur le site, et certains sont même commentés. Vous pourrez trouver tout ça pour continuer la visite.
So that was a nice visit of the off-print library. And so I take this opportunity to mention that the whole bibliography that Jean-François just presented is available on the website. So once more, you have this satellite program that I really encourage you to explore. So on for the people who just join us, maybe just below the window with the live stream, you have a mention like explore the satellite program. And then you find here, so the list, this bibliography that Jean-François was mentioning, and he built it with this nice methodology, so not just sticking literally to the theme of algae, but really exploring the diverse connections through color, texture, etc. So, and we have a few highlights over a few books that can be really interesting also to explore. Another highlight about this satellite program that I would like to mention, we have a really beautiful movie which was made by Astrida Neymanis, who is a professor at the Sydney University in Australia, and she's professor in the Gender Studies department. And she made this movie in collaboration with scientists and an artist, talking about how we exploit the resources of the sea, how we exploit the sea, and how from the perspective of the sea is also really tired. And we are in a world now, we're talking about climate change and all this, and where we feel really tired and like it's quite heavily loaded. But the sea also speaks for it and say, it's really tired that all these humans and population are so rely on the sea. So I really encourage you to see it. It's a really beautiful and poetic movie which was made during the Kelp Congress, an event in Norway happening last year. Maybe also good to mention, you can really see how we build the visual and identity and the soundscape of the Algae Summit. So we worked with designers from Studio AATB for the visual identity, and they work in collaboration with robots to do a whole bunch of things. And for this, they collaborated with the robots to paint. So teaching the robots how to paint with different colors. In that case, from algae, microalgae pigments. And for the sound, we worked with Rive Schumacher, who is an artist based in Arles, and who recorded different sounds from the algae lab, from materials, water, containers containing algae, and he created this soundscape that we use for the jingle. So all this on the satellite program. And now we move to our last panel talk of the day. So our last panel talk, which is about bioremediation scenarios. So yeah, when we look at algae, the ecology of algae, we understand quite quickly that they can be of great help to absorb CO2, to absorb nutrients. So we are looking now at different projects that work with algae to purify the air of water. We have Henriette back here in the studio, artistic director and research director of the Atelier and designer. And Henriette will lead this conversation.
Thank you, Jana. So yeah, the sea is tired, and maybe we're all also getting a little bit tired at the end of this Algae Summit. But I think no, we have a really exciting last panel talk where we finally come down to the fundamental stuff. Namely, and it was addressed also in the previous panel by Lucy, bioremediation with algae, but this time in situ, on site, in rural regions, tackling issues as like pollution, but also health, because those are very much connected. And I feel extremely excited to be surrounded by such brain power for the coming 40 minutes. If we would be physically together, I would ask a warm applause for you. Welcome, Alexandra Dubigny, Professor Brenda Parker, and architect and biodesign researcher Shneel Malik. I will give a sneak preview from your CVs. Alexandra, or Dr. Dubigny, you're a researcher at the University of Cordoba in Spain. You graduated from the University of East Anglia in the UK, and you worked 10 years as a permanent research scientist at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the USA. And you're now a principal investigator of both a European and a Spanish-funded project that uses algae bacteria consortia for wastewater bioremediation and their biomass for agronomical valorization. Then Brenda Parker. Dr. Parker is a biochemical engineer and lecturer at the University College London. She held a joint appointment on 2 large EU projects. One was to write the UK roadmap for algal technologies in 2013. You have collaborations with the Bartlett School of Architecture and the Slade School of Art on projects related to microalgae. And your current research focuses on the use of algae as a sustainable and scalable industrial biotechnology platform. And then last but not least, Shneel, you're a licensed architect and interdisciplinary biodesign researcher and a PhD researcher. Did you finish this PhD already? I'm not sure, or is it still in progress? It's a research in which you collaborated with Brenda and Marcos Cruz, and you have created Indus, which is a tile-based wall system designed to clean wastewater through bioremediation. And this project also has won the ADO Mini Water Future Design Challenge. Now I will stop. Your CVs are much longer, but I think this is a good introduction to start with. We will first travel virtually to Spain, to Alexandra, and learn more about her work on bioremediation.
Alexandra, we don't hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, everyone, for having me at this Algae Summit. It's a pleasure to start this session. And I am going to talk about today the WABA project, which stands for Water Bioremediation using Algae Bacteria Consortia for Rural Areas. And this project was funded by the AirNetMed scheme, which is a scheme from the 7th Framework Program from the EU. It involves 4 laboratories from 3 different countries, Spain, France, and Morocco. And the idea behind this project was to develop a system that is able to bioremediate wastewater from rural areas using microorganisms. So the first task was to identify microalgae bacteria consortia able to bioremediate and then optimize this process while developing low-cost harvesting techniques to get cleaner water and then more biomass in order to do agronomical valorization, and then finally do an overall study about the impact of this process. So here at the University of Cordoba, we use a green algae called Chlamydomonas, and we were interested in finding a suitable bacterial partner in order to discover a successful consortia. So the idea was that both microorganisms have similar abilities in terms of uptaking compounds, and maybe by combining both, we will be able to doubling their ability to bioremediate contamination. So here we wanted a consortia that is able to grow more, meaning producing more biomass, and consume nitrogen, because nitrogen is one of the main or standard contaminants in wastewater. So typically in our lab, we mix algae and bacterial strain, and then we use different carbon sources to look at their growth and different nitrogen sources to look at nitrogen consumption. Then we look at the consortia and we compared it with control samples such as bacteria only or algae only. And from our screening, we identified a pink bacteria as a suitable partner for our green algae, Chlamydomonas. And you can see here that our consortium is able, after 4 and 11 days, to grow way more. It's more greener than the rest of our control samples. And so we decided to confirm those visual results by measuring chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is a growth parameter, and you can see here in yellow, our consortia is able to increase its chlorophyll by 10 times and its dry weight by 28-fold. So the second step was to look at nitrogen consumption. Is our consortia able to uptake, for example, here, ammonium? And you can see that after 2 days in yellow, our consortia is able to eat or take up everything that is in the media. Similarly, nitrate and nitrite are also uptaken more efficaciously by our consortia than the rest of our control samples. So here we have identified a successful consortia that can grow more and consume nitrogen in synthetic media. So the next step was to test the ability of this consortia in real wastewater. So our partners in France send us wastewater from a rural area, and we tested our consortia. And as you can see here in yellow, the results are a bit disappointing. Sometimes the consortia grew more or grew less. So we decided our media, our wastewater, and you can, knowing that it can boost the bacteria growth. And you can see here in the photo that the consortia is way greener now than the rest of the control samples, and the chlorophyll concentration, so the growth parameter, is improved along the days, as well as the dry weight. You can see here that it's improved by 3 times. So now we have a consortia that works. So the next step was to upscale the growth of this consortia from lab scale to bench to raceway. So the CEA set up 3 100-liter raceway units, and they set up pumps, data logging, pH control. They connected everything so they can control those parameters. And at the same time developed a biofilm in order to get the algae to bind to this wheel and then mature, so binding more and more until it's able to fall off. So this is a very low-cost harvesting technique, and we are able to accumulate this biomass easily. So the next step was to prepare this biomass and send it for biostimulation experiments. So they froze it, lyophilized it, and sent it to our partner in Morocco at the Maskir Institute. And here the question was, is the biomass of this specific consortia able to stimulate the growth of tomato plants? And you can see that after different experiments, the shoot and root size of our plants was increased. So the consortia, the biomass, has a positive impact and is actually stimulating the growth of those tomato plant growth. So here we have a consortia able to remediate nitrogen from wastewater, and from which the biomass can be used for agronomical valorization. And so the final step was to estimate the potential impact of this system. And here the IPMED in France decided to conduct a survey, and I'm joining the report here because I don't have time to go into details. But basically, we have to do further experimentation. And of course, we want to evaluate those performance, technical and economical, at larger scale. So that will be the future of this project and the next step. So right now, we are working on a new consortia and testing new wastewater, so that we perhaps we can develop a more general system that can be applied to different needs. And with that, I will thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Alexandra. I hear myself double. It's very impressive to see these results. In the end, you say, like in other situations, like with other consortium or other needs, could be could be addressed with this technology. I was wondering, what opportunities do you see apart from using the biomass as fertilizer?
So the biomass can be used, of course, for different things. So one would be biogas. Here in Spain, we are specialized in hydrogen production also. So that would be one avenue. And of course, it can be used for feed. This would be the next thing that we are interested in. In fact, algae biomass can be used for many things. So it's a great avenue.
But if you use it for animal food, because that is what you mean with feed, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then the next question would be, but then how to not offer companies an excuse for polluting? Like, we solve problems, or your technology is solving problems of the dairy or meat industry. Can you give your opinion on that?
I think so. You mean carry on the meat industry, anyways? Even so, the way I see it is that we're gonna have to perhaps start developing a parallel way using algae to compensate for meat. But in the meantime, we cannot remove all the meat, and I'm sure many people still want to eat meat. But if we can remediate some aspects of the contamination of that industry, and in the meantime develop a new one that is only algae-based, for example, or plant-based, I think we are going in the right direction.
Yeah, so slowly the algae take over the whole cycle. That's that we love to hear on an Algae Summit. Do you have questions, Jana?
I just would like to ask a short question. So, like, of course, cost is important. You say it, and you're trying to work on a low-cost, systems. Do you also think this solution you're working on could be adapted for domestic use? So at the scale of one house, or would it be too expensive still for at this scale?
The system is really for rural areas and actually was developed for Mediterranean areas, meaning they don't have much means in terms economical means, and so that would be that could be a cheap and easy option. The next step would be to plug those system a little bit different, but to directly to wastewater treatment plants that we have, for example, in Europe, or in France, or in Spain. But that will be a bit different, more automatized and at bigger scale, let's say. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but
okay,
that we
have, I think so. I think maybe we go to the to the presentation of Schneel and Brenda, and we talk later all together on this. Schneel and Brenda, are you there? Yeah. We go to your presentation.
Right. Does it all look okay?
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much, firstly, for inviting me and Brenda to be a part of this brilliant summit. We're actually, Brenda's in London and I'm in India, so time differences are clearly all counted in. So me and Brenda are a part of the Biointegrated Design Lab, as we were correctly introduced. I'm Brenda's PhD student, and I've been working under her for the last few years, where we're trying to understand how we can use design and tools in architecture to integrate the technology of the sciences, and that's exactly what we're here to talk to you about today. I'll let Brenda take it from here.
Thanks, Schneel. So as I mentioned, I'm Brenda. I'm a biochemical engineer, and this project is really a great example of how we work together with architects to really probe and explore some issues within our built environment. So maybe to firstly sort of introduce some of the kind of concepts that we're looking at today. So we really want to think about how do we embed biology within architecture? How do we work with living systems? And how do we scale it up? And that's the kind of interesting interconnected nature of the work that we do. And it's really important to kind of state that this project is really working from the ground up, trying to re-examine, and it's fantastic to follow Jan and the BIQ houses. This was certainly a huge influence on the way we were thinking about working with algae in the built environment and what it means to work with aqueous systems. So as inspiration, we began to look to the biomedical field, for instance, and look at places where cell immobilization has already happened. Of course, it's been done in industrial biotechnology, but here you see the work of Anja Lode's group, which again was very influential on what we had been thinking about, which is how can we use additive manufacturing tools? How can we explore different geometries? And this work, which was conducted on quite small scale, embedded algae within a printable matrix. And it was really this that we decided to use as a bit of a departure point for some of our subsequent explorations on scaling up photosynthetic membranes. So we did some work and some research into biocompatible materials, trying to understand some of the really fundamental engineering principles as well around gas and mass transfer, what it means to print with a viscous material. And so we arrived at a point where we began to look at kind of methods of manufacturing as well.
So what was interesting for an architect's perspective was obviously there is this material that everybody in the biomedical field was exploring, and these structures were 3D printed on an extremely small scale, but then they were integrated into our body and they would act in harmony with, the host environment. And that really intrigued me as an architect. So we started to perform our own material experiments to understand the material property of, a hydrogel, a completely water-based material that is extremely viscous. And we know that anything that is viscous and has high quantity of water is a gel. And you can't really design anything, or you can't make larger scale objects. But then we started to use the technique of additive manufacturing or 3D printing, where layer by layer we started to deposit fibers. And what we did was that with each fiber we deposited, we started to change the percentage of water within the material. So where we needed higher structural stability, which is very important for an architectural scale and for us to start scaling up these structures from super nanometers and millimeters into centimeters and meters. With each layer, the bottommost layers would have low percentage of water, and their photosynthetic property or their compatibility with the microalgae would be less. And the topmost layers, or with each layer, we started to add the percentage of water, fine-tuning the hierarchical deposition, just like a lot of the other materials that we see surround us in nature. And instead of a small desktop 3D printer, we built our very own extrusion system, and we put it on a robotic arm so that we can actually scale this up. So what you see here is the 3 different materials with 3 different water percentages and microalgae. And the design is very important here, because what do we want these membranes to look like, especially in terms of their functionality? And therefore we started to computationally generate these fibrous-like structures so that the surface area to volume ratio within the thickness of the membrane was optimized to allow for the growth of the microalgae while still retaining the structural stability of the membranes. So what you see here are very initial additive manufactured or robotically extruded photosynthetic membranes. And these panels are 1 meter long, and they were exhibited at the Biotalent Biennale. And I'll give it back to Brenda from there.
Sure. So around about this time, when we were working on the photosynthetic membranes, we were wondering, how do we link this with ideas of bioremediation? And this is something that I've been working on for quite some time, around sort of nitrate uptake and more recently sort of heavy metals as well. And as part of a fellowship that I had from the Winston Churchill Memorial Trust, I spent a number of months visiting sites, trying to understand why bioremediation is so heavily researched but so rarely implemented. And really, I believe quite strongly that design and really thinking about being user-centered as well as taking into account a lot of other social factors is really the missing link. So as we began the Indus project, we had the opportunity to go out to India, to Kolkata, and we visited a number of artisan manufacturers, including a small cooperative that made bangles. So this is really a classic kind of case study, if you like, that we touch back on many times when we were designing on Indus, thinking about the size, the scale, the resources that are available to people who work in these sites, and the kind of volumes of wastewater that are generated, and the challenges that these guys face as they work in a decentralized way. But they want to protect their livelihoods, but yet there are other pressures on them to start to meet regulations for wastewater treatment. So this is really, this was a giant leap of many months, but this is the next design that we had come up with, which is really the beginnings of the Indus project. And we took the idea of the immobilization of the cells, and rather than thinking about kind of 3D printing or robotic extrusion as a way of, I could send a file to you and you can print it where you are, we thought about maybe constructing a scaffold for the immobilized cells to be able to, again, explore a different type of geometries, but also to embed this within the kind of built environment of an artisan manufacturing site.
So we designed these vein-like ceramic scaffolds that are now embedded with with the hydrogel containing the microalgae layered within the vein-like structures. It was super interesting for me to understand or to get to know where is all this wastewater coming from, and going into these artisans and looking at their daily activities and their infrastructure. From an architect's point of view, you can start to think, how can you design something that not just uplifts their infrastructure and their environment, but also is able to perform a function, in this case, contribute to cleaning the polluted water and potentially even reusing it within their system. So therefore, this sort of scaffolds or tiles that can be tessellated into a vertical wall, depending on the space available within the artisans. So either it is really big, where it works for a community, or it's small, exclusive to one unit. The idea is that you can introduce the water at the top of the wall. The water enters the system, running onto the branch channels, allowing the microalgae present within this material to absorb the pollutants present in the wastewater. We can recycle or recirculate the water over the wall depending on how many contaminants, the quantity of the contaminants present in the wastewater, leaving behind a potentially bucket of cleaner water, which the artisans could reuse. So the idea is that how can you decentralize wastewater treatment and make such a technology available to the artisans so that they can integrate this within their daily activities. And this is a very important element where the scaffolds are actually constructed using locally available materials, so that they can do this by themselves. And our very first scaled-up demonstrator was exhibited last September at the London Design Festival, where we had demonstrated the entire working principle. It was the first time we assembled all the tests and tessellated the tiles. We had the water circulating. And that was the first iteration of the Indus design.
Yeah, so what is probably also happening in parallel here is some of our research around uptake of heavy metals, measuring things like residence time and the capacity and the loading. So one thing we realized is that we wanted to be able to slow down the passage of water over the surface of the wall. So for Indus 2.0, what we decided to do was explore different kind of computational geometries to look at the role of form, not just in the aesthetics of the wall. It is something that we're also incredibly interested in, is the idea of probing the form and challenging perhaps some of the aesthetics around algae in the built environment, but to also use this as an opportunity to look at how we could improve performance through geometry. And again, this is something that I feel is really exciting as an area for me, is to look at, this is a really alternative way of doing this than had this just been a straightforward engineering project. We would have probably built a tank or some kind of very standardized vessel. Whereas in this case, we're really looking at a more elegant, more sophisticated way of trying to control the flow of water over a surface and optimize that surface area to volume ratio. So here is the next version of Indus, which is on display at the moment at Beazley Designs of the Year at the Design Museum in London. So yeah, maybe just to kind of finish off, really when it comes to the idea of bioremediation, I don't see this as anything that can be accomplished purely by scientists or designers or anyone alone. This is inherently collaborative activity, but it also touches on the idea of the circular economy, prolonging the lifespan of things that have been created in a man-made sense and upgrading them. So I guess this is really the vision of what we have for Indus, is that it is not only kind of means of capturing pollutants, but hopefully a step towards recovering, recycling and upgrading nutrients or metals within our environment.
And I would just probably add an end to that the context is very, very important. So we don't really imagine the replication of the same wall everywhere. But the idea is to understand the principle and understand the context biologically and environmentally, that then feeds into how the next iteration of the wall or even something more volumetric and landscape-like would become. And that's how sort of, a designer and a biochemical engineer, I think that's, I think these are the kind of projects that can come forth. And this is just the beginning of the journey for Indus and many such bioremediation projects with BioID. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ladies, for the passionate talk. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, and it sounds you have a really great relationship, and we can feel it.
We have a lot of fun, which I think is important when you're dealing with such serious subjects.
But I think it's not only like design and science coming together, but really also local context, rural local context, plus like a very polluting global fashion and dyeing industry. So this is really, it's really bringing a lot together. And I was wondering, how did the people react in the village in India, like on this idea and on the design? And did you test run there, like how to make people familiar with this bioremediation thinking?
Yeah, so I think that is the next step for us. We are super, super excited to go into the field and do these experiments and also conduct community engagement workshops to understand, for instance, the artisan workers a bit better, but also be able to teach how they can construct this wall and how they could maintain it, for instance. So that is a part of our vision.
And then we will get Indus 3.0.
Yeah, but I think actually what's really important to unpack is the term demonstrator that Chanel was using. And that's really what the London Design Festival was. It was, before we even get to stage of a prototype, there's no real point, we weren't doing this specifically to test the performativity, in the bioremediation sense. Only alone. The London Design Festival also gave us an opportunity to see how people experience this. What are the questions that people ask? And I think the idea of wastewater treatment is often hidden in our cities. I mean, certainly I wouldn't even know where my wastewater goes, whereas the idea of Indus is to really kind of invert that relationship with water, to make it very visible, to make this a source of pride, and for people to feel committed to it. So I feel like, the next stage is the prototype. There's a lot of work still to do before that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very important point, and I was wondering how Alexandra, if you would react on that, because without the design aspect, this question of making the water treatment visible, I think you're also dealing with that, and how and you're starting now implementing this solutions in Spain. So are you also confronting with reaction from people, or is it too early at the moment, or and are you trying to make that visible? On the cultural side, what's your feedback on that from the field?
Issue here is that not everyone is on board with wastewater treatment using algae. So first you have to convince the industry, and depending on where they are, how big they are, they will be willing to work with you, or at least investigate the properties of algae with their wastewater. I think the second issue is also the quantity of wastewater that we are able to treat. So, for example, I don't know with your project, with the tiles, how much wastewater can you treat through that? So that is an issue, because usually wastewater treatment plants are very big. So it's asking a big effort from the company to actually install a new system, maybe using algae or consortia algae bacteria, and then see what are the effects.
Yeah,
so,
because the technology that you... Sorry to interrupt you, but the technology, Alexandra, that you suggest is really complementary to, or kind of attached to the existing wastewater treatment plant, whereas I think the systems that Brenda and Sneil advocate are also complementary, but like separated and smaller scale, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting point. So, one thing I remember when I went to Kanpur is actually a lot of their biological wastewater treatment is deactivated by the amount of contaminants and heavy metals that are going into the system. So perhaps a pre-treatment, that sort of a lot of the thinking comes from some of the things we've been able to observe, but certainly scaling is a challenge. And thinking also about, acceptance, I think algae is still seen as quite a high risk set of technologies. This brings into a whole separate discussion about the mastery of man over nature, which I think, I don't know if we want to get into today, but we still haven't been able to tame algae. And I think that's something that Lucy had mentioned as well. We work with a number of different strains, not very many in the context of biodiversity, but we're still at a very nascent level of understanding how they work.
Yes, so you touched upon it already before, but then the evaluation systems or the measuring tools that you offer also, I think, to the local community become quite important. Can you say something about that, Brenda?
Yeah, I was going to actually say to Sneil. So the idea of measurement is a really important one in bioremediation systems. And certainly when you think about something that might be deployed in, kind of probably an unconventional, certainly not in a wastewater treatment system where you have monitoring and measurement. And this is really one of the things that we've been kind of coming back to is about the lifespan of Indus and what that means. I don't know, Sneil, maybe you want to say something about, how we've been kind of thinking about this in terms of its circularity.
Yeah, so I think there are different elements to this. The first is that there is definitely a saturation limit within the material itself when it's applied on the tiles. In the most frugal way, we imagine that once the saturation level is reached, it sort of starts to change color visibly. So it sort of acts like a sensor in itself, but again, this needs to be tested in the field, in the lab, way more thoroughly. Exactly what Alexandra was mentioning, that the contaminants and the quantity of contaminants and how many contaminants are found in the water samples are very different, and they're still unchecked. I think there was a recent report in September 2020 in the UK itself that said that none of the rivers actually reached a good quality sort of a check because the water quality hasn't been assessed and monitored over so many years. So just being able to understand that is a challenge in itself. But we, in terms of the design, we've sort of been brainstorming and creating different narratives of how the system could be maintained and can it be designed for the locals themselves to maintain it. So there was also this conversation within the circular economy diagram that actually Jan showed in his presentation, where we, in an ideal scenario, would want to find a way of even extracting the heavy metals that are trapped in the material, and then creating a relationship, bringing back those heavy metals to create other products, but then creating a relationship between the local artisans and the people that are benefiting from this heavy metal so that they can incentivize each other for the artisans to continue to maintain the system.
Yeah.
And then, I think, Brenda.
Yeah, no, it's just an example of every time we meet a challenge like this, it's an opportunity for a kind of technical innovation. So when we first started working on the photosynthetic membranes, we had to work out how do we extrude something bigger than a syringe full of material. And that led us to work with a whole team of other people at the Bartlett and engineering to come up with this robotic extrusion system. And that opened up a whole set of possibilities around, the geometries, forms and scales that this could take, and, which organisms are embedded, etc. So I really think there are lots of unknowns, but they start to pose interesting questions that we then begin to work collaboratively with other people to try and solve. So I think that's the value of a demonstrator project, is that it takes the pressure off. You don't have to necessarily guarantee its performance, but what you can use it as a tool to explore and invite collaboration with other people who may have good ideas about how to kind of add or change the form of it.
I think that's a very interesting point, because then you can start thinking of not just designing to replace something that's existing, instead of designing to disrupt the norm and creating something new, because there's no fun in just replacing the body of a package and that's it, right? It's fun to redesign the package and the way you consume the product. So.
It makes me think of the discussion that I had before also with Alexandra, talking about how the biomass also could, in case it's, for instance, not suitable as fertilizer, because, the biomass varies also. But, for instance, in Cordoba, how it could be related to the local crafts there. Like you have, for instance, the cuir de Cordoue, like embossed leather. It's Cordoba is famous for that, and we were fantasizing how this would could relate to the biomass that is a product of this bioremediation process. I wanted to ask something else to Alexandra. What was it? Let me see. Yeah, I was wondering, could you say something about the costs of bioremediation systems compared to pump and treat ones?
Yeah, I don't have.
No,
I don't have data about this, because since we were not able to do an really bigger upscale, and we don't have data that we could analyze, for a long period of time. So this would be in the future something that we would love to do, but we don't have an economical analysis right now.
Yeah.
It's very interesting that a lot of the justifications for bioremediation have to come down to some kind of value system, and that sort of speaks as well about the way we think about natural capital. What is the value of clean water? Oh, I have to monetize it by being able to make something useful out of my biomass, and I feel like that's a challenge put on us, maybe prematurely, within this kind of research, where we're constantly trying to look at how the economics add up, but when actually what you're giving back is a substance that nobody can do without. So it's a fascinating field to work in, because there's a lot of competing pressures on people to be able to demonstrate multiple things at the same time, which is not easy to do.
Yeah. So what did? Oh, yes, Alexandra. Yes.
No, I wanted to add that it's correct. The pressure that we have about how much it costs and how can we implement it quickly, efficiently. But I think the way to sell that is that we have a circular economy that can be based on algae, because algae capture CO2, grow, produce biomass, and then this biomass can be used, and this algae, while living, can bioremediate. So we have many things that can be done with just one algae. And so maybe the cost is not so down to how much right now the liter of wastewater will cost if we use algae. Is what can we do with algae in general as a circular economy, bioeconomy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what you say also is that to upscale and to implement, like, the technology is there. Of course, financial support is needed, but mainly it's a kind of change of mindset also that is needed.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it also have to do, just probably add a question, comment, I don't know what it is. Does it also have to do with the expectations of what you want the system to perform, right? Because it's often maybe funny. I've had just one or two conversations where someone says, this is my problem. Do you think you can build this wall and solve it? I'm like, I'm not really sure, because the wall is designed for a particular context and the microalgae will perform in the same way. Your problem, we understand that this is an existing condition and a problem, but you can't just have the system, installed there. So the kind of expectations also maybe need to be changed, and that's when systemic thinking starts to feed in. That it's not just do you necessarily need to design for the technology and the instruments that are already available, or do you also need to rethink somehow the tools that you need in order to get to the system to perform, scale up, get into the field and do something, right? And I think that's where we often block ourselves, because we say, I don't know, it would be nice to do this, but I don't think I have the tools. And, so that's why even we would always see the beads that were immobilized, which are very common. And we very naively started to sort of create those beads, but then we couldn't scale up. Those beads wouldn't grow. They wouldn't grow by themselves. So that's how we started to extrude these fibers and then started to immobilize the fibers instead of the otherwise beads. So we had to then rethink how the robot or an additive manufacturing system could be designed. So it's sort of, a bit of fabrication, tooling, designing, and all of this sort of comes back and forth. So it's not that easy.
Sneeuw, I hear lots of work to be done, but it has to be done, and it will be done. We have to make an end to this conversation. Thank you, it was wonderful, and I can't wait to collaborate with you.
It was fantastic. Thank you. I'm sitting here with my algae book from LUMA. So thank you very much for sending this in the post.
No, glad that you like it. Yeah, we have a few. Then I will just present it afterwards. And thank you. I would like to thank you as well. And I think what we discussed at the end of the panel nicely connect to the first panel talk we had at the beginning of the day. It was around blue economy and circular economy, and this where we emphasize that the need to think about value and indeed not to be forced always to think about economic feasibility, but where do we place the value and how can we change this perspective? And yeah, this is not an easy task, and we need to work together on that, like with scientists, with designers, with engineers, but also with philosophers, lawyers, etc. Yeah, try to make this switch. So thank you so much, and we need to end it here, and we stay in touch, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye. So this was the last panel talk of the day, and to end this program, we are going to the National Museum of Natural History in Paris, where we met Marc-André Sellos and Claude Yeprémian, who are biologists at the museum. And in this interview, we visit their algae library, which is the largest collection of freshwater algae in France. And talking about their practice, we also discuss about challenges and risks regarding the emerging bioeconomy. So let's watch the video, and afterwards we come back to conclude the day and talk about coming perspective. Video.
Alors, l'Algothèque du Muséum national d'histoire naturelle a été fondée en 1928 par Marcel Lefebvre, qui a été un chercheur qui s'est intéressé à énormément de sujets en lien avec l'algologie. Il a par exemple en fin de carrière traité en fait la grotte de Lascaux, qui est la maladie verte de la grotte de Lascaux dans les années 60, et c'est lui qui est arrivé à proposer un traitement pour la sauver, cette maladie verte qui attaquait les peintures rupestres donc de la grotte. On est à la fois une collection patrimoniale, mais aussi on est une collection de recherche. C'est a priori la collection de microalgues d'eau douce la plus importante de France. Elle comprend actuellement plus de 1800 souches de microalgues et de cyanobactéries. Les cyanobactéries et les microalgues eucaryotes ont un point commun, c'est qu'elles réalisent la même photosynthèse oxygénique. Donc à ce niveau, pas de différence. Mais entre les cyanobactéries qui sont des bactéries et les microalgues qui sont des organismes à noyaux, d'un point de vue phylogénie, elles sont différentes, elles sont très différentes. Le terme algue, en fait, c'est pas un terme taxonomique. C'est plus un caractère en fait qui synthétise des points communs entre différents organismes. Voilà. Alors l'acte de créer une souche, une culture, au départ, on va aller in situ sur le terrain, on va faire un prélèvement. Alors ça peut être un prélèvement au niveau d'un plan d'eau, d'une rivière, d'un mur de ciment, d'un toit. Ce qui est important de signaler, c'est que les micro-cyanobactéries, c'est pas uniquement associé à un environnement en permanence aqueux. Ça va être aussi, on a des cyanodides benthiques qu'on trouve sur des substrats solides. Il y en a qui poussent dans le désert au niveau de roches. Quel fort. Donc, en fait, elle se trouve partout. À partir d'un échantillon, on va l'observer au microscope pour voir la diversité des micro-organismes, dont les cyanobactéries et les microalgues, présents dans l'échantillon. Donc, à partir de là, on va essayer d'isoler. Alors, la souche, on la crée à partir on prélève un filament, donc c'est des cultures dites clonales, ou une cellule. Voilà. C'est pas un mélange qui va créer théoriquement la culture. C'est vraiment un filament ou une cellule. En termes de bactériologistes, la culture pure, c'est des termes qui ont été créés, c'est les principes de Robert Koch. Donc c'est fin l'époque de Pasteur, fin du 19e siècle, où là c'est pour mettre en évidence que tel germe, tel microbe est responsable de telle maladie. Ils étaient obligés d'avoir une culture pure, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a l'organisme et rien d'autre. Voilà. Il n'y a pas d'autres bactéries, il n'y a pas d'autres microalgues, voilà. C'est un seul organisme. Nous, c'est des cultures, on dit, clonales, unialgales. C'est vrai que on avait un espèce de complexe par rapport au jeu de Pasteur. Eux, ils arrivent à conserver. Alors, ils ont dans leur collection, donc ils n'ont pas dans leur collection des choses qui ne supportent pas l'accénie, donc comme je vous l'ai dit. Mais maintenant, nous, on est content d'avoir des souches non accéniques, parce qu'avec les notions de microbiome, donc en fait, on s'aperçoit de plus en plus, il y a des études qu'on est en train de faire ici au labo, que en fait, cet environnement, ce microbiome, il est utile, il se maintient à partir d'isolement de cellules du même endroit au même moment, échantillonnées au même moment. On va avoir des environnements microbiens, une flore microbienne différente. Voilà. Donc c'est très très intéressant. Et donc ce défaut, a priori, maintenant ça devient un avantage. Et les grandes collections micro-cyanobactéries, c'est quand même, ça démarre, ici c'est 1928. Voilà. Donc ça démarre avant la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Et quand il y a eu la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, il y a eu beaucoup de pertes de collection, mais il y a eu aussi, il y a eu des chercheurs qui ont eu le nez creux et qui sont partis, par exemple des pays de l'Est vers l'Angleterre, et qui ont emmené leurs souches. Dans beaucoup de collections, en fait, il y a la même souche, mais conservée, qui a été dupliquée. Donc on appelle ça, on les appelle quand vous allez sur Internet, c'est les AK, les also known as. Voilà. Et en fait, elles sont quand même pas obligatoirement identiques parce que chacune dans leur collection, elles ont vécu leur propre vie et donc elles peuvent évoluer, elles peuvent dériver. Là, c'est un terme. Voilà, c'est le bon terme. La plus ancienne souche à ma connaissance, microalgue, c'est une chlorelle. Elle a été isolée en 1890. Donc elle a 130 ans. Donc je pense qu'elle a été contemporaine de Pasteur. Voilà. Et donc je vais vous la montrer, hein, je l'ai mis de côté. Et alors elle est toujours aussi petite, verte, et elle fait la photosynthèse. Donc c'est possible qu'elle ait évolué, mais dans ses fonctions les plus importantes, elle s'est maintenue. Alors c'était une souche qui a été isolée par un Hollandais. Hein. C'est un microbiologiste, un spécialiste de la microbiologie du sol. Donc il l'a isolée en 1890. Voilà. Et elle est toujours là, dans beaucoup de collections, dont la nôtre. Souvent, je dis c'est le syndrome, je vous ai parlé des échantillons, c'est le syndrome du chercheur d'or. Donc, dans toute la boue, c'est vrai que quand au filet à plancton, il y a vraiment une bouillasse, il y a plein de débris de végétaux, tout ça, et on va voir, la pépite, voilà, la très belle algue.
Sur les micro-organismes, oui, il y a cette prise de conscience que le monde, en fait, il est fait de micro-organismes et que c'est eux qui sont les plus abondants sur cette terre qui nous entoure, en nombre d'espèces, en nombre de cellules, ou en diversité aussi de leurs effets sur l'environnement par les réactions chimiques auxquelles ils contribuent. Mais là-dedans, effectivement, il y a les algues. Et je ne pense pas qu'elles soient oubliées, parce qu'il y a quand même, avec Tara Océan, par exemple, il y a vraiment des gens qui travaillent sur les microalgues, notamment planctoniques, et qui font de la diffusion des connaissances de telle sorte que nul ne peut ignorer aujourd'hui que, bon, les algues, c'est les gros trucs qu'on trouve sur le littoral, d'accord, c'est les varechs qu'on voit à marée basse, mais c'est quand même aussi les microalgues. On cherche souvent le poumon du globe, hein, c'est-à-dire d'où vient l'oxygène qu'on respire. C'est un peu maladroit comme expression parce qu'un poumon, ça ne produit pas de l'oxygène, mais enfin bon, l'oxygène qu'on respire, il vient largement des écosystèmes océaniques.
Est-ce que les algues sont un succès de l'évolution par leur omniprésence sur Terre? Ou est-ce qu'on ne peut pas parler de la sorte?
Bon, je pense que tout ce qui existe sur Terre est un succès, sinon ce ne serait pas là. Donc je crois qu'il ne faut pas chercher le succès, mais clairement elles ont réussi à trouver leur place. Et c'est quand même une voie qui marche, la voie algale, c'est-à-dire le fait d'être autotrophe, on va dire, faire de la photosynthèse dans des conditions plus ou moins humides, plus ou moins, parce qu'il y en a des terrestres quand même. Ça marche parce que c'est arrivé plusieurs fois dans l'évolution. Bon, si on regarde un petit peu la distribution dans l'arbre évolutif des algues, les algues, c'est tout ce qui contient un plaste, ce qu'on appelle aussi un chloroplaste, qui va faire la photosynthèse. Or, en fait, ce chloroplaste, c'est une cyanobactérie, c'est-à-dire une petite bactérie photosynthétique qui est rentrée dans ces cellules. Et ça, c'est arrivé à plusieurs reprises. Mais alors, ce qui est aussi intéressant, c'est que ces algues, finalement, elles vont être assez diverses parce que, bien sûr, il y aura la photosynthèse qui est amenée par ce qui a été avalé. Mais il y a celui qui a avalé, qui lui amène ses caractéristiques propres. Et il en résulte une grande diversité métabolique des algues qui renvoie aussi à l'héritage évolutif de ce qui a englobé une machine à faire la photosynthèse.
Tu vois, les premiers organismes, les cyanobactéries, elles ont quand même l'outil de la photosynthèse, qui est un outil quand même d'une complexité extraordinaire. Donc, tu as quand même un organisme primitif, mais avec des outils quand même hyper sophistiqués. Voilà, c'est un peu le paradoxe.
C'est vraiment une leçon du monde microbien d'ailleurs. Hein. C'est que c'est pas parce qu'on est petit, parce que la définition d'être un microbe, on peut être un microbe en étant un champignon, une bactérie ou une algue. Il y a des microbes dans tous les groupes. Mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'on n'est pas complexe, parce qu'il y a d'autres façons d'être complexe que la forme. Et c'est vrai que notre biologie, elle est empêtrée dans la complexité morphologique. Très souvent, on dessine des formes, très souvent, on décrit des formes. Les musées nous montrent des choses qui ont des formes. Or, il y a une autre complexité qui est la complexité du métabolisme, la complexité de l'adaptation écologique. Et ça peut être embarqué dans un unicellulaire, c'est ce que tu disais. Après tout, quand je regarde les biominéralisations, par exemple, quand on pense aux frustules, donc la capsule des diatomées, ou aux petites plaques calcaires des coccolithophoridés, on a là des dispositifs de mise en place de minéralisation, donc de mise en place de pièces extrêmement ouvragées, avec des aérats, des ouvertures pour qu'il y ait des flux de nutriments, avec des formes bien coaptées de façon à ce que ces différents éléments de ce qui sera une coquille protectrice, en quelque sorte, viennent s'emboîter ensemble. En fait, c'est complexe, même morphologiquement, là. Sauf que ça échappe à l'œil, donc ça échappe beaucoup à la muséographie, malheureusement, ou au savoir populaire.
On parle beaucoup maintenant de collaboration avec le vivant, de stratégie de collaboration avec le vivant. Donc, comment vous comment vous voyez cette dichotomie entre collaboration et cette fabuleuse boîte à outils que sont les algues?
En fait, c'est intéressant parce que cette histoire d'algues-là, qui sont de plus en plus utilisées, donc en fait domestiquées, c'est-à-dire que c'est des espèces dont on va maîtriser la reproduction. Ils vont petit à petit, d'ailleurs, dans leur génome, commencer à subir des traces d'une sélection par les utilisations par l'homme. C'est un peu les deux définitions qu'on a de la domestication. Une espèce est domestiquée quand on a des traces dans son génome de l'action de l'homme, en termes de sélection, ou bien, autre définition, quand l'homme maîtrise la reproduction. Alors, on est en train, en fait, de domestiquer l'océan. Si on regarde bien, que ce soit pour le monde animal ou le monde des algues, donc le monde des photosynthétiques, on n'est qu'en train de passer à l'eau. On a mis en coupe réglée et domestiqué des espèces végétales et animales sur Terre, et maintenant on est en train de passer aux eaux douces et aux eaux marines. Il y a un effet d'aubaine qui commence à nous retomber sur le nez. Effectivement, ça pousse très bien, on sait très bien faire pousser ça, sauf qu'on crée des grands champs finalement de ces algues, on crée des grandes étendues où il y a une espèce en grande quantité, et d'ailleurs éventuellement avec une diversité génétique plutôt réduite, et ça c'est en train de sélectionner des maladies. Demain il faudra être très vigilant à un autre problème que les problèmes simplement techniques, d'où vient l'azote, d'où vient le phosphate, où est-ce qu'on fait ça. Il y a aussi des problèmes de pathogènes qui vont se développer comme dans nos champs terrestres. Mais c'est marrant de voir qu'effectivement on a un glissement de la domestication vers les milieux aquatiques.
Alors qui domestique qui?
En fait la domestication c'est une relation à bénéfice mutuel. Et contrairement à une idée reçue, elle nous modifie aussi. C'est-à-dire que, bien sûr, on modifie les espèces domestiquées, mais regardez, les Européens, à force d'avoir du lait, sont devenus capables de digérer le lait, le lactose à l'âge adulte. Bon, c'est quelque chose qui n'existe que dans les populations où on a du lait. Dans les autres, les adultes ne digèrent pas le lait. C'est des changements génétiques qui sont sélectionnés par les espèces que nous avons domestiquées et qu'on pense usuellement avoir sélectionnées. Oui, on les a sélectionnées, mais mutualisme, ça veut dire à bénéfice réciproque. C'est symétrique. Et bien, à cause symétrique, effet symétrique, ces espèces nous modifient aussi. Elles modifient nos façons de vivre culturellement, mais elle modifie aussi notre évolution biologique.
Donc que ce soit la blue economy ou la bioéconomie, on place ce qui est bio maintenant au centre de l'économie. En quoi ça vous impacte? En quoi ça change peut-être la perception qu'on a de votre discipline, de la biologie?
Moi, ça m'impacte directement. C'est que je participe à l'élaboration de normes, tu vois, en lien avec les algues, avec comme sujet, comme topic les algues. Donc c'est les biocarburants, les compléments alimentaires. Donc la Commission européenne a été sensible au sujet.
Au départ, tout ce qu'on appelle bioéconomie, bioinnovation et tout, c'est surtout utiliser de nouveaux outils qu'on n'avait pas utilisés avant. Et donc bien sûr les algues, potentiellement, ayant été moins utilisées que les plantes terrestres, sont un terreau fertile pour ce genre de pratique. Je ne suis pas sûr qu'on tire des leçons du passé, qu'on ait vraiment changé les mentalités. Et que vraiment on ait une vision écologique intégrée de cette histoire-là. Et quelque part, je suis aussi un petit peu inquiet que nos concitoyens n'ont pas forcément les outils conceptuels pour pouvoir vraiment juger de ce qui est vertueux ou pas par rapport à un certain nombre d'impératifs ou d'envies qu'on a pour l'environnement. C'est d'autant plus que les étiquettes sont bien illisibles, que la communication de certaines boîtes est plus forte finalement que l'enseignement des piliers, des bases pour comprendre ce qui nuit ou non à l'environnement ou ce qui nuit ou non à la santé. Donc moi je vois pas ça comme un progrès. Je vois juste comme un problème qui bouge. Et je suis pas sûr qu'on ait purgé dans ces méthodes. Et c'est pas une façon de dire qu'il faut pas les explorer, hein. Non. Mais dans la façon dont on les explore, je suis pas sûr qu'on ait tiré des leçons du passé. Et je pense vraiment qu'il y a un vrai risque de refaire la même bêtise dans l'eau que celle qu'on a fait sur Terre. On voit un certain nombre de soutiens aux véganes qui viennent en fait des industries produisant des protéines à base d'algues. Et ces mouvements véganes n'ont pas compris une chose. C'est que quand on fait de l'agriculture sur Terre, on a besoin de l'agriculture végétale, on a besoin de l'élevage. On en a besoin pour deux raisons. Un, parce que ce sont les meilleurs fertilisants que l'on puisse espérer et qui sont beaucoup plus respectueux de l'environnement, tous les fumiers et autres purins, que ne le sont les engrais minéraux issus de mines ou de l'azote atmosphérique. Donc déjà, on a besoin d'un petit peu d'élevage pour fertiliser. Et puis deuxièmement, il y a des zones où on ne produira jamais rien. Je veux dire, vous prenez un flanc de montagne comme ça où il pousse 3 fois rien, vous prenez une lande bretonne ou une lande en Écosse, la fertilité est nulle. Si on veut vraiment produire quelque chose et le récolter, il va falloir le matraquer, ce système d'engrais et de choses comme ça. La meilleure chose qu'on a à faire, c'est de lâcher une bestiole dedans et de manger ses petits de temps à autre. C'est la meilleure façon de produire de l'alimentation dans certains écosystèmes. Et ça va aussi pour certains écosystèmes aquatiques peu productifs. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'on ne mange pas trop de viande. Ça, c'est sûr. Mais c'est pas une raison pour pas en manger. Et en particulier, il faut avoir une espèce de vision panoramique des écosystèmes où on arrive à bien intercaler les animaux et les végétaux, les algues et les animaux. On parlait tout à l'heure du recyclage. Ben, on ne recycle pas si on n'a pas les animaux, en fait. Parce que c'est le complément, finalement, des végétaux. Et cette logique de recyclage nous impose de penser qu'il ne faut pas penser que végétal. Surtout quand on pense végétal.
Dernière question, Marc-André, vous êtes professeur aussi dans une université en Chine. Est-ce qu'il y a un autre rapport au vivant, aux algues en particulier, mais au vivant de manière générale?
En fait, je pense qu'on est, avec les Chinois, au deux bouts d'un extrémum. En Chine, le gouvernement décide qu'on va agir sur l'environnement. Effectivement, on voit des gouvernements régionaux qui sont mis en prison en bloc du jour au lendemain parce qu'ils ont truandé les chiffres sur leurs résultats environnementaux. C'est du violent, donc ça y va très fort. Chez nous, chacun peut faire ce qu'il veut et donc il y en a qui peuvent continuer à avoir des attitudes de consommation avec des très grosses voitures ou en achetant des produits très, très polluants parce que c'est considéré comme un droit individuel. Et donc nous, on paye les excès du droit individuel en termes d'effets sur notre santé ou sur notre environnement. En Chine, ça va un peu mieux, mais je ne suis pas sûr que la logique humaine qui est derrière soit bonne. En fait, on est chacun à un bout du problème et je pense qu'il faudrait un peu plus de collectif chez nous, un peu moins de verticalité et de violence politique en Chine et l'équilibre est à mi-chemin, que ce soit pour la santé finalement ou pour l'environnement, et c'est vraiment un équilibre à trouver.
So that was the last video with an insightful interview by Marc-André Sellos and Claudie Prémont from the Museum of Natural History in Paris. So thank you to them. And so this is the end of the program. We just arrived at the end of this first Algae Summit. So I said first. So who knows? Maybe we plan more. I heard already that we talk about a biennial. So I don't know. We have plans. I just would like to mention that we have this review. Actually, when we started working on the Algae Summit, we thought it would be nice to publish a review that would help to explore the universe of algae and to show our methodology. Like, I mean that when we explore resource, we don't look at it just as a resource and as designers, but we look at it from different perspectives. So in these different reviews, we look at science, philosophy, history, etc., and we show the complexity and diversity of this algae universe. So all the reviews are available online on our website, Atelier LUMA. .org, I think.
Yes.
And and there will be other reviews coming. It's a tool for a transmission of information as well. So what did we learn today? That algae can help fighting climate change and sustainable and build a sustainable environment. They're resources that are really part of the development of this blue and circular economy. They capture CO2 and become biomass. There will be a roadmap which is made at the moment by the European Commission about blue economy, and algae are part of it. So they're really a momentum about algae at the moment. But we should not forget that algae are not only resources; they are really living organisms, and we should always listen to them as well. We work locally in bioregions, but we try to think global and to see how we can adapt and duplicate the approach.
Yeah, and like you said, Johanna, the algae review are a mindset, bringing different disciplines together, thinking and reflecting and living with the algae, fighting against compartmentalization and work interdisciplinary. That's what we do here at LUMA and Atelier LUMA. We want to build partnerships with other domains, and that's what many people said today. If we want to work towards really a true circular economy, we need to do that in networks and make new systems and value change. We need the many voices, we need platforms, and I saw and heard many times, maybe with my glasses and my sight, that design can work as a connector.
So, yeah, this is all this work about algae, and we saw it many times in the different talks. It's really not only about innovation, not only about technological solution and progress. It's really about knowledge and about a vision, and we need to fill knowledge gaps. So we need to share the information. That's also why we made this event, and the live stream is pretty accessible, and we really want to share this approach with many people around the world. And Atelier LUMA is not only a research place and a connector, but it's also an academy. It aims to become more and more an academy in the future, where we can learn about bioeconomy and biosource materials. We want to create disruptors projects and pilot projects to inspire, to be efficient also, but to create awareness among citizens, consumers, producers, and so on. So, yeah, follow us in the future, because we will have more of this kind of event, but also workshops, panel, working sessions in the coming years. For example, I'd like to mention one working session that we started 1 month ago, where we gathered different actors from the territory. So the Tour du Valais, who is a very close collaborator of LUMA, but also an industrial like Green Sea, philosopher like Virginie Maris, who is based in Arles, a lawyer like Sarah Van Uxem, and other people working on algae. And this working session was to think about where is the value when we work on algae from the territory, and how can we rethink the legal status of algae. Is there someone owning the resource, or can we challenge this notion and think of algae as a common resource, for example, or shared resource that we should take care for? And this really changes the way we will process and the way the value is created at the end. So that's the type of exercise we want to do, and where we want to involve more voices in it, to rethink the whole chain from living organisms to final products or solutions.
The speed and the developments, they go fast. Many people are working on it. There is a lot of developments going on in the last years. I heard today that we are speaking about algae forests, many industrial applications, and many more applications will be developed. Some of them will also be are developed by Atelier LUMA and the team of Atelier LUMA, and will be on site, visible and touchable in the new spaces of the LUMA Foundation, LUMA Arles, and that will be open for the public in spring 2021. So welcome here in Arles and visit the site and Parc des Ateliers with some of our algae findings. Tomorrow, and that is a bit sooner than the spring next year, tomorrow, 10th of December, from 2 till 6, there is LUMA Eco Days Part 2, with a very specific team that follows a bit further on what started today. new building practices, architecture and eco-materials, the recovery models and eco-materials, and a path for a new sustainable model in the building industry. The building industry is one of the most polluting and energy-consuming industries that is there. And if you watch the panels that last approximately 1 hour, one of the projects that will be presented is dealing with the new Atelier LUMA and the future of Atelier LUMA here in Parc des Ateliers. We will generate our own laboratory itself with our own materials. I would like to end, and I would like to thank the whole team, Maya Hoffman, the LUMA team, the communication team, the Regie for their hard and dedicated work, but especially Camilla, Charlotte, Marie, Florence, Maria, Diana, and Johanna. Thank you, merci, et à la prochaine.
And yeah, to all algae nerds and algae lovers of the world. So yeah, let's spread the word and build a future. Thank you.
Thank you all. Merci. À demain.